inspiration, go to her Instagram because there's lots of things you can do with this collection to inspire you. What I love about this paper pad is it's single-sided.
Okay.
I do love a double-sided pad, but sometimes...
You're always wasting one side, aren't you?
You never know, and sometimes you don't know which side to use. So this kind of takes that away. So we'll start with, you can see on this first page, you've got so many elements just in here. You've sort of got your toppers, you've got tags, you've got little banners that you can be putting in your stamps or your handwriting, your calligraphy. So the other thing is, where you've got this border strip here at the top where you would tear your page off, that pattern there will tell you what papers come in next, which is genius. But I also use these to put as border strips, so don't throw them away. No. So obviously our next one now is going to be our heart. So if I just flick through, and you'll see, you know, like I say, there's something here, I would imagine, for every generation you're going to make for.
Definitely.
You know, and they sort of coordinate as well. So if I bring that in with that, you can see how well they work together. If you want to do sort of like your matting and layering. I mean, this is gorgeous. Lovely, you've got your stitched effects. Like I say, this one, it's almost like looks like a wallpaper almost.
You could just frame it,
yeah, you could. You could just pop that into a frame.
Oh, that's cool.
You've got almost like a notepad here, so you could do some, make this in, cut it up, put it into a journal.
Yes, definitely.
These I love. I think these are super cute because, again, you could cut these out individually and use them like that if you wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then we've got this sort of like bright spring flower. We've got more botanic. This one I love.
Yeah.
OK, and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account, and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details, and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hello, hello, hello. Rightio. I hope you've had a fabulous morning. We have got a really, really brilliant show lined up for you today as well. So I will give you a quick rundown. And then, of course, we're kicking off with Anne-Marie as well with a massive brand new launch for you as well. Now, we are going to be coming across to the Here's to Him collection, which is launching brand new. Then at 2 o'clock, we've got Eileen Hull back with us. She's going to be joining us at 2 and 4 o'clock today. So it is the final day that she's here with her road trip as well. So we've got very limited chances actually on a lot of stuff. Pretty much everything sold out yesterday, so it is going to be the last chance to get those bits. Then 3 o'clock we've got Janie's Originals. She's going to be bringing us the Natural History Museum inspired products. Absolutely beautiful, this collection that we've got. She's also going to be back at 7 o'clock, and then 5 o'clock you have got Creative Expressions. Francois Reed will be here, and at 6 o'clock Anne-Marie is back as well to show us more of this fabulous collection. So a lovely, lovely day that's lined up for us. Now, I've been really excited about this collection.
Me too. Me too. It's fabulous, isn't it?
It is, and obviously it's quite rare that we actually have the opportunity to bring male, kind of fully themed collections. But when we do, they're always so popular. And this particularly, I think, is incredibly beautiful, but also hits a lot of different people, really.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing with this one, is that it's covering so many different themes. That it's going to appeal to lots of different guys. There are some images in here as well that, you know, aren't just for men.
Yes,
you can use them for all sorts of different people as well. But obviously that's kind of like the vibe for the whole collection. But you've got so much in here, and it is just stunning. The artwork is gorgeous.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
so beautiful.
It really is. So what we are going to do is kick off with the ultimate collection for you. This is where you're going to get your topper sheets. You'll also get your foiled cardstock, your non-foiled cardstock. You'll also get your inserts. You'll get double-sided papers with this, and you will get your square little book, 120 pages of that. Should we have a look through it?
Yes, let's get started with our favourite bit, which is the toppers. This is like the kind of main focus point of all of our collections. So on here you're seeing we've got all sorts of different images. We've got the car down there, we've got the bike, cycling, we've got kind of travel theme in here as well. All foiled, all die cut, all with that beautiful gold accent foiling as well. And then you're going to get your accent foil cardstock.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's fabulous. And then your printed cardstock as well. And then we're going to move on to some sports. We've got kind of golf, we've got fishing on this one as well. We've got the football included as well. And again, just so many toppers. You've got borders on there, you've got sentiments, you've got frames, you've got a little bit of everything going on there. And I love all the detail, like the kind of, it almost looks like fairy lights.
It does,
like
doesn't it?
Sparkling lights. You've got loads of kind of splatters on there, like kind of artistic splatters. It looks so cool. This one is really kind of snazzy. You've got like kind of the whiskey there with the glasses. You've got the kind of suits down here. So obviously maybe like new jobs, things like that.
Yes,
it's perfect for as well. And again, loads and loads of different embellishments and extras on there with your sentiments and your tags. This one is your accent foil cardstock. So you can see that accent foil down there. It looks incredible, doesn't it?
I love the colours that have been chosen. They're quite different, aren't they?
They are, yeah. These two particularly together are so unusual, aren't they? Because you've got that really kind of midnight blue with that almost like a copper.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really, really beautiful.
Wow.
And then over on this one, we've got kind of a little bit of a gardening theme in here. We've got kind of more outdoors, like walking and things like that. And again, absolutely jam-packed with toppers. You've got your accent foil cardstock. And again, your printed cardstock there with your fishing. So covering all sorts of different kind of hobbies and things in there.
And you'll get
as well.
2 of each of those,
won't you? Yep, 2 of everything that we've seen there.
Super. And then we've got the inserts, which for me always kind of elevate, of course, what you actually see. But also double-sided papers, which you don't often get to see in collections.
So you're going to get in here, if I can remember it rightly, I think you get
thinking of numbers.
8 of your inserts times 2.
Okay, yeah, 16.
And then 4 of your double-sided papers times 2. Is that 24?
24. Yes, so 24 altogether. Yeah, that makes it. That makes sense.
So you see all of your inserts match perfectly. So you can see the beautiful designs in each of the corners there. You are going to get your multiples in here, obviously, as well. So you can see that. They're just a really lovely kind of muted background. You could print onto here. You can stamp onto here. You could bring your inks in and things like that. You know, you could really kind of jazz this up if you want to. Anything at all. And then we get to our double-sided papers.
Yes, okay.
So what I've done is I put like fronts and backs. Okay, so you can see this one is the front there, and then that is your reverse to go with your cars, your cycling.
Oh, I love that one.
Then we've got this gorgeous kind of geometric print in the background there with that Harlequin design.
But again, these would work so well with this collection, but I'm thinking any collection, to be honest with these.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got a lovely kind of, it's just a texture. You know, it's not really got anything there. It's just kind of like a texture. You've almost got like a little gingham graffiti. Yeah, it's really, really cool. You've got the stripes again with that kind of copper and that midnight blue. And then the geometric print on the back of that one.
Popping, isn't it?
It is fabulous, isn't it? So that is your inserts and your papers.
Then we've got the little book. Now this, we were talking about this before the show, wasn't we?
Isn't it?
Wait until you see the images in this. It's absolutely incredible. Again, this would be one that I'd just be framing, to be honest, to put up on the wall with some of these images.
There's some really, really cool pieces of artwork in here. So you've got 120 pages in here. And how we've broken this down this time is we've given you 19 images, and then we've given you 1 page which has got all sorts of sentiments on. So it's got brother, uncle, grandfather, dad, son, stepson, stepfather. So it actually works out that you've got, if I can remember rightly, 96 images, 114 images.
Okay,
and then you've got 96 sentiments included.
So wow.
It's crazy, isn't it? And that's just one sheet, but because you've got 16 on the one sheet, it really, really stacks up.
It's really good as well to actually have those kind of all included as well as the images, I think.
Definitely. I've used them loads because it's nice. Obviously, you've got in your toppers, you've got like kind of happy birthday, things like that. But then to be able to say happy birthday to my father, to my son,
definitely.
you know, you've got those additions in there.
Nice to be able to just personalise it. They're brilliant as
they're
well,
fabulous, aren't they?
I mean, it's sort of one of those where each time I turn over, I think, oh, that might be my favourite. Oh, no, that image might be my favourite. It's always like difficult to see. And that's what you were talking about there. You can see the amount that you've actually got on there from your world's best dad, like you said, nephew as well, stepdad, brother-in-law. So really, really fabulous. So 20 different designs across those pages that you've got 120 pages altogether. And we're not at price, are we?
No.
We are going to get that price straight down. Then we'll show you some amazing, amazing samples, because if you want to buy your little book, you want to buy your toppers, we are giving you the inserts and the papers completely for free today, okay? So you don't have to pay for them, which, of course, if you want them individually, you can do, but I always think this is by far the best way to do it.
Definitely.
Now, we have got some fantastic finished samples, haven't we?
So many cards. They are just fabulous. I love how these have been put together. I love the acetate that we've got coming up as well, you know, just added in the background there. That looks really cool. Look at this one.
Oh, wow.
With the textured mirror that we've got on the show as well. It's
See, that's the thing. There's
cool.
so much more to come with this collection. We've got a die set, like you said, we've got the textured mirror, we've got the foiled acetate that's coming, we've got your adorable scoreable.
Yeah.
There's ribbons that are there as well. All of it's there for pre-order, but we will, of course, be introducing that during the show as well.
This one, look at this one with the die.
Yes. Oh, my God. They look so expensive.
They're so cool, aren't they? Yeah, they do. Yep. They look really kind of pricey. That's another one with the die in there as well. Yeah. Look at this one.
Oh, look at that.
Love that.
Again, graduation, new school, anything like that. You know, there's so much that these would cross over for.
Definitely.
About a 2-minute wait on the phone lines now with this collection. So massive well done if you've got in early. About 10% of the stock has already gone as well. Should we do a demo straight away? I feel like I want to get straight into this and see what you choose as well, because there's just so much choice, isn't there, with
it's so tricky. So
definitely.
I didn't get a chance to finish all my prep on Friday. So I was doing it yesterday morning. I was like, right, I'm going to do my prep. And I was like, I don't know where to start.
No, I'd feel like that.
Because I just want to do everything, you know. It's like, I just want to do all of the things all at once.
100%. Yeah, I want to do all of this.
So we're going to go with the little book. And we've actually just seen a card look quite similar to this one with the layers from our little book pages. Super. We're going to use a little bit of acetate as well. So let me just grab that. And I've already fussy cut lots of my layers out, so we don't have to see all of that getting done as well. Let me just pop that on one side. So really quite simple in terms of how we're going to pop this together. So the first thing we're going to do is get our base layer down. So we've got a 5x5 mirror mat. You've got those on the website.
Super. Yeah, we can get them in.
You can get that in gold. Obviously, it works perfectly with this collection because everything's foiled in gold.
Yeah,
it just works. And then what we're going to do is I want to add, when I was doing all my layers, I kind of ran out of pages to add this base, this top kind of bow on that I wanted to do. So what I'm going to do to save a bit of our layers, this is my base layer. I'm going to cover it up with the next layer. So I'm actually going to cut
You're not going
out.
to tell, are you? So
no,
you might
no one's going to know.
Yeah.
So you can actually cut this out from this base layer, and no one, like you say, no one would ever know that that's been removed because we're going to cover it up.
We're almost at Father's Day as well, so if you are thinking of making that perfect Father's Day card in June, I think this is the collection for you.
Definitely. It's just so perfect because there's so many things in here. You're just kind of guaranteed to get something for someone with 100%. This collection.
Yeah. All ages are obviously covered. We know that, you know, all different occasions, you know, whether it is Father's Day, birthday, whether it's retirement, whether it's, you know, graduation, starting a new job. It for me, covers all bases.
Definitely. Okay, let me just grab that bow out of there.
Yeah, lovely.
I love that this image is quite generic for male or female.
Yeah,
but I did quite like Georgina's idea there that it could also be a little bit festive.
Yeah, it could, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so the next layer that we have, I've already kind of snipped out the background there. Lovely. So this is the one that's going to go onto our acetate. Yeah. So that's just going to add that amazing kind of texture behind there. It's almost like a gold leaf. It's so fancy. So I'm going to go in my tape runner. I'm going to use my dotty one. Okay. Because I just want to kind of make sure I've got the adhesive just on the kind of detailed bits and pieces. So let me just pop that onto here as well. Just make sure that we've got plenty of coverage on there. Yeah. And then just line that up onto our acetate. And then we can just snip off what we don't need here. So just using our scissors to grab that little bit there. And then we'll start adding some more layers onto here as well. So we'll go back to our foam pads now. So this will just give this that lift that we want.
Super.
So just pop in our foam pads onto there and we can start building these layers up. And obviously, with your little book, you can add as few or as many as you want to.
Exactly.
There's no kind of rules. You don't have to decoupage them at all if you don't want to. You can use them all as individual toppers. You know,
that's why it's nice to have 6 pages the same of each one, because then you've got either 6 cards that you can make exactly the same, or you can say, yeah, you know, I want to do 6 layers of decoupage or 3 layers. You know, it's totally up to you.
Definitely. So many options. Okay, so we'll get this little present on down here as well. And then we go back to some more of that kind of detail. So we've got that little bow there. So I'm just going to grab some of my smaller foam pads. Yep. Just so that we can get this in place.
That acetate, I think, is spectacular.
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it? It is so fancy. And again, just quite generic.
Yeah.
You can use it with quite a few different things. It doesn't have to be this collection. It's definitely something that you'll be able to use for lots of other kits as well. So then just going to add a little bit more in here. I had a little accident when I was cutting this out yesterday and cut through the little tag. So I've just put a little bit of low tack tape on the back of there just to hold that in place.
Yeah.
And then go in with our little bow. So we'll add that one on as well.
Lovely.
And then we're going to go back to this layer where we obviously cut that bow out, and this is going to just sit back over the top. So it's still going to give us that background in there as well. So again, going in with our foam pads, we're going to go to our strips.
Yeah.
Because these are just going to be perfect to get around the edges of that frame first of all, and it's going to give us that height that we want as well.
Yeah.
So I'll just keep taking those around like that, and then I can go back to my chunky ones in the middle here.
Yeah. So many people coming through for this. I'm really excited for them to get it home and see
I know,
it.
you're just going to love it. Absolutely love it. Joseph came in yesterday when I was doing this at home, and he was like, what's this?
Oh, did he?
And I was like, I'm just doing a little bit of prep for tomorrow. And he was like, have you got any left?
Oh.
Have you got any you don't need?
Did you?
And I was like, well, not right now, because I might need it all. So when
maybe
I
when
come
I'm
home
later. Yeah, maybe tomorrow you can have
some.
Bless him. So nice, he's interested though,
Oh, he loves crafting.
Yeah.
He does. But he's a pest, though, because he'll just make an absolute mess on his desk and just leave it.
Be like, come on now, tidy it up.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. Okay, so we can get this onto our mirror mat now.
Yeah, super.
So that's the only place you can see that we cut that little bow out, and we're going to hide that now anyway, so no one will ever know.
No, exactly.
And then go into our card blank. So we've got a little 6x6 card for this one. So because your square little book pages are 5x5, they just fit so perfectly onto the 6x6 card blanks. So then I'm going to go in with one of those double-sided papers again on the back here. This is just going to give us that gorgeous texture on the back. Let me just make sure our card is right there. There we go. It's always worth double-checking, Georgina. I don't trust myself.
Always trust you.
I always check, always, because it's just not worth that risk. It's really not. Do you know what, Georgina? I've only ever done it once here, and that was when you were producing.
Oh, really?
That's the only time I've ever done it here, so I think it's just you.
It's Georgina. That's what it is.
No, not having it.
You've got to put the blame somewhere, haven't you?
It's definitely Georgina's fault. It's your fault.
Gina's like, great, thanks. Oh, this looks awesome.
It's just such an easy effect to achieve as well.
Yeah.
I've taken one of our sentiments from that little book page as well. So we've got your ever so special granddad.
Yes,
that colour and everything just fits perfectly. And I'm just going to pop that in the background there. So again, I'll just get a little piece of my strip foam pad. The black ones would be good actually, George, with this, because they'll just kind of hide. Yeah, you've got a lot darker colour palette, And then for the inside, we're being a little bit extravagant, because we're going to use some of that double-sided paper to put our insert onto as well, just to kind of take all that theme through to the inside of the card as well, just giving your insert a little bit of a fancy finish. Amazing. So we can pop that on to there. And then we're going to pop that on the inside. And that will be us.
It's just finished off perfectly, isn't it, with that as well?
It's just such a lovely finishing touch, just bringing that same pattern paper through, and it makes it so fancy because you never see cards on the high street like this. No. Ever. With,
and again, making and selling, you can just imagine actually what you'd see with
definitely.
that. It's phenomenal. Absolutely gorgeous and came together so quickly. I mean, just going to show you a few more samples as well, and then we will be introducing more things to you because we have got so many fabulous ones to be able to inspire you of what you might, of course, want to create, of course, with yours when you get it home. So many of you coming through and taking advantage of this as well. Under £30, that is for your full topper collection where you are getting your cardstock and your foiled, accent foiled cardstock as well. You're also getting your inserts, you're then getting your double-sided papers, and you're getting your little book for that fabulous price point that we're seeing there, under £30, £29.97, which basically means your inserts and your double-sided papers are coming completely to free for you today. Now, we have got a lot of extras that are coming up for you in this show as well. I know you'll want to buy individual elements also, so we've got quite a lot to be able to introduce to you. Now, we can see that a lot of people are shopping ahead with most of these bits, as we'd expect. So we do want to introduce the Adorable Scoreable to you next, because that just works perfectly, of course, in terms of the colours that have been hand-selected with this. Now, I believe you've got 8 different colours, and you've got 3 of each of these. So you've got from those lovely kind of pumpkin oranges, those beautiful browns, fabulous kind of deep colours as well to work with this collection that we have. And you can get all of this today, so 24 sheets for under a tenner. I mean, I always think it's just such good value for money on your
really good value for money. It's one of my favourite kind of products to add to a collection, because even if you just score them all in half and make yourself 24 card blanks,
yes,
you know, it's giving you 24 card blanks for $9.99.
So good,
you know, and they can just be your bases. It's 350 GSM Adorable Scoreable, so you know it's going to be able to take the weight of toppers, mats and layers, things like that, but also boxes, like, you know, if you're going to make any boxes for your cards to go in or gift boxes, it's
100%.
ideal.
Yeah, you know the quality of it, of course, being Adorable Scoreable, so that is perfect. But also, this mix of colours, as you're seeing just here, 24 altogether, so 3 of each. What a fabulous mix for kind of all year as well, for all the collections you already own.
Yeah.
Because it's a fabulous mix from those kind of oranges through to the blues, the greens, you know, the deep, dark colours that we've got there as well. So fabulous price there at $9.99. Lots of you coming through for that. Now, of course, the thing that's been most messaged in about is the acetate that they just saw you using.
It's just
because
so pretty.
Oh, I'm blown away. I have to. Now, everybody knows how much I like acetate, but this is edge to edge in terms of the foiling that you're seeing.
We don't do this very often.
No.
Usually we have like maybe 1 design, maybe 2 that are full edge to edge, because it just costs more. You know, that's the reason behind it. Usually is it just costs more. But these just work so well with this collection. They're just fabulous, aren't they? This is probably my favourite one.
Yes, I think it's mine too,
the 4. I do absolutely love this one. And again, just so versatile.
And silver on one side, gold on the other as well.
Yeah. So if you're maybe using this with something that hasn't got gold foil, it's got silver foil, and you like to be matchy-matchy like I do, then you can just flip it over and use the silver side.
Exactly, and that's what's always super, I think, to actually have that, option. This great, though, because I've actually never seen something like that, to be honest, on acetate. Where
it is
you've
so
got,
fancy,
that
isn't it?
design.
Yeah, it is really cool, that lovely harlequin kind of pattern. The guys at the machines they're not a fan of that one.
Oh, they're not? Oh, because of the work?
Quite hard work to get it to work.
What about the scripture? Because
yeah, also very hard work. Edge-to-edge designs full stop, they're not a fan of. Maybe that's the real reason we don't do them that often.
But, if you want...
but yeah, again, really, really versatile. You can use this with so many different collections.
Definitely.
It's just fabulous.
Being able to actually cut into that as well, I think you get a really lovely vintage feel. And I feel, scrapbooking as well. I feel different projects, journaling, things like that this would work well with. And then this is another that I actually love as well. The swirls. Look at that.
And again, we can use that with everything.
Yes, yeah,
absolutely
100%.
Anything.
Yeah. Brilliant price. So you've got 4 different designs that you've got here, and you're getting 4 of each, so 16 sheets altogether for £11.99. And again, to work, to create them apertures in your cards, but also for box making, for lantern making, absolutely super. So that is there for you. There is just so much that goes with this collection. Do remember, of course, it is that one-off postage and packaging fee between midnight and midnight, which is what I think is brilliant when you're seeing this amount of stuff that I'm guessing you're going to want all of it, to be honest. Because next we've got your Miri texture.
This is so cool, isn't it? It is so cool. So you're going to see some of the same designs that we've seen in the acetate as well.
Swirls,
so this is that same swirl. It just looks so expensive, doesn't it? It's almost like a deboss kind of texture that gets put into the mirror, and obviously you've got that super high reflection that you always get with mirror. But we put it across this gorgeous colour palette of mirror as well. It is just so stunning. You can see every sheet you're pulling out there. You can just see how well it matches with the collection. Because obviously I can see the toppers from here as well, and I'm like, that'll work.
Yeah, amazing. So
they are
swirls,
just fabulous.
I love that you've managed to do the scripture in this.
I know, it's so fancy, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got 4, of course, different colours again with the scripture that you can see just there. So from your black to your deep blue.
I love that green.
Yeah,
It is wonderful, isn't it?
Fantastic. I mean, can you just imagine just popping little bits of this on? How this is just going to kind of, again, kind of just make it look so much more expensive, I think.
And you don't need to use a lot. You know, it could just be little strips of this. So they drew the line at the Harlequin on the mirror. It just wasn't working. So we've got a slightly different check.
Yeah, I like it. I love it,
doesn't it? It is still fabulous. And again, you're going to get it in those gorgeous colourways. So again, just in terms of value for money, how much you get here with your mirror, because it is one of our, more expensive products to bring to market. You know, it's the branded product as well. So it is more expensive. And then obviously we're adding another processing by adding that texture to it. But it looks expensive as well. And I think it is one of those luxury products you just need a tiny little bit of. To make your cards look
incredible. The texture on this next one as well. Look at that. So
it's so good, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I can't believe. I mean, right. Already quarter of the stock has gone. Of course, it has. Brilliant price, £9.99 for 16 sheets, and the fact that you've got 4 different textures within this. And it's not doubled up at all because every one is in a different colour.
So every design is on 4 different colours. So there's no double up. So this is one of those where if you want more than one, you need to double up.
Definitely. You need to go for more of these. And do remember, we don't have like a buy the show or anything like that. So it does mean that if you want to get any of these extras, you do need to jump in and take them, of course, because I know that most people are going for the ultimate and then they'll be going for most of the editions as extras, another little book and things like that as well. We also have your mirror, just your general mirror, which obviously you all love, which again, selected to match perfectly with the colours.
Same colours as you've seen in the textures already. So in terms of kind of matting and layering and popping these two together, it looks amazing.
Look at that. Super, isn't it?
The colours are just fabulous, aren't they?
They are. And I just love how reflective mirror is.
I know. It's just so amazing. And sometimes just having that little edge for matting and layering can make all the difference. If you're if you're crafting at home, particularly with paper craft, it's quite easy for things to look flat. That's why we introduce foam pads. But introducing kind of textures like this that have got that reflection just lift everything and make everything pop. So,
and I love that we have the black in it as well.
I know, the black is, because that's just going to work with any of the colours. If you're not sure, what colour was going to work with which topper, just use the black or the gold.
And 8 colours in this, 2 of each of them. Once again, down to a brilliant price, £8.99. Now, on top of that, we have your ribbon. I am just going to pop this out just so I can kind of show you the colours. Let's just open it up, shall we? Because I always feel like you just see it better, don't you? Look at the mix of colours that we've got. So 10 different colours in this, 2 metres of each. I love, for example, that we've managed to get like a turquoise.
So
cool, that sort of colour. Yeah, then like champagnes, your oranges, different tones of greens that we've got in there. Your black and your white, which obviously are always musts as well.
The white one you can colour as well with the alcohol markers.
Of course you can.
So you can change that
Make that any colour that you want, really. So yeah, a lovely little addition with that as well. So that is £9.99. So altogether, 2 metres each, 20 metres. It's a big amount of meterage, isn't it, that you get in.
It's going to last you a while.
And that's not everything, because guess what? We've also got some dies. Now, you can buy these individually, so we'll show you them individually, and then, of course, we'll give you a discount price if you want to go for them both as well. How about getting this, okay? Hexagon.
I love
funky
this one.
hexagon.
This is so cool. It is just such a cool background texture. It just looks amazing. I think I've got all the
you've got 2 samples actually, and we can probably spin over to you just in front of Anne-Marie, and it shows both of the dies next to each other. So you've got the hexagon one that you can see at first in the craft card colour, and then next to it, as you can see, you've got the second one I'm going to show you in a moment as well. So they're great, both of them.
They're so cool, aren't they? If I just grab the craft one, is it?
Yeah, of course.
I can't see from here.
Yes,
If I move it around so you can see Some of those hexagon kind of sections are die cut, some of them aren't as well. So you get some real kind of movement in that as well. It's really, really cool. It's almost like, you know, the kind of metal that's like textured, like industrial kind of thing. It just reminds me of that as well.
And that other one that's next to you as well on the front, so the first one, that one nearest you, that's with it as well. But you can see then by kind of popping a topper on how it can work in different ways, either standalone or with collections.
Definitely, yeah. And this one has been tiled as well to create a large background, so we're going to do that in the next demo. So don't think you're just limited to this sign. You can tile it onto bigger projects as well.
So that's $14.99, and then we've got the traditional argyle that we can see here as well, which you've just seen that other sample. In fact, there's a few samples here, isn't there?
I've got them all.
You have? You've got all the samples. So we can have a look at them. Again, the amount of metal that you're actually getting, I think, in these dies as well. It's
definitely. They're a really good size. So they cut into a 6x4 piece of cardstock.
Okay.
So obviously this is a 7x5 finished card, and they do look so good, so clean and simple as well, using it with your inks like this. But then look at this one where we've used it with that mirror and pop that textures behind there as well. It just looks so cool, and I love that you get the stitch detail in there as well as the die cut. It's really, really cool.
But of course, most people will probably want both. So you can buy them individually if you're thinking, well, I just want the argyle, for example, take it home for $14.99. But we have the opportunity for you to be able to get both of these. Everything today is completely brand new, including these dies. And, you know, we were talking about these and we were like, they're perfect for this collection. But I think you will use them very often as standalones as well with different collections, because they sort of work for everything, whether it's Art Deco, you know, modern, kind of very timeless, aren't they? Let's get the price down, because for people who have already gone in and bought with this, Cindy and Shirley and Louise, we are going to give you an additional saving on this, okay? So £5 saving, £5 taken off. So if you want them both, you can get that extra saving on them as well. And you can see all of those amazing samples we've got there. Did you say you were using the...
We're going to use the hexagons.
Super.
So I'm going to show you how you can use this and tile it to kind of die cut into a bigger background. So we're going to use the kind of walk-in topper theme for this one. So I've got the cardstock, and you can see how I've kind of trimmed that down. This is going to be the background. We're going to fussy cut around here and pop that onto the foreground. So what I want to do is I'm going to take this corner off first. Let me get my trimmer. I was going to kind of freehand it, but it doesn't have a very... It's a bit of a fuzzy line, so I think what I'll do is just trim it off instead. So we'll just take that off there first of all, because I don't want to die cut into that bit. I just want to die cut into here. So I don't need to worry about the bottom, because this is going to come back in. So I can kind of just tuck that over the top, and I'm just going to overhang it on the edge ever so slightly as well, because I don't want it to kind of look too uniform and precise to the edges. I'd rather it kind of goes off the edge a little bit. So I'm just going to tape that one down in place there first of all. So let's get the plates out here. Let me just put these in the right order. Pop that one on the top and run this through.
Lovely.
And then we will just straighten those out, or else that's never going to go through. All sorts of angles then. I was like, oh no,
that's
not going to happen. And then what we'll do is we'll take the die off and just move it along, and it will tile absolutely perfectly. So you can go left to right, and you can go up and down as well. So you could cut this into a whole A4 sheet of cardstock if you wanted to.
Super.
It's so clever. So you can see when you look at it this way, some of these bits aren't die cut, and that's right. It's meant to be like that. That is the design. I know when Bex was making some of the cards with this, she was like, I can't figure out if these just haven't cut. And I was like, no, that's how the
it's
design.
Meant to be.
Don't worry.
Well, you can see when we saw the samples why it works so well with the kind of colour coming through and parts.
It's just so cool, isn't it? And then obviously we can just go in with our die brush and get any of those little bits out. So I'll just get these main bits out first of all, and then we'll run it back through. Oh, I do need to give this little brush some TLC. It's so squeaky, isn't it? Every time I'm like, oh, sorry. It needs a little bit of love.
Done it.
It's so squeaky. And then just make sure that you haven't got any bits in your die as well. Just because obviously that will help it when it's doing its second cut. Okay, so make sure that we're kind of the same way. So I'm just going to take that tape off and just kind of slot that back in where it's cut, because it'll kind of just get into its groove. And then I'm just going to bring that over. Let's have a look at it this way as well. Just make sure that I'm lining it up in the right place. So I think about there. Probably should have practiced this.
Yeah,
but, you know.
Yeah, it'll be all right.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Just move that. Well, am I sure it's going to be all right? No, of course I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter if not.
Yeah. It's never my fault, Georgina.
It's always going to be Georgina's fault.
Never my fault.
Never, never.
Okay, so let's pop that through and let's see how that looks. So we'll just run that through. Let's move all these little bits out the way. It's like the little sugar strands that you get on
You're
cupcakes.
just ready to do a shaker card. Just one bit now.
Just keep hold of all those bits. Okay, so then hopefully this, oh, it's lined up pretty good.
There you go, amazing.
There we go. So again, we'll take that off. I'm going to see that bit. I'm going to have to put it in again. I'm sorry.
You're like, join that bit on.
Yeah, it's going to annoy me. I should have moved the dye down a bit because we're going to see it, I think. So just to save a little paddy later on.
Yeah, you're being bugged by it.
Yeah, let's just pop it back through. There we go. But this is the beauty of this kind of dye and the way it's been designed, is that you can just move it around and get what you want. Okay, when that's running through, I will just have a little fussy cut on my main design. Let me just catch that. I never know if it's going to fall out.
I know.
Or if it's going to stop.
Yeah,
so
just crash off.
There'll just be like an absolute clatter. Okay, so I'm just going to fussy cut around here as well. Just going in. Just going to use my scissors. You can use your craft knife if you prefer, but it's actually quite a nice open design. Really.
Yeah, yeah.
It's nice and easy to get in with your scissors.
Super.
So just go around here.
I've had a few people just asking for the code for the textured mirror, so we've just popped it just onto the graphics just there so you can see it. So it's CHD17, so if you do want to get that, then we've just put it up there for you. Coming up to about half the stock having gone on that. But yeah, there's the code for you.
Okay, so let's just get this out of here now. There we go. And again, just go through and get all of our little bits out. See, you can't even see that join.
No, exactly, that's super.
Although this bit does not want to come out. It's being very, very pesky. But the beauty of this die is because it's not all die cut, if you have some bits that don't come out, it doesn't look out of place.
No, exactly, yeah.
There we go, I'll just grab that.
It almost could be quite football inspired, you know, that die.
It could,
as well.
couldn't it?
Looking at it in that angle.
Yeah.
Kind of cut into it if you wanted to, couldn't you, make that shape?
Definitely, definitely. It's just really cool, isn't it? It's so different as well.
Yeah.
There we go, just get those little bits there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start putting this together. So I've got some gold to go behind here, because that's obviously just going to really pick up that colour. I can't leave that one there. It's proper poking through onto the mirror there. There we go. That's better. So that's just going to sit onto there. Obviously our boots are going to come back down here, and that corner's going to go back kind of up there as well. And then I've got some of our toppers to bring in as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to start by getting this down. So this is where your dotty tape runner is going to be invaluable. Yeah, definitely, because it is just going to help stick to those bits that we want to stick to.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So just get that across the whole of the back there. And I'm just going to line that up, just giving us a little kind of skinny edge all the way around. Oh, it's a little bit close up there. What's going on?
Just give it a little move.
Just twizzle it round. I just don't think I've trimmed it down at the top. Just going to take a little smidge off that.
It's like, there you go, off you come.
Yep. There we go.
Yep.
And then we'll add our boots down here and our backpack. So I'm just going to go in with our foam pads on here.
Yep.
Joseph has gone on a school trip today.
I see, where's he going?
To It's called Hothersall Lodge.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere, it's like an activity centre.
Oh, nice.
Up by us.
I bet he'll love that, yeah.
And he came down with this bag yesterday. He's like, I've packed my bag. I was like, okay, you're going for one day, right? He's coming back at tea time. I'm not joking. It's like one of these kind of bags, like a proper camping bag.
Is the sloth in there?
Full. No, the sloth's not in there. Thank goodness. Full of stuff. And I'm like, okay, Josie, if you just needed to take a change of clothes.
That's so funny. I bet he's so excited. He's
so
like, I've done it, I'm ready.
Oh my goodness, honestly.
I've got the butterfly farm trip next with Bowie.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but the only thing is, like, I'm a little bit like, I'm going on it, right? I'm a little scared of butterfly. Like, I love a butterfly
like
outside,
a butterfly house?
but you know, in a house, it's a bit different because they're kind of flying at you potentially.
You're in their
aren't they?
space.
But I'm going to have to act like I'm really brave, right? Because if not, I'm going to end up scaring the kids. The kids will be like, oh, and I'll be like, oh no, it's me. They'll be like, I'm never asking you to come again and help.
Oh, that's so funny.
Because that's the worst when they ask people and choose you to come and help, and you say, oh yeah, thank you, and then you think, oh gosh, I'm probably not the best person.
Yeah.
So,
I do quite like, I'm okay with it. I can go.
you want to go for me?
I'll go instead.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll go on. If he needs somebody to go with him, Joseph, I'm more into that sort of activity type stuff. So.
Oh, it's so funny. Okay, so I'm going to add this topper up here. Now, what I want to do is kind of bring this in behind here. So I'm just going to pop that in place, and I'm just going to snip off the bits there because I just kind of want to tuck that frame underneath. And I'm just going to pop this on flat. So again, just going in with my dotty tape runner for this one.
Yeah.
And we can just kind of slide that in there to frame that image, which just means I've still got that topper that I can use elsewhere as well.
Lovely.
I'm going to add the little bag down there as well. So just going to our strips, I'm just going to kind of double one of these up so that we can just lift that up and give it a little bit of extra kind of height. So if I just pop that on there, that will go up there. And then our adventurer weights, I'm not sure where to put it.
Yeah, going all different places.
Quite like it up there, I think.
Yeah, fills that gap.
I think that works. And then I've just got a little bit more cardstock to pop this onto as well. And I've got some acetate in this bag as well. I'm not sure what my plan was with the acetate. So we're just gonna pop that blue behind there, which is just gonna really lift everything. As always, take your middle out.
Yes,
you know, you don't want to be wasting all of that beautiful mirror.
No, exactly.
So we'll just pop that on. Just leaving that lovely little blue border. I must have been planning to make the card blank out of this because I haven't put a card blank in the bag.
Oh, yes, I bet you were.
I just don't know. This and that would have been really busy, so I don't know what. I don't know what I was going through.
It looks great anyway. You can just stick that onto a card blank.
Honestly, I have no idea what I was thinking.
That looks super, though. Absolutely fabulous. Now, we will talk through what is in the Ultimate Collection because you can get them individually. Now, I know a lot of you are going for this individually. Most people are, of course, going to want to get this. So we can, we'll bring the graphics up for that one individually in case you want to add it on because this is part of the Ultimate Collection. Now, you are getting all of those fabulous sentiments that are included in this, you know, to an amazing son, nephew, brother, daughter-in-law as well. And then so many fantastic, fantastic images that we've got here. There's 120 pages of this, 20 different designs that we've actually got as well. I mean, look, the golf clubs to, you know, does somebody love football? I mean, that one there, it's just...
It's so cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be Vegas, you know, it could be the fact that somebody loves a racing car. Then you've got something very suave, like we've got there with, like, the shoes. It could be a wedding or an anniversary. You've got the camera. So many different fabulous sort of images for different occasions and also to match different people. And it's a brilliant price of £9.99. So many of you come in through for that one. We then have the Topper Collection, which again, if you want to get it individually, you can do. Now, you're going to get 2 of each of these. So you do get these brilliant topper sheets. You can see they're foiled gorgeously. They've got sentiments on them. You've got a mixture of different images, your border strips as well. And they do come with the accompanying cardstock as well. So you have got here, of course, your foiling, so all you can see there. And then you've also got your non-foiled cardstock also. This one here where you've got your sort of football, your golf that we can see as well. Absolutely love how that just looks like a, you know, a shiny sort of starry night sky. You've got your football. I'm happy I'm a Leicester fan. We've got promoted again, so I can go for this. Geez. We're not in the Championship anymore.
Oh, I'll see, we're at the bottom. We're coming down.
Well, you're going down. We're yeah. We'll probably start next season minus 20 points or something from our financial fair play. So we'll probably come straight back down. But you know, we're up for now. So we've then got this one where you got your suits and everything like that within that beautiful presence that we're seeing as well. And then this one also. So really, really different adventure awaits that you can see here. You've got your Happy Father's Day actually in that one as well. So if you are thinking towards June, then that's a perfect one that you've got there with the sentiment. So all of that comes within this. You're getting 2 of each design. That's $19.99. I know a lot of times people want to buy additionals with things. Then we've also got the inserts, which comes with your double-sided papers as well, which is absolutely brilliant to be getting both, isn't it? So you're getting 24 sheets all together that you can see within this. So you've got 12 inserts, you've got 12 of your double-sided papers that you're seeing with the different designs and the different images on each of these as well, which is absolutely lovely to be able to get all of those. Then with your double-sided papers, let's just give you a look at what you've got. So you've got that you can see. You've then got these beautiful sort of constellations almost, the blues that we've got. A fabulous star effect on that one. Then you've got this, which goes very well with the acetate, for example, that we're seeing with the shapes and the dyes as well. So really, really lovely mix, but just works so perfectly with the collection, of course, that we've been seeing. But if you'd like all of this, okay, then we have got the Ultimate Collection. So that is where you are getting your toppers, your cardstock, you're getting your inserts, your double-sided papers, you're getting your little book. But what we are doing is throwing in all of this, so your double-sided papers and your inserts for free. So you don't have to pay for these if you want to go for all 3 of those. So an amazing opportunity for you to be able to get those at $29.97. It's fabulous. You know, if you find it difficult to create mail cards, you don't need to anymore because it is absolutely all done for you just here. And so many of you are going for it. Now, something else I just need to do a quick recap of is our Miri texture, because half the stock of this has now gone. So if you are wanting to get this, I'm not surprised. It's absolutely fabulous. You've got 4 different textures, but the amazing thing is when you see this texture, you've then actually got this in 4 different colours. So you can see that texture is there across all of those colours that we're seeing. We then come to this almost lovely sort of, what would you call that? Is it square, hexagonal? What?
It's like a check, isn't it?
Check, check. That's a nice word for it. Yeah, it's definitely not a hexagon, so we'll go for the check.
Yeah, they're not hexagons.
Okay. You wouldn't think my little boy's so good at maths, would you? Do you know what? It's really funny. He's like so natural at things. I had to have a tutor at night because I was failing my maths, and I'm like, where's his brain come from? Did you, Adam? We both had a tutor. At least we passed. Yeah, I passed my GCSEs though, so you know, it's all right, it helps.
That's the main thing.
Did you got a B? Yeah, I take that. I think they're worth their money, these tutors. I went from a U to an A in like 6 months, so it was well worth them. Bowie isn't going to need one. So, yeah, he's cleverer than me already. So yeah, you've got all of these. So you can see you've got 4 different designs that you've got, but with each of these there is the different colours, and they work perfectly because obviously it's the same designs as the acetate, from this to the scripture to the check and to that lovely indented one as well. But half the stock of all of that has gone. It's a brilliant price at $9.99. Something else I want to just do a quick recap on as well is the acetate, because also this is absolutely flying out. Now remember that you are getting edge-to-edge foiling on this acetate. You're getting gold on one side and you are getting silver on the other side, so you can really decide in terms of what this this best matches, and it's the same sort of designs as what we saw on that textured Miri that it's been inspired by, as you can see with each of these. So from that one to this one, we've then also got the scripture, which I think is really, really clever that that's been achieved, as you can see actually on acetate as well. So lovely kind of designs with the scripture. And then also to finish it off, we have got the swell. So you've got the swell there as well. So, you know, very sort of elegant, those designs, very expensive, isn't it, as well? And lovely to have the gold and the silver, and that's all there at £11.99, which is absolutely fabulous. So a great opportunity to be able to get that. Should we do another demo? Would you like to? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to use some of the mirror textures.
Okay, super.
And some of the acetate as well. So I picked the same kind of design. I've gone for that kind of splats.
Yes.
Almost, it just makes me feel like it's gold leaf in the acetate though. It's just so fancy,
I love it.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So what I want to do is kind of layer some of our acetate onto here, but I want it again just kind of fussy cut around our image here.
Yeah.
Just so that we can kind of tuck the acetate behind, and it just means that we can still see all of that detail within the image. So just taking this around and just going all around the edges, and it's quite a nice image to cut out. All of these designs are, because they don't have real clear edges. They're quite sketchy. So you can obviously, you know, don't have to be too precise with it. You can, you know, if you're not the best at fussy cutting, you can kind of get away with a little bit of it being off.
Yes, yeah.
So just go around this little bow.
Great.
And just always moving your cardstock rather than your craft knife. And it's so much easier to do that with the glass mat, because it just kind of spins a little bit better.
Is that the new glass mat?
It is, yeah. So just...
Yeah, I've not had it on any of my shows before.
Have you not?
No.
Okay, so let's just see if I've cut through all of that. So let's just pop that out there.
Right.
So just making sure you've got all those little bits.
Yes, yeah.
There we go. So that acetate then will just kind of tuck,
I like that.
in like that. Sorry, George. Yes. So I'm just going to snip along the bottom of that present as well. And then we can just bring that down a little bit more there.
Oh, that's really good.
Just so it sits kind of central in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get a little bit of our tape runner.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pop a little bit up in that corner there, just to kind of
secure it a little bit.
Secure that in place. Let me just get that a little bit more straight and central. And then I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to actually stick it down this side.
Okay.
So I'm going to, we could probably just go with our little tack actually, just to kind of keep that all in place.
Yeah.
And then we don't need to worry about sticking the acetate down anymore, because that little grip in that corner is going to hold it, but also it's kind of static, so it kind of holds itself in place anyway. So then we're going to go in with some of that mirror textures. Now this is where I'm just going to show you how easily you can take the centre out of this with your trimmer as well. So I'm just going to cut in our trimmer, and I'm just lining it up to just under an inch, kind of 3/4 of an inch, because you don't want to do it kind of too tight so that your edges are going to end up kind of meeting. You still want this to kind of tuck underneath the cardstock that you're laying it over. So there is a little bit of wastage, but when it comes to this, like that whole piece
huge
there,
amount, isn't it, that you've got
huge,
left
especially because we're making an 8x8 card. So that is actually like almost 6.5 inches.
Brilliant.
So that is obviously perfect for another card, but then we can go back to this, pop this onto our 8x8, and then that's just going to sit over it, and no one would know.
And the thing is, with that textured acetate as well, there's no way you're going to just want to hide that.
No, absolutely. You want to get your money's worth out of it, don't you?
Definitely.
So get this on first of all, and just pop this in. Or even if you didn't want to do it with your trimmer, maybe you've got some dies that you want to just use to cut out the middle as well. You can do it that way. So get that on first of all, and then pop this on. And again, you don't need to worry about, you don't have to worry about this being lifted up. It's not going to kind of dip in or anything where that cut is either. It's still going to be okay to pop down flat with your foam pads, your tape, sorry. And I'm just going to fussy cut this little bit of card blank off that's a little bit squiffy, or else that will You know me, I know me for the rest of my life.
For the rest of your life, you'll be thinking
will.
about it.
Do you know when you wake up in the middle of the night, I'll be like,
yeah.
that bit of cardstock that overhung the edge.
Yeah.
Genuinely. And then we can bring in that topper as well. So we can, again, tuck that underneath that gift there. And I'm going to keep all of that together. Obviously, you've got the frames that you could take out if you wanted to. You could take that really skinny kind of inner frame and pop some of that texture behind as well if you wanted to give it a little bit of a different look. So pop that onto there, and let me just grab some of our larger squares just to pop in the middle. There we go. So those ones around the edges are just going to keep those frames together as well. So if you're going to keep your toppers kind of like as a whole like this, I always like to just make sure the kind of all tucks in with the foam pads there, so they don't come loose at all. That can just sit under that side there. And then we've just got one of the little gift tags and our little sentiment as well. So I'll just get some of the ribbon. So I'm going to go with that blue as well, so it kind of matches. So I'm going to go with that. Oh, that's a bit too dark. I don't want that one.
You've got mixed.
I don't want that one.
A few different colours of blues, eh?
Honestly. I'm like Goldilocks. There's no pleasing me. I might just go with the gold, actually. What do you think? Or should we go with the copper?
Yeah, I like the gold, you know.
Not the copper.
I think I like that one. The
gold.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just do a little bow just to go on the top of our tag.
Super.
So just, I always like to tie a little knot in the middle first of all, just to kind of ground the loops, exactly like tying shoelaces. Just tuck that under. Brilliant. Yeah, 2 loops. Some people do 1 and then kind of wrap it round. Yeah.
I think I do that. The 1
loop.
Yeah.
There we go.
Just how you've been taught, isn't it?
Yeah, it is definitely just how you're taught and what you find easier, isn't it? So we'll pop our little tag on up at the top.
Amazing.
Pop this little one down on this side as well.
Great.
A little here's to you.
That's super.
And then I just need a little glue dot to pop my bow on.
Yeah.
So just pop that at the top of the tag, and then we can add
Amazing.
our bow.
Oh, I just love that
There we
so
go.
much. It's super, isn't it?
Good colour choice.
Yeah,
guys.
great colour choice.
Team effort.
Yeah, it really is. A few more samples as well that we've got here that we can just share. And then we are just going to whip through everything that is, of course, available within this show as well, because there is so much, of course, that we actually have that is there as well. So do, of course, take advantage now. We know, of course, that within this collection, which is the best way to buy it, the Ultimate Collection, you have got, of course, all of those toppers. You've got 2 of each of these. This comes as well with all the fabulous cardstock, whether it is foiled, whether it is non-foiled. You know, it's got so much, hasn't it, of course, within
It's just
this.
amazing.
It is. It's absolutely beautiful in terms of what we've got here. So you can buy that individually, but of course the best way to get it is within this collection. This also comes with the inserts, and it also comes with the opportunity to get the double-sided papers as well. So you can see you've got lots of beautiful inserts that just match perfectly, and then you've got a great array, a mix of double-sided papers, so many images as well. Basically, all of this is free completely if you want to go for the Ultimate Collection to get the double-sided papers and the inserts. It also comes with the little book, so you've got that as well. We can show you this individually again as well, because I know a lot of people tend to want to go for the Ultimate Collection and a little book on top. So 60% of the little book has sold now, but of course you've still got that chance, still 40% left, so that is £9.99, full of sentiments, full of so many different images, 120 pages altogether, which has 20 different designs in it. The ribbon, you did just use the ribbon. We've got so much of this, of course, as well. Yeah, look how much. I just think it's brilliant.
It's just fabulous. And it's just so nice to be able to, like I just did there, just get it all out and see what colours work and put them together.
Definitely. So we've got that there for you if you want to take advantage. That is 10 different colours, 2 metres of each. Then we've got the mirror. We've got a lovely mix of this.
The mirror is beautiful. Yeah, I just love the colour selection that you have in here. It definitely has that kind of masculine feel, doesn't it? But you have got a colour to work with, kind of like everything in here. It is just gorgeous. It really is beautiful. I love this kind of holly green that we've got in the front there as well. It's just so unusual.
Absolutely. And 8 different sheets that you've got there, 16 sheets altogether, so 2 of each of those colours. We've also got the adorable scoreable, which kind of matches perfectly actually with the mirror if you wanted to
it does. It does. It just gives you a different look, doesn't it? A different finish. So this is obviously going to be perfect for kind of that more kind of like almost like a satin kind of finish.
Yes.
But it really sets that mirror off then as well, you know, and just really shows that reflection beautifully.
Yeah. We've also got the textured mirror, which of course has been super, super popular. So much of this has been allocated. Of course, you've got the amazing swirls, of course, that you can see in different colours. You've then got this as well, where you've got the scripture. That also will come in 4 different colours. You then have the checks, which I thought were hexagons. So you've got checks that we've got there as well. And then you've also got this one, which I just think could look like confetti. It could look like bubble. It could look like anything, couldn't it?
It's fabulous, isn't it?
Magical, isn't it? And all of that, 16 sheets for £9.99 with that texture. Also, the acetate has been incredibly popular. Gold on one side, silver on the other. You are getting your scripture that you can see there. You'll also get your swells. So you've got those as well. You are going to get 4 of each of these. So it's brilliant that you're getting this. And just flip it over and you can see, of course, the silver or the gold. And you have, of course, got that one. And then one more, which just absolutely love. So you've got this one that we can see just here. So you'll get all of that for $11.99. And then we've got brand new dies.
We do, yeah. Love the dies. They are obviously designed to work with this collection, but also totally standalone products as well. They're just wonderful.
The argyle and the hexagon that you can see just there. If I spin them round, you can see both of them. Massive amount of metal work that you've actually got in this. I don't know if we can just pop back over one more time just at those samples, because I think when you actually see them like that, you can really understand kind of how beautiful they are, how perfectly they cut out as well. That lovely stitch detail, of course, around the argyle.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah. And if you want both, you do get that sale price, so it's where you're taking an additional £5 off of these as well. You're back to show more of this.
Yes.
6 o'clock?
Yes.
Yes, so we will be able to see loads more. If you have any questions in the meantime, please do send them through, because we can always then obviously pass them on to you for that show. Make sure that you are checking out, because there's so much within this. Of course, the Ultimate Collection, incredibly popular. And I'm really excited for you to get this home and work with it.
You'll love it.
Yes, we'll be back in a moment. We have got Sizzix. We have got a fabulous, fabulous show lined up for you. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a sec with that.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Hello, we are back with Eileen Hull, but it's the last day that you're here with us at HobbyMaker. You've got like your whole road trip actually written.
I do. I have the official apron, so I'm
I
ready
love that.
to work.
Shows actually where you've been, where
Yes,
you're going
these
to.
are all my stops.
So we're in the middle just here, Worcestershire.
Yep,
So then you're off to
that's
Stockport
right.
next, Wrexham and Hornsey as well.
Yes.
Super. It's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm tired thinking about it.
You're getting around.
Yeah.
Do you want to just give a quick introduction to yourself
Sure.
and a bit of background to you?
Yes, my name is Eileen Hull. I'm here from America. I design dies for Sizzix. I've been with them for about 15 years. And the dies I design are meant to be used with thick material like mat board, chipboard, leather, felt, heavy duty stuff. So what we make are kind of strong, sturdy boxes, books, and things that you're going to treasure. They're going to last a while.
Yeah. We have some superb deals, okay, today on the show. We have got some of Eileen's dies that we're going to be bringing to you. We've also got an epic deal on the Big Shot also. We've got brand new stencils, brand new opportunities for some dies as well. And we've got a few extra deals in here as well that have just been popped in at the last minute by Liam also of some of Eileen's other products, which we're going to bring in at the lowest prices ever. Wow. But this is your last day with us, so I know that all of these prices and deals all disappear at midnight today, so it is very much your final chance to be able to get them. Now, we do want to kick off, of course, to talk about the three opportunities on the dies that we've got. Now, there are three completely different projects here. You can create a box, your treasure box. You can also create your notebook, and then you've got the chance to create your drawers, your stacking drawers. We have so many incredible samples that really show you, you know, what you can do with these and what you can create as well, which is absolutely fabulous. Now, something I do need to let you know, okay, is that we do still have some individual stock of the boxes. So if you wanted to create this, you're thinking, well, I want to go for the individual, you can still get that. We have a very, very limited amount of stock on the treasure box, okay? Barely any left. I think we've got 2 or 3 left, that's it, in terms of the individuals of that, if people want it. I just want to show you that compared to this. Right, that is done with the exact same die. Me and Eileen were just talking about this. So this one is actually, can you see the lid there? Yeah. 2 of the lids have been put together to create that totally different size. So there's a lot you can do with it. It doesn't have to just be one sort of style, does it, really?
Right, yeah, whatever you need. The job to, you know, maybe you have something you want to put in there that's a little longer and flatter. You don't need the depth of this box.
Exactly. Yeah, it's super, isn't it? And they're so sturdy. That's the other thing.
That's true.
The third project that you can create is your notebooks, okay? You can't get this individually anymore. It completely sold out on yesterday's show. So the only way for you to be able to get this project is within this deal that we've got here. But the lucky thing for you is that we are going to do an absolutely amazing deal on this, because if you were buying them individually, we'd obviously be looking at the price on your screen, $122.97. Would you like to get this project completely for free? Yeah, me too. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to give you the notebook project for free today. So it does mean that you are basically just paying for those 2 projects and you are getting that for free. So saving over £30. We have also got it on a brilliant split payment opportunity. So it means you can actually take it home at under 30 at £28.66 and get them all. Plus, if you buy this deal, you are in with the opportunity to win this, okay? So 8 people across yesterday and today. There'll be 4 more winners today who buy this, who are going to win your Eileen Hull notepad. And if we open this up, you can see that it's all signed as well, which is absolutely lovely. It's personalised, it's signed, and 4 of you from today's orders will be getting this. We have 4 winners from yesterday as well, which I can announce. So they have been randomly selected across our show and also across the show that you had with Dave. So massive congratulations to these winners. We've got Cecilia Buckler, we've got Audrey Darlington, Anne Small and Jane Harding. So they're all going to be getting one of those notebooks, which is absolutely lovely.
Congratulations.
So that will be included with your order, that will be sent out to you, and we'll have 4 more winners from today's show, anybody who buys these, okay? Now, these dies, they're big, thick dies, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are called the Biggs dies.
Yes.
Not to be confused with the Thinlits dies.
No.
Yeah. So there's just a couple cutting pads that you need, one on the top, one on the bottom. You send it through, and it will cut anything up to about a 1/16 of an inch thick.
Okay. And actually, if you did see yesterday's show, you might have looked at these projects that are finished and thought, oh, I don't know if I can do that. It's quite difficult. It's so unbelievably easy. I mean, we're literally talking 1 or 2 passes depending on the project and the machine. And they're there, they're ready. And then it's about how you decorate it and the time you want to spend on that. And the wonderful thing as well is these projects work together, don't they? Because if you want to, you can actually pop 3 of your notebooks into the box. You could pop 3 of your drawers into the box. So all of them can kind of work so fluidly together, which is absolutely brilliant as well for you to be able to get this. Now, we are going to do a demonstration in a moment, but just before we come across to that, well done to everybody waiting on this. I do need to also, just mention that because of how busy the shows were yesterday, we are limited on this deal as well, okay? It's the only way you can get this. You can't get it individually anymore, but generally we have got limited numbers of stock across everything in today's show. The other deal that I just want to mention is the Big Shot Plus. Because we have also got an epic deal. This ends at midnight or when it sells out, because it has been put together very specially, obviously for you, with an epic saving, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
When you came in, you were like,
I would say, well, yeah. It is a great deal.
Yeah, isn't it? So if people haven't haven't seen this machine before, haven't used it, what would you sort of say about it, why you think it's a great machine to obviously get?
Okay. The best thing that I can see is that pretty much any die that you have, you can use with this machine. So this is a great one to have on your desk, and it is just going to be able to cut anything. The other thing that I forgot about yesterday is, because I'm right-handed, but if you're left-handed, you just turn it around and make it work for you. You just crank it through. The machine is pretty much guaranteed to be foolproof. If you put too much in here, it's not going to let you have it, it just won't go through. So it's kind of a just foolproof machine. It can cut a lot of heavy-duty materials. Also, the pressure on it is nice and deep. So I like using that for my embossing folders because it gives a really good emboss there. So
it's great that the Biggs dies go through this, because obviously we know there are other machines out there where you can only go for your thinner dies. So this one is perfect for your thin dies, whether it's from Sizzix or from other companies. But also with your thick dies, with your Biggs like this, you can use it on both. So it's really multi-purpose, I think, across that.
Yeah, and there are now 9-inch dies, so that, if you don't have this machine, you just can't use them. So
yes, definitely. And we saw, of course, with your mat board or your mount board yesterday, how easy this kind of just cut through that. So is it generally quite a lot of materials? Can they go through this? I mean, multimedia materials?
Yeah, anything basically up to a 1/16 of an inch. You can put it on your die and roll it through. So even what I was going to do today is take some mat board, add a layer of adhesive, and then add some paper to it. And we're going to roll that through, and it's just as easy. Super. It can take anything.
And we have a great deal. So this should be £254.41, because what you are getting today is you are getting your machine, of course, that's there, your Big Shot Plus, where you've got that really kind of open mouth as well to really fit the big dies. You then, on top of that, okay, are going to get all the plates. So you've got obviously the clear ones you're seeing here. Right. You also get your sandwich, everything that really that you need, kind of, don't you?
Exactly. With this. And that's another good thing, because people have questions about the sandwich. Well, it's either one way or the other. If you're using your Biggs dies, you're just going to need your 2 acrylic cutting pads.
Perfect. Yeah.
And then if you want your thinlets, you would use these 2. So it's really and plus the, you know.
Yes. Yeah. So it's coming with all 4 of those.
Yeah.
On top, okay, and you can see it just there, that image, on top of this, today, we are throwing in completely, basically, for free, because we are giving you 5 embossing folders, and I will show you those in a second, and we are giving you 3 texture rolls that are going to come with this deal. Now, if you jump onto our website, you can see that the Big Shot Plus machine is actually available at a discount on our website, because normally it sells for $169.99. We've currently got it with a £20 saving, so we're selling them for $149.99. Would you like us today to match that price? Yeah? But think about the fact that you are getting 5 embossing folders. Now, I've got the boards for these to show you what you're getting. And they're really personal to you, these embossing folders,
Yes, they are.
Aren't they?
These are cool. These are, well, those first one were spoons that I collected that have actual silverware patterns. That I just like to collect them. I love, it's like art to me.
Yeah.
The spoons. And then the next one is a tablecloth that I had from my grandma. So that is, those are some buttons. Yeah, I try to design like according to my life, and same with the buttons.
Yeah.
And this was actually a shirt that I owned, and I like the pattern.
Yeah. Amazing.
Then, the keys are from my dad's place, so I was happy when they could make that design.
Yeah, definitely. So all 5 of those embossing folders are coming to you, plus 3 of the texture rolls.
Wow.
Okay, so you've got the tan, you've got the gold, and you've got the white, and we are going to match the price that we are currently selling the Big Shot Plus at $149.99. So we're not charging you any extra. We are just giving you all of that. Now, a huge amount of the stock yesterday went, well over half our allocation. So it does just mean we have what is left, and at midnight this deal will end. Okay, that 4-page graphic, that 4 split pay is available for you as well. So it does mean that today you don't even need to pay $149.99. No, because what you can do is you can actually split that across 4 months if you want to. So a superb opportunity that we are seeing just there for all of those embossing folders, of course, as well as the texture rolls completely for free. You're still getting the machine, you're getting all of the plates as well for that brilliant price, but that deal ends at midnight with it being the last day. It's exciting, isn't it?
It's a good one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. One other thing before we come to demo as well, which we're just going to share with you, is the fact that you brought these brand new, this fabulous stencil collection, as well as a die collection that we've got.
Yeah.
And this is superb. It comes with your 4 layered stencils, as you can see there. It's all got the instructions, and you can create this, but we also saw you using just 1 layer if you wanted to. It's so usable, isn't it, with the flowers?
Yes.
And then it also comes with this. Now, if I just spin this around, you can see how much metal work is actually in this as well. And, you know, we always generally say flowers and butterflies tend to be the most used embellishments and things that we have. So that is just perfect.
Yeah.
And this, again, will go through the Big Shot Plus, won't it?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yes.
Should we do a deal on this as well?
Yeah.
We love a deal.
Yeah, why not?
So we will take that straight down for you again to £28.99. Wow. Usually, if you wanted to just buy the stencil on its own, that would be $21.99. So in essence, this is £7 for that amount of metal, that amount of dies that we've got as well, which works perfectly to cut out the stencils if you want to, or of course to use individually of this as well. So a brilliant opportunity. Over half of it has gone. You've got a great sample just there, haven't you?
Well, this is the watercolor that I recently started doing watercolors, and I'm you know still practicing. But we thought that would be cool to take this as a kind of you know, the jumping off point for the stencil. So that's how this came about.
Oh, such a lovely thing to see the inspiration, I think, behind it as
well.
So yes, super discount price on that as well. Should we come to your first demo?
Yeah, and before we do, if I could just show some ideas for this notebook.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant.
Some other things that you can cut, because as we said, the Big Shot Plus is a great versatile machine. So these are some of the samples that I have from my team, who are amazing, and I say thank you, team. So Sharon is actually on the team.
Yes.
So this one, she used the stencil on the notebook. So it shows how versatile they are, that you can mix and match.
Definitely.
And this is some of the smaller flowers.
Perfect.
This one I thought was just
pretty,
beautiful. Yeah, and she made just like really pretty.
Yeah.
Now that's from another collection, so you can use these pieces, you know, together. Here is a card that Sharon made with the stencil. And then here is one that Amy made, and the pieces were cut out using the thinlets.
Okay.
So they can translate anywhere. Yeah, this one is a beautiful needle case made by Jenny, and this is made out of felt, and that's you know, so again, you can cut it out of all kinds of different materials. Now Pam did an interesting thing, and she cut the notebook and then added a little thing to make it into kind of a book box. That's my family, actually.
Oh, that's amazing, isn't
that's
it?
my
oh, how lovely.
granddaughter. It's just having a birthday. I won't be there for it, but...
Oh, no, how old is she?
She's going to be 2.
Oh, how
cute. Little Clara, yeah.
They're a great little age, aren't they, at 2?
Yes, they are, running around, this is one that used the notebook, and... This was from Teresita, and she made a little notepad, but she kind of did some crazy quilting, and it's made out of denim. So you can see all the different looks that you get from the one die. So what I would like to do is die cut one and put some embossing on it.
Okay, yeah, super.
All right, so I have all my stuff today, a little more organized.
Awesome.
See how it works. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do, I cut down my mat board to the size of the die. Sometimes I do that because I might be able to use that other little piece for something. So I have some double-sided adhesive. I'm going to put that on my mat board. All right, so we're going to have that ready to go. And you can go ahead and cut that.
Yeah, brilliant. And I think this is where, as well, if you know you didn't realise how well the big dies actually cut, it's amazing just how quickly this goes through, and then the project is created.
Yeah, so I'm gonna bring this over, and you'll notice it's just 2 cutting pads I have to think about. Very nice. And when I do cut this, because I have room here, now if I had the Big Shot, I would just roll it through. On here, I have the option of turning it sideways, which distributes the, on the rollers, it's not as much stress, and it kind of helps it to go through easier. Just something I do, but...
Yeah, it's nice to pick up those extra tips.
Yeah. And I did turn it over, so the adhesive is going to be on the front of my book.
Perfect.
Okay? So now I have my cover. But what I want to do is emboss, and I was thinking we could use one of those embossing folders.
Yes, that would be a great idea.
Do you have one over there that I could use?
Let me go and grab you one.
Yeah, I had another one, but it's like, why not?
Yeah, it's all right. I'll just grab you one. Have you got any preference?
Exactly what it will look like. Oh, where did it go? All right, they left me alone. Sherilyn, you may
I've gone to try and find an embossing folder from Chris.
Well, we're not sure where they went.
Folders that are on the display.
Let's see if there's another folder somewhere. We don't know.
He's going to grab
they already... Okay, here we go. We're going to get one. Okay, so I'm going to use some of the Sizzix paper, and we're going to emboss that with the folder. Now, we're going to have to change our platform a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
Now, because this is a 3D folder, all right, let's look on here and see. So you know, all right, here it is, 3D texture impressions. That's what we want to emboss. So we're going to take that. The shim we don't need. All right, so we're just going to take the button folder here.
Yep, super.
And we're going to do half. And then we're going to do the other half. Now, one thing that I would do is spritz this with water.
Okay.
Because that helps it to kind of fit, it molds it in a little better, and you know, we don't want to break our fibers, so that just gives us a little bit of leeway there. So let's roll that through. And with this you only need one cutting pad. So I'm going to take that out of the bottom. And see, we could even roll it through sideways. So let's do that. All right, now they say for a 3D folder, you roll it through 3 times, I think.
Okay,
Two is good. But we will do that again, and you can see, look at that. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah. And of course, all of these embossing folders do come completely for free, just by buying the Big Shot Plus today.
Yeah, these are good ones. I may be a little biased.
No, I don't know. They're very cool, aren't they? But at the same time, you've got that almost vintage because you've got a story.
It's vintage for me.
Yeah, super.
Yeah, but buttons are kind of universal, so everybody would like that.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so let's roll that one through, front and back. And you can see this is not really much effort at all. All right, and then we've got our buttons.
I love that.
Okay, now we're going to cut it, so we're going to switch this out again.
Yeah.
So everything you need is here, all ready to go.
Yeah, super.
And, you know, at the same time, we could cut our pages. Yes. So I have taken some Sizzix cardstock, and I've just folded them into quarters.
Yep.
So you can see I just folded in half and over again. And we are going to use the die to make our pages for the book. So let's do this first. So now what I want to do is actually, I'm just going to stick that on there, don't you think? It's a little wet, but I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, I'll be able to pop that on.
Yeah.
We have just had a question as well, just asking what the actual size exactly of the Big Shot Plus is. So we have got the dimensions from the Sizzix website for you. You've asked for the width and the length of the Big Shot Machine Plus. So you can see that just there. We've just highlighted that for you. So approximately 15 3/4 inches by 11 3/4 inches by 7.5 inches. So that should hopefully answer your question and see if it's the right machine for you.
All right. You know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to actually... I don't know if we can line that up. I'm not going to risk it. I am going to trim around here. So let's first cut our pages while we have this out. So what I was talking about yesterday, we had used copy paper. Now this is a little bit thicker.
Yeah, it is.
But what we're going to do is take this fold here and just place that on the die.
Okay.
And you can see there are 3 score lines here. And these go halfway down into the die. So we want to place this before those lines because if we put it on top, we would have a cut-up piece of paper and not a nice folder. So sometimes when I'm doing this, I'll take like a piece of tape and tape it there so that it, you know, doesn't move while I shift it. Because these cutting pads are large, but if you wanted to, you could take your standard size cutting pads and put that on here so it's less bulky. So, all right, so let's just cut. And you can see now we've got this nice little book. So I have a couple. So
I think it's just so good that actually you can create the cover, but it's not just the cover. The fact that you're then creating the papers and you're getting the perfect sizes as well, so you haven't got to worry about it at all. And this is just one of the 3 projects that, of course, you're getting for that price of $85.99.
Yeah, those boxes are handy. I love that they fit 3 in there.
I know, I know.
Yeah.
3 of those that'll actually pop in there as well, which is brilliant.
All right. So I have a couple more to do. I hope this is not boring.
It's nice to have the mix of colours as well, isn't it?
I know.
Actually?
I thought kind of rainbow, and it's nice and sunny out.
Spring, exactly.
I know. I've been told that I brought the sun.
You did.
So
we felt like you did.
Okay. They don't want me to go.
It has. It's literally been such bad weather, hasn't it?
It has been. The first day we got here was a little rainy. But, you know, it had to clear out. And
well, yesterday it was like really sunny, and then suddenly it was just like thunder, lightning, and I was like, what has just happened last night?
All right, so we probably have enough. I have some more colors, but all right. Now let's see. So let's get our book here, and I'm going to. Now the only thing that I think I should have thought of was that I've got these score lines, so I'm not sure when I bend it what's going to happen. So I would have done this a different way if I had thought about it. But
That's okay then. And I think that's what's great actually about the projects is the fact that the score lines are already in there though, like which kind of come initially from the actual die. You know, it's not like you've kind of got to measure things out yourself or add anything. You know, everything's been done. The engineering and the concept is absolutely brilliant.
Right, and on some of the other books that I've done, like the holes are punched so you don't have to measure.
Yes,
really nice. Yeah. So, all right, let's see what happens. All right, I thought I had it planned out. You guys know how that is when you're working on a craft project and you think you have it all covered.
Yes.
But no. All right, that's when you get creative.
100%.
And we're going to do that on TV.
Oh, always. I think it's the best place to do it.
All right, I'm a little nervous when we bend this, but let's see. Oh, it's bending right around. You know what? It may help that was wet.
Yes,
and it's just
going to
going
move
right
with it,
around. Look at that. That's good.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you, whoever was in charge of that. Okay, so it worked. So the next thing that we're going to do is we have our little pages here.
Okay. Yeah.
And we can mix these around, or we can put them all, you know, interspersed.
Yes, yeah.
So we can do maybe 3 in a signature. So let's kind of alternate them.
Okay.
These are pretty, nice and bright.
Yeah.
And then we'll do the same thing here. And then what I'm going to do is take my crocodile and we're going to punch a hole in the sides of...
So I think what's been really nice actually with the amount of samples that we've had is that you can see how different every notebook can actually be as well.
Right,
because,
exactly.
You know, some people have sort of, you know, just sort of used elastic, haven't they, for example?
Right.
Like other people have done bookbinding with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different kind of techniques you can do depending on what you like doing or what you want to learn, of course, from YouTube and things like that, or your group.
What I'm doing here is I'm looking on the edge of my book and I'm just punching 2 little notches here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to set my elastic inside so that it doesn't move when we close it and the books aren't kind of flopping around.
Yes, yeah.
Let's see here. There's one. Doesn't want to go, but all right, good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got my elastic, and I'm just going to string that through here.
Lovely. Yeah.
Twice. And do it pretty tight.
Yeah.
But not too tight.
Yeah, just the right.
Well, these
right
are
tightness.
the same height. If we had shorter books, then that might kind of squish them. So you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I can never tie these. I need a third hand.
I know.
Charlene, could you put your finger down there?
Yeah, of course I can. Yeah.
All right, there we go. Always craft with a friend.
Yeah, always more enjoyable.
Lend her finger for you to make a knot.
Got it?
Okay, yep. All right, let me do one more.
So do remember, of course, that this individual project that we're just looking at the moment has completely sold out. So if you are wanting to get the die for the notebook, then it is, of course, only available as part of this big collection where we're actually throwing it in for free, which is just brilliant. You have also got the opportunity to get the treasure box and the stacking drawer box. We'll be doing lots of demos today, but of course you can always look back on yesterday's shows as well, where we had fantastic demos, if you want to kind of watch them back as well. Did you want me to hold
Yes,
it
I do.
for you? There we go.
If I can grab it here.
Perfect.
I'm just going to use...
Yeah, and then pop my finger. Yeah.
Yep.
There you are.
Okay, there
Got
we
it.
go.
Perfect.
All right, so let's just put these in here. This is the most fun part, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so we're just going to thread these in. And this is kind of a traveler's notebook style.
Okay.
So you can take them in and out when you want to add photos or whatever it is. And you can have your knot on the inside or outside, however you like. This one is still kind of drying here, so. But look at that. In, what, 10 minutes? We made a book.
Wow.
So these kind of sit right in there. Yeah. So there we
So,
go. Look
so
at this
good,
cute
isn't
little
it?
book.
Yeah, it's absolutely lovely.
Lovely.
So, of course, within this collection, you are getting that. You are getting the notebook, which you've just seen how easy it is to actually be able to create that. You also will be getting the treasure box that you can see, which if you do want to get this one individually, I think we've got about 3 final chances to get this. And, of course, you can see from the second sample that if you wanted to sort of make it a bit smaller or anything like that, you could use 2 lids. You've got the base if you just wanted it to be open like that, and there's so many different things that of course you can pop into each of these as well. We are giving you a slight discount as well, so it's $39.99 if you want that one individually. We've also got the individual available with the boxes, and you know, I absolutely love these drawers where you can actually make as many as you want. You can make 1, 3, you can kind of stack them up more if you want to as well. And again, yesterday we did show the demonstration of that and how easy it is to be able to put this together. So they again are a little bit of a discount on that if you want it individually at $39.99. But if you would like to get all 3 of these projects, that is the best way to do it, where we're actually giving you that mega saving on them, where we're basically giving you the notebook completely for free today. And you can get these at £85.99. So a superb opportunity for you to be able to take advantage of those. And remember, if you do buy, of course, from this as well, you're all popped in to the competition to be able to win one of Eileen Hull's signed jotters that we've got here. We've announced 4 winners who won from yesterday's show. We've got another 4 people who will win from today's show as well. So, yes, we will announce them. I think it'll be tomorrow. Now, I have got a few extra deals, haven't we, that have been popped onto this show as well, OK? I mean, yesterday, if you were watching the show, we were literally like sold out of so many things. So we've managed to squeeze in a few extra deals. Now, this, wow, this is absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
I love this. I think this was the first show I did with Sharon, was actually creating this.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah. It's absolutely brilliant. Do you remember what date this was on? Does it show just in the history? Because if people want to watch the show back of how to create this, you can do on our YouTube. And it was the 8th of January that we did the show on this. So yeah, pop on YouTube and you can watch that whole demonstration back, which is lovely. Because I remember first seeing it and thinking, oh, you know, is this going to be difficult to make? And then actually, it really wasn't.
It's very repetitive. Yeah.
Once you've done the first bit, and
you do the first layer, and then you just build up.
Yeah, and it's absolutely fabulous. We've got some finished samples to be able to sort of show you some pictures of in a moment as well. Now, we've only ever sold this at the price on your screen, £59.99, and it has sold brilliantly at that price, as you would expect, because it's got this super movement, hasn't it? When you actually get this,
it's a cantilever, which means it like comes out from the middle and expands.
Yeah, it's super. And you can actually see on the back, it has all the instructions, of course, that come with it as well, which is super. Should we get it straight down? We've already got a lot of interest on this. We're going to take it straight down to under £50 for you to be able to get this. Once again, if you're making to sell, this is a superb design that we've actually got as well. And you can get this on split pay today, so it is going to mean that you can take it on a 2-way split pay. And here's a couple of bits that Sharon made, obviously, when we did the shows with her.
So pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take any paper. You could use fabric.
Yes.
Cover that with adhesive and then cut it. You could use the drawers individually. Actually, I did a project that had the base of our box that we use today, and the drawers fit inside that.
That's good.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Oh, look at that as well.
Yeah, make one for spring. I made one for my granddaughter for her birthday, and for her Barbie.
So nice.
You know,
all the little bits that they
her little skates and her shoes and everything. Yeah.
Okay, so we're at the lowest price ever already, okay? Because it's only ever been $59.99, but it's your final day with us here. So do you know what? We're going to go a bit lower. We're not even going to stop at this price today. This is a today-only deal, just to let you know. As soon as midnight hits, this goes back up to $59.99, which is where it's always been sold in the past. We wanted to do some special deals, of course, while you're here, and everybody is taking advantage of this. So even if you've already bought that at $49.99, don't worry, you will still be paying the same low price, because that is what happens here. Are you ready in 7 seconds for this to go even lower, okay? It's the best ever price already. It's about to get even better, because we're actually going to take it to $39.99 today. So good, isn't it? So a £20 saving. Plus, double split pay is on, which doesn't normally come on unless it's over £50. You could actually take it home for £20.
What?
So good.
That's great. That is a fun. And, you know, I don't know if you guys, in America, we have wooden sewing boxes that do that, you know, and that's how
absolutely.
I designed that one from one that my mom had, and my grandmother had one too.
Yeah. It's just super, isn't it? Yeah. I'm thinking little bobbles, things like that as well.
Right.
You could put like little earrings in,
or
on your dressing table.
A jewelry box would be beautiful, or just little ephemera that you wanted to tuck away. And actually on that one, the drawers, you could do a single stack of like 10 of them, and they take up very little space.
Absolutely.
To store things.
A little bit of wait on the phone line, so do make sure you're taking advantage of that if you can. It is a today-only price, always been $59.99, and we'll go back to that price, but we have got it today with a £20 discount on that.
Wow.
Now, we do have another deal for you as well. In fact, we've got a few more deals that we're able to share with you. But this I really like, the embroidery hoop. Super, isn't it?
That is a fun one too, because you can actually use that as an embroidery hoop. You'd have to use thin fabric, but it's, you know, you can use it. Or as a frame, there's a circle that comes in the middle, which you could use as a base for something. There's so many ways you can use this, especially if you like to stitch like I do.
Again, 8th of January, if you want to see the demonstrations on this, we are going to take it once again to the lowest price ever. This has never been under £20 before. We're going to take it there today, £19.99 for you to be able to jump in and take that. It's one of the big styles, again, that you've got, of course, just here. So if you have managed to get the Big Shot Plus deal, then that's going to be perfect with that. But first home ever, under £20, and of course, that is a deal until midnight. Now, something else that seems like the perfect accompaniment as well to the collection that we're selling today is this, the needle book.
That's a fun one. That is, you know, you saw some of the samples that I had here. Well, this is kind of a mini version of that, and it's a perfect size for needle case. So you can, again, you can cut that out of leather, out of felt. And there's some cool samples that Sharon did.
These were great. Again, this was on Sharon's show that we managed to do. I think that was from the 8th again, so you can watch back on that. And you can see they've actually got some of the embossing
the folders.
that we've got as the folders.
I know. And if you have you want to do a little, you know, maybe you don't want to make a needle case, but it's a tiny book. I mean, you can just make like a little... you know, a trip to Disney or something with a couple photos in it, and you can make it in an evening. Use it as like a little, you know, journal.
Now, once again, this has never been under £20, okay? We are going to do that for you today. We probably will have a bit more of an in-depth look at this in the later show that we've got as well. But right now, $19.99 for you to be able to jump in and take advantage. So it could be a super kind of starter project as well if you haven't made anything like this, I think, before.
It's so easy. It's the same as the notebook. It's just you cut it in one pass and you're done. It's great if you have scraps of paper or felt or anything to just cut a couple and then have them by your sewing stack, and you can just, you know, do a little blanket stitch around the edge. They're really fun.
They're super. So all of those never been at those lowest prices. We wanted to give you some extra deals there today, so do, of course, jump in. Elizabeth, Sarah, new crafters there in Yorkshire. We've got Bridget in Bristol. We've got Carol in Devon. Well done to you just jumping in and getting that. A superb opportunity under 20 for the first price. Now, we will come back across to carry on with your demonstrations in a moment, but just before that, I just want to come back to a quick reminder of the Big Shot Plus deal that we have. This has been so popular. Now, we are aware that this is the final day for this deal, okay? Now, we have matched the price, £149.99. That is the price for the Big Shot Plus on its own, okay? We go to our website, that's what you're going to pay. But what we have set up for you is an Eileen Hull special, where you are going to get the Big Shot Plus. You'll get all of the plates that come as standard with it. You will then get 3 of your texture rolls that are coming basically completely for free. Your white, your tan and your gold. You will then also get 5 embossing folders for free. So your crochet mandala, your vintage buttons, your keys, your tablecloth and your silverware. Now, we should be looking at sort of £80+ for those bits. Instead, they are completely for free today. And you can get it on split payments of £37.49 if you'd like to. So it is an absolutely epic deal for you you to be able to take advantage of. Okie dokes, what did you want to do next?
Well, I just thought let's finish this off with some little flowers that we die cut yesterday. When we, and the other thing I was thinking was Sharon has her texture, what do you call this, sculpting kit.
Okay.
So I like to do this to my flowers. This might be a good time. So there's a little mat, and Sizzix has these little kits. So I work on this, and then I take one of my ball tools, depending on the size of the flower. And so what I like to do is just kind of start in the center, I rub, and you can see how that starts to curl up, and then I turn it over, and you just go and kind of rub in the middle of the flower so you get some nice dimension on your flower, and then do it again, and look at how that kind of curls up. Yeah. So let's do that with some of our leaves, and then we'll put this on our book.
Yeah, super.
Yeah,
such pretty dies, I think, as well.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's fun to design them, I have to say, because I make what I want, and then I hope that other people want them too. But I love flowers and nature, and so it's easy to be inspired by all of that.
It's amazing.
Yeah, so these go really quickly. Let's just do a couple leaves. I can pick them up.
Perfect.
And you don't have to go all through, just enough to make them kind of pop up. So let's put some on our book. And I have some tacky glue here. I have to see what it is. I have Sharon's stuff. So first I try to make like a little arrangement and make sure I have it where I want it. And then I... Look at that. Wouldn't that be cute?
Lovely,
you could put somebody's name on there, or just make... And you saw how fast that was.
Yeah, exactly.
And this would be pretty for like a spring wedding, you know, like the bridesmaids. You could make them a little notebook, planning book for the wedding.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's lovely. And then you've got something really sentimental, haven't you, then, to be able to keep?
Yeah, and they'd always remember. Oh. And actually the... those photo, like the Instax, those photos fit in this book.
Ah, lovely.
The size of it, yeah. So you could take little snapshots and have them in there to remember. Yeah. Or birthday parties for your 2-year-old granddaughter.
Yeah.
So this is cute. I think I'll do one more leaf. And that's that. I mean, how hard was that?
No, not difficult at all, was it?
I know, even on TV. So if you were at home, it would be a lot easier.
Exactly, not even trying to get the cameras in the right places.
That's right. Yeah, I'm going to put my... I don't want to mess up Sharon's glue, so... Yeah.
Lovely.
All right, and we'll just put a little dot right in there and stick that in there. And I think that's really cute.
Me too. Really, really pretty. And works really well actually with the embossing folder, I think, as well.
Yeah, it does. It's kind of a nice background. It kind of, to me, looks like, not the sky, but just a nice, pretty color. And then you also have the dimension of the buttons, so it's kind of
super. So if you do want that die, you can get it individually, but of course the best way to get it is part of this set, where you are getting this brilliant amount of metalwork. So you've got that really large central die that will kind of cut out into the stencil if you want to, and then you've got all of the individual flowers, the individual leaves that you've just seen Eileen using just there as well. Plus it comes with this brilliant stencil where you are getting, of course, 4 layers. So you've got, they're all numbered as well, so obviously when you are kind of working to put them together, you'll know which layer to go to first, second, third and fourth, but you can see you can use them all individually as well, depending if you just want, you know, foliage, if you just want flowers, anything like that as well. And it does come with instructions, pictures here, and also of course you have got all of the written instructions inside here as well. So that is there at that fabulous price of under £30 today. Normally that is £21.99, that's £19.99, and yet of course you can take both of them home today at £28.99. So an absolutely superb deal for 2 brand new pieces. What have you got just there, a little box?
Okay, well this is where I kept my my flowers, so I didn't lose them. Yeah, and I think in the next show So what we'll do is put together one of these.
Yes, yeah.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So a few people just asking again about the Big Shot Plus deal as well. Yeah, it is an absolutely remarkable deal that has been put together, obviously for Eileen being here. We are reducing it from £254 down to £149.99. If you are getting these big styes, then you know, of course, that they will go through this, which they won't go through some of your other machines. You can still put your thinlet dies from Sizzix through this. You can still put, of course, any of your other thin dies from other companies through this as well. Being manual, I think it's brilliant that you don't need electric. So if you're the Caravan or anything like that, you can have it as well.
Yeah.
And obviously that sort of larger opening as well, knowing that you can fit in so many different dies.
I can fit anything in there. Yeah, I do like the just the sturdiness of this machine. I know that it's always gonna. I mean, they're workhorses, and like you said, there's a switch, and I have a switch. I like it, but for my dies, I don't know. When I teach, I use the Big Shots, and they're portable. Now this one I have on my desk, and it's just like my go-to. It's right there. I know it'll cut anything, and it's my friend.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think people know, don't they, which one they like the best, and then they have other ones for different, different
uses,
different, sizes of dies, things like that.
Yeah, and that's nice about Sizzix, that you have anything you need. Like this switch, I like for my intricate dies.
Yes, okay.
For my other, ones where I have to just like kit for classes, I'm going to use this because I know it's just going to roll right through and boom. I can stack them up.
And it's perfect, isn't it? I mean, like you see that definition when we've sort of seen this with the big styes. It is, it's just brilliant how you immediately get the score lines, you immediately get it cutting, even through the likes of, your mat board, your mount board as well. And it is at that deal price today where we're matching the price that we usually just sell the Big Shot Plus machine at, but instead we're giving you £80 worth of goodies. So we are talking 5 embossing folders, 3 texture rolls, all completely for free with this machine as well. Do you think it's easy for new crafters as well, this one, in terms of the plates?
And I'll tell you why. Because if you look on these cutting pads, any questions you have, I mean, they're pictures. Oops, I'm upside down.
That's good, yes.
Okay, I want to cut a thinlet die. How do I do it? This. They exactly have the right platform. And same here. Am I going the wrong way again? And so even I will... sometimes I experiment and I need to know what is the right way, and I look on here, it's like, oh yeah, okay. So I still use this even though I've been using the machine a long time. And it's just a good reference.
Then, can you really?
No, you can't go wrong. And that's, so for a beginner, all you need to do is look at the product that you want to cut or emboss, find it on here, and then just, build it up with that platform. And it's only 2. The cutting pads are the same. There's no A, B, C, D, whatever. It's these 2 are the same, and usually you need those to cut either the steel rule dies, the thick ones, or the thinlets, and then it's just a question of, do I need just this one or both of them? So it's really not hard to use at all. And children, I mean, kids can use this, or older people with, anybody that wants to. I like to use this if I'm doing a lot of mass makes, because technically you could put like 2 big styes on here at the same time and roll through.
And it's easy as well. I mean, that rolling motion, it's something that we were saying, if you had dexterity issues, like you say, if you're younger, you could still use this machine to create some brilliant projects. So we've got about 10 minutes left on the show. Would you like to show anything else, whether it's with the stencil, one of the boxes, whatever you'd like to do?
We can do some stenciling.
Yeah, perfect.
I like that, All right, so I have my...
And this is the brand new stencil, don't forget. It's one of those layering stencils where you get full stencils to be able to create the most beautiful, beautiful image.
Yeah, so I am going to be... And actually, we have a tip to show you, because yesterday I was doing... I did my stencil, and then I was trying to figure out how to place this on... To find it, because it's like a bouquet of flowers, and they all look the same. So what we did, what Sharon said was, let's get a... Oh, wait, did we do it? We didn't do it. But what I'm going to do is take a Sharpie marker and put on there, like, where my die goes.
I see,
you know what I mean? So then I know this is where I'm going to line that up.
Yes,
this
once
and
it's
this.
marked.
Then I'll... So anyway, and then on the other hand, I thought too, keep this, so then I know I can just kind of place this in here and then turn it.
So, of course, yeah. And you can see just there
up.
from where you've actually die cut that out. That's what we've been talking about with that large die,
the
how
part
it fits
that
perfectly onto the stencil.
Right. We couldn't fit all of the flowers on this, you know, packaging, so that's why we picked.
It's a nice area though, isn't it? It's nice.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's great because it fits on the front of a card.
Yes, yeah, perfect.
So yeah, let's go ahead and do some stenciling. Okay. Because it's fun, relaxing. We can all use that. Yeah. So let's get our ink out and our brushes. And I'm using my beautiful brushes from my friend Beth Kingston. They're working great, and ink from Catherine Pooler. So we haven't used that color yet, so let's use that. And you can't go wrong with a blue.
I know the name of that, oh boy.
Yeah, they have, it's a girl, and they have, oh boy.
That's good.
Let's see, what else? We need something for this, that's a girl.
Yeah, it's a girl.
Let's do pink and yellow. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do 2 colors this time. All right, let's see, or a nice background. Okay, so what I'm going to do, here's my stamp and stencil tool. So I keep this on here to protect the surface so it doesn't get lint or anything. So I'm going to place that down.
I love this tool. I think we still not have any in stock at the moment.
A great tool.
Yeah. We sold hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them the last time that Pete was on, and I think that's why we've got a bit of a gap until we're managing to sort of bring them back on.
Get them back, yeah. All right, let's do, actually, you know what? I had a tip for this. I'm not going to do that now because I might mess it up. That's all right. We'll do it in the next show. All right, because we're going to make plaid, and that's an idea from my friend Susie. I would love to invite you guys to join our fan club, because in the fan club, everybody puts their ideas together, and together we can all create and have all these great ideas.
And especially, there's some days where you actually feel a bit like, I've not got any inspiration myself.
I just don't know.
You can get it from somebody else.
Right. Yeah, so you can watch and see what everyone else is doing and say, hey, there's something I want to do. How would I do it? Or somebody that is new that comes to the group. So join the Eileen Hull Fan Club group on Facebook. And the other thing is I do videos twice a week.
Oh, super.
So you can come on there and watch and see ideas for other ways to use the dies, because I always want to give a good value, because when I'm looking to buy a tool, I want that when I spend the money. I want to know I can do more than one thing with that.
Yes, definitely.
So this is just a little background that I'm doing, laying that down. And then we'll do our flowers. Take that off.
And I do like that they're all numbered as well, these stencils, so you do know which way to
Yeah, the numbers are up here. Let me just make sure, because, good thing we checked. I'm glad you said that.
Spin it round.
I wouldn't have done that, right? Well, then we would just flip all of them over.
Exactly, it wouldn't matter, would it?
No. And in fact, you might want that look, if you want something a little different. And the pink is so pretty. You can do varying shades. Did you want to do some? You want to try it?
Yeah,
it's really fun.
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
I know, I did. I enjoyed it yesterday.
Yeah.
Having a little go. It is really relaxing, isn't it?
It's so soft. Isn't it smooth the way it goes on there?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is. And also, because the stencil's so good, I know I can't really go wrong.
Right.
So that's what the nice thing is.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right. I'm not trying to make you work any harder. It is relaxing.
It is.
I have to say. All right, so let's use more of the sage green this time. How much time do we have?
We've got a couple more minutes.
See how that's on here? I can see that's not right.
Okay.
So when I wash them, I turn them.
Yes,
I should have turned them all the same way. See, you could learn all the stuff not to do by watching me.
That's what we need, don't we, as well?
Maybe. I wish I was doing it the right way. But, I think it does help people to know everybody messes up.
And that's just why it's well worth just checking, obviously, where it has kind of got the numbers on, because if that number's up, then it's the right way around to fit with the...
Right orientation.
Yeah.
And even if I'm going over this little color underneath, that's not a big deal. That looks fine. I tend to grip them down here.
There.
I don't know if everybody does that, but we all get our way of doing things.
Yeah.
You have to do what's comfortable for you, right?
And it sort of makes sure we get the precision, I think, then as well.
Yeah, I feel like I can direct the pressure where I want, and if I want to make it darker or lighter. Yeah, it's just fun. And if I want to give some shading, now there is another stencil.
Yes.
And let's just do that on top.
Super.
I'm going to use the same color, but just by pressing down a little more, that's going to give more dimension to it.
Lovely.
Again,
spin.
Wrong way. Okay.
There we go.
That's all right.
Perfect.
So just see how you're just making that a little bit darker.
Yeah. I think it's great to actually get those sort of veins going through the
Yeah.
lips, which makes them look even more real, doesn't it?
Right. Yeah.
Super. And do remember, of course, that this does come, as we mentioned as well, with the die set. So these are both brand new, discounted from $41.98 down to $28.99 for you to be able to get these as well. And we will just see the reveal on this, and then I'll just give a quick recap of a couple of other things as well.
Okay. Just do this really quickly in the center here. And did you tell the folks in the U.S. about the good shipping?
Oh, I mean, it's absolutely brilliant, isn't it?
It's
Obviously,
crazy.
if you do shop with us, whether you're in the US, UK, it is that one-off postage and packaging charge. So it's just £3.95 here in the UK, or, of course, if you're in America, it's $12.95. And it means you can just buy... I mean, we have Hunky Dory on today, for example, who also ship to the US. So you can be buying from Hunky Dory, buying from Sizzix, buying as much as you want, and you'll still only get that one-off postage and packaging, which is just brilliant.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. Okay, are you ready?
Super. Yes, go on. Wow,
look at how pretty.
Wow, and that is why it is just so great to have such a phenomenal stencil set, because that is the outcome you're going to get by creating this and just by following each of those layers and building it up as well. Plus then, if you want to die cut them out, don't forget you've got the die to fit a big portion of that stencil as well to get each of those flowers perfectly cut out as well. Bit of a wait on the phone lines for these two. Do just bear with us. Our call centre are doing their best and you will be able to get through. Now, we have a couple of other deals that we've squeezed into the show, so do look back on those. The Needlebook has been incredibly popular. Now, we have, for the first time ever, decided to take this under £20. It has never been there before. It is here today for you to be able to get it, so make sure that you're taking advantage of that. Now, Eileen will be back in an hour, so we're going to be able to see more demos, we'll be able to see more in depth of this as well. Remember, there is the £20 saving on this one as well. There's just so much on the web, so make sure you are checking out those baskets. I will be back in a moment with another fantastic show, and I do think some of the product in the next show could cross over beautifully, kind of in terms of creating with these books, so it's going to be really lovely to see. I'll see you in a moment with that.
Hi everyone, Andy here from HobbyMaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, HobbyMaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From HobbyMaker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's HobbyMaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Okay, hello. Well, what an exciting hour we've got here. It's just beautiful. I actually think, like, you know, as I've sort of walked across and you just see it all displayed, it's so different and so pretty. Now, we have got Janie here, so welcome. It's lovely to have you back with us. Do you want to give a little bit of an intro into yourself? I know most people know who you are, but for anybody new.
Well, you'll see from what we're doing today is kind of entomology themed, and that's one of my things. I love museums and things like that. But Janie's Originals as a whole is small family business, just myself and my husband. Started off just me, and I roped him into it.
Always a good idea.
I handle all the stamp designs. We design and manufacture as much as we can in-house. But all design decisions are mine. So you'll see a lot of nature-themed things, quirky things, vintage.
It's really cool.
Yeah, whatever takes my fancy.
And of course, what we've got today, we were talking about you going to the museum and actually getting this kind of amazing access as well, and that's kind of where the inspiration has come from for a lot of this.
Yeah, exactly. So over the time, you will see this becomes a common theme because I've been lucky enough to do archive visits to Oxford Natural History Museum. Literally behind closed doors, taking out the cabinets and everything. So I've got sketchbooks full, I've got photos, so I mean, it's a never-ending process, really.
But it's just so lovely to be able to share that with everybody, isn't it? Now, we do have a lot to get through in this show. I mean, you can probably see in front of me. What we have done is we have popped everything onto the web because we have got some limited sort of opportunities as well in some of these. So if you do want to kind of shop ahead and guarantee you're getting these bits, then do. Because even things like the postcard stamps, I know they completely sold out. We've got them back in stock, so we've got some brand new bits as well as some really popular other items for you as well. Jump onto the web. You can just see here as you scan down, if you press on what is on today's show, so coming up, you've got everything that is there as well, and of course everybody will still pay the same low price with this. Now, we want to kick off, of course, with the free kind of brand new projects that we've got here as well. We're going to start with the lap book. Now, you can see this just here, and I will kind of give you a little look through this as well in a moment. I love the lap book in terms of how much it opens up from when we did a show before, but this one with the little actual pot that comes with it as well, it's just fantastic.
But you can see, because obviously we only met on our last show last month, and we did the lap book, which was the vintage scrapbook. So you can see with the same kind of kit, but a different theme, how different it looks.
Totally different, isn't it? If I just kind of open this up for you so you can sort of see, and everything comes with this as well, because I said straight away, oh, do you get this? And you were like, yes, absolutely. You also get some acetate with all different sort of butterflies on that you might want to use within this, or your tassels that come in, or your decorations, of course. And I think it is, as you start to open this up, it is utterly mesmerising. It's absolutely fantastic.
I still haven't even finished that sample. There was still more in the kit to put in.
To actually be able to...
Basically, you get an instruction booklet, which tells you how
to construct it.
Yes,
See, everything has to be in the right place for it to open and close properly. And then once you've followed that, you've got the photos of this one for inspiration, but it is really very much your own design project.
Yes.
So you've got all the papers in there, like you said, you've got printed acetate, but where you put those is up to you. You've got pockets in there as well, instructions to make a little notebook. So I don't think any two will ever be the same.
No, and that I think is what is so brilliant with this as well. Like you say, you're not going to end up with the same. And you can actually see the kit is just here. So we've got it set up there in terms of everything that you're actually going to get with this. And it is absolutely jam-packed. It really is. You know, I love the extra special little touch of the bottle, of course, that we've got just there as well, because you could put a little sort of message in there. You could do anything really that you wanted to personalise it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So we include everything in there, but start adding your own things. You know, you could put petals in the front. It doesn't have to be just entomology.
Yes,
anything you fancy with. But it's got a cork in it, so you can keep changing it. You can put something in there and then think, actually, no, let's
absolutely.
You know, a feather that you found in the garden.
Yeah, how
like
nice
that, you know.
That? Yeah, you could actually be doing it as like a memory book about your children or from your wedding day or anything that you wanted, really. To sort of add little different bits in as well. A lot of people coming through for this $29.99 to be able to create the whole of this project. And when you actually look at what's included from the instruction booklet, you know, the paper, you get the cards, you get everything for the covers, the tags, you get such an amazing amount of bits that you are going to get. So that's the folio that's coming up shortly. But with this, you get the cover boards as well, the thin boards, the cover papers. You know, you're getting all the cards you need. You're getting the full colour prints that we've got as well. It's just jam-packed. The frames, the corners, the glass bottle with the cork, the prints on acetate as well, magnets to be able to finish up, the magnifying glass. We'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, there's a cute little magnifying glass.
There's the really cute little magnifying glass that we spoke about a bit earlier. Let me just pop this open and I can show you that. So you can see it's just here, little magnifying glass that's just been popped in there, little pouches. You know, it's absolutely fabulous just how much you're getting in this. I just feel like I want to get in the garden. That's all I want to go.
You know what? I was just thinking when you were showing that, how cool would this be if you made the bulk of it, and then with children or grandchildren, go out into the garden, see what you can find. They've got a little magnifying glass. They could do their own little drawings, which can be kept in there in the notebook.
And everybody kind of has those little insect gardens and things now, so you could kind of really, do that. So this is one of the projects, £29.99 if you would like to get that. Well done to everybody coming in with this. We also have the folio project, which we have got as well, which so popular, you know, to be able to get this. For me, it feels like it's something that would be brilliant as a bit of a starter kind of kit as well. You know, for people that maybe haven't made something like this before, or we were saying for card makers who've only made cards before, it makes it quite easy to actually
because I kind of specialise in bookbinding of, you know, all different sorts, really. Which can seem a bit daunting to some people if it's not a craft that you've ever tried before. But like you were just saying, this is a great starter project as well as for people that, you know, have been doing it for a while, because it's all folded. So you get the instructions for all the folding, how to piece it together. And again, especially if you're a card maker and you're used to kind of decorating the fronts of cards, each page is like another card. But you've got like this inbuilt pocket.
It's great, isn't it?
So then,
so much actually within each of those pockets as well. And yet it folds down really concisely, doesn't it? So if you wanted to actually post it to somebody, you'd still be able to. It's not, you know, bulky or anything like that.
No, I mean, you can bulk it out if you want to. Also, I haven't got it in the instructions, but when you look at it, it tells you how to put the slip cover on. However, if you didn't put the slip cover on, it's basically a long concertina. So you could then decorate both sides.
I see. Yes, of course. You can
the instructions are to put the slip cover on, but should you choose not to, you've
got that option to be able to just actually pull it out as well. It's absolutely brilliant, and you've got your little clip that you can see just there as well, kind of that comes with this. So we have got everything from the folio that's just next to me, just here as well. So you can see, again, it's a really, really full project that you've got, all of the instructions that we're seeing. You know, I love that we've got things like, you know, things like this. We've got all of those extras. You've got fabrics that are kind of coming with this, your little clips. You've got your book pages, of course, that come within this as well. So everyone, once again, is going to be that little bit different. Which is superb.
It is your own project. And that's what I like about I'm not good at following kits myself, at following people's instructions.
Yes, yeah.
So I like to give you everything you need,
yes,
plus a little bit extra, but give you that room to put your own touch on it.
Yeah, which is
you
really
can
nice.
add things, not include things, put it where, you know, everyone wants their own project.
Don't they just? And that's everything. You can see it's jam-packed again with what you are getting in this, and yet you're getting it for such a superb price point, which you just would not expect, would you, to be seeing, you know, all of this, a project like this, at the price point that we have got today, £12.99. People are multiplying as well, and I think it's because you could do this project with your friends, which would be absolutely lovely as well, wouldn't it? Yeah. Now, we have one other project that I want to introduce to you before, obviously, we do cross over to demo, which is the Square Book project. And this, you were saying, is different in the terms that it's put together to anything else that we've seen you doing.
It's different in the binding technique.
Yeah, which you can see just
it's
there.
Also a first for me, having the aperture kind of shaker front to it. So again, I thought this would probably appeal to card makers, but again, you don't have to put in the butterflies and the moths that I've included if you want to put something else in. You could add sparkle into it if you want to, put some glitter in there. But yeah, again, you've got everything to make the kit with full instructions.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, how much you can actually fit in this, because you've got so many papers already in here, and yet it doesn't even feel like it's full. You know, you could put more.
We were saying when we were looking at it earlier, the way that it's bound gives you room in the spine. It's an exposed spine, and it's what we call a buttonhole stitch. The straps that are across it, they're real leather, but what I have done is in the, should you not want to use the leather, I have put a small piece of calico.
Brilliant.
So you could substitute that for calico if you wanted to. But there's plenty of room in the bind to allow you to, like you were saying, like a photo album that you can add things into it.
Definitely.
It's got room to bulk out should you want it to.
And again, I mean, you can see just there just how much is actually coming with this. I've got all the kit kind of in front of me here as well. So you can see kind of how you're going to actually bind that, you know, the fact that you've got the leather, the calico that you're seeing as well. All of the shapes, everything is done for you. Of course, you've got that quality. You can feel the sturdiness, I think, in it as well, which is what you want with very, very busy on this one as well. 30% of the stock has gone already. You know, let's keep going. Look at how much you've got. Let's move across to your acetate. That's there ready for your front, obviously, to create that aperture that you've got. You've got so many beautiful images as well, so you can personalise it, you can individualise it as well. Pages and pages for you to be able to use to actually be able to sort of decide what you want to do in your own project, which is what I think is so fabulous. And then you are going to create something like this as well. And it could be that you wanted photographs on that front page, and then you're jam-packing it with everything. It's really up to you, but it's a superb project. And actually, what I think I love so much about the last show we did is that I would look at these projects and I would think, I can't do that. And Janie showed you, actually, you really can. You know what I mean? You can be a beginner, you can be a really experienced crafter in projects like this. And it
don't be like me.
Everybody.
Follow the instructions.
Follow the instructions.
Write them.
And then do your own thing as well. So, do you mind if really quickly before we come to demo, I just introduce the butterfly in a box? Because we've had a lot of messages in. I can see that people have spotted it, and so a lot of people are messaging saying, can we see that? So, I can understand why you're doing that, because I did exactly the same. We were talking outside. No, oh my goodness, this is amazing. The samples are spectacular, I think. It's such a big look.
So what we've done here is the one on the right, which is quite plain.
Yeah, this one here.
So you get the, I think you've got it next to you. You've got the MDF that you pop out and put together.
Yep.
And in addition to the photo that you see on the website, we've included a few prints which go along with the theme that we're doing today.
Yeah.
So that's what we've done on the sample on the right-hand side. On the left, we've used different papers and kind of added a few things into it, so you can see the different kind of looks,
which is nice, isn't it, to be able to see the difference.
Yeah, you can go bright and bold, you can go that kind of aged museum, you know, whatever you fancy.
Absolutely. And it's super because it is your MDF, obviously, originally, so you can just pop that out. That's all ready to go. You can feel the quality, again, of the MDF. There's your butterfly, really big size. Of course, then you've got the MDF to create the box, which the butterfly is going to go into. And then, as Janie mentioned, it does come, of course, with all of those extra bits for you to be able to decorate and decide sort of what you want to do if you want to decorate with this as well. So you've got all of those pieces. But then, once you actually create this, just look at that finished sample. And you were saying as well, there's a little hook that obviously can just be popped onto the back, and then you can just fasten that to the wall if that's what you want to do.
So you can use it. You don't have to put it on the back if you don't want to. If you want to kind of lay it out on the coffee table or whatever. But yeah, there is a simple little hook that goes on the back, so you can just.
Are you okay to make and sell with all of this stuff as well?
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Because I'm just looking at that and thinking I personally would not be selling it anywhere close to the price that you're buying it for. Because so just my head's thinking that. So that is $14.99 if you'd like to get this brilliant MDF project as well. Right, shall we come back to your... are you doing the square book? Is that right?
If you would like me to, yes.
Super. Lovely.
Right, what I thought I'd do is open it up and show... I know you briefly showed what you get in the kit.
Yeah, but great to have a proper look
The only thing that I forgot to put in was the instructions to show you. That's okay. I don't follow them. Each piece of leather will be slightly different. And we recycle leather isn't the right word, but we use things that would otherwise be got rid of.
Okay.
So I've got massive amounts of leather from a sofa manufacturer.
Oh, okay.
So when they get rid of it, people like me buy it.
Yes, yeah.
So they'll all be slightly different, but they'll be of a natural colour, like a tan or a brown.
Okay.
You've got laser cut apertures, and I will put those together in a second to show you how they go because they're slightly different sizes.
Okay.
So I'll show you that. You've got a thick board, which is for the back, and then a thin board, and that is for the inside of the front cover.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, your pages are recycled cartridge paper. So they're a great weight for you know, whatever medium you want to put on there. You've got construction weight acetate for the front, and you've got more than you need. So again, if you want a little bit extra for you know, adding anything else. These are the elements which are to go into the aperture. So they're printed on a 250 GSM. So they've got a nice weight to them. And then you've got lots of papers here. So it's up to you which ones you choose to cover and which ones you might want to use. So I use some of them to wrap around some of the pages so when you flip through it.
Brilliant.
Okay, so, and there's your bit of calico should you not want to use your leather. If you use your leather, again, you can use this, you know, pop a butterfly on the top, frame the edges. It's another embellishment for you. So, for your front cover, you will see that one of your apertures is slightly larger than the other, okay? So the small one is the one that you'll see from the outside. The reason for this one is to give you some depth so that whatever you put inside has room to shake around.
Yeah, makes sense.
So just make sure that you don't get them
the wrong way round.
The wrong way round, okay? So to give us the depth, so what we could do is sandwich the acetate kind of between, but then you've only got a 2mm depth because you've only got one board.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, and you know me, I do it quicker than I would do it at home. It won't be as accurate, but, just to show you. So I'm going to trim the acetate down. So like I said, that bit there you can use for something else. It is a heavyweight acetate. Let's just trim that slightly more. Why do I work with things that are see-through and therefore you can't see
you can't see
exactly. Okay. So that's trimmed down enough there. But before I stick that on, because the acetate is going on top, when we cover this, we need to cut that aperture out of the paper.
Right, yes,
So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to worry too much about which bit I'm using and from what point. What I want to do is draw through the, she says, where's my pencil gone? There it is. Draw through the aperture so you get the size of it. And I know that the outside is going to be there.
Okay, yes.
So what I'm going to do is just square these off properly. So just using the ruler, and again, all of this is in your instructions. But should you choose to cover it in a different way, I mean, you could collage the front of it if you wanted to. We did a test run of this book kit on a retreat that I've just taught, and we did it fabric covered. So that was a slightly different method, but it was kind of testing out how we were doing it, sort of thing. Right. So I'm just going to trim that out. So the reason that I squared it off like that was so that I could go into the corners, or cross over the corners rather, so that when I trim down, I can see the line of where I'm trimming to.
Yes, I see. Okay.
So obviously, if you've got a decent trimmer, which has like the little notches on the blade, you can do it like that as well if you don't like using a blade.
Yeah.
I'm quite used to using craft knives for things, so it doesn't bother me too much. But then now I've said that, I'm bound to make a mistake. It's always the way.
We feel like that's just, you know, telly, isn't it? It's always easy at the time when you...
It's the same with the glues. So at home, my glues, the nozzles, always never block up at home. As soon as I come to air...
Yeah. It makes me wonder if it's the aircon, because it seems to happen with a lot of people in terms of that. So it's not just you.
So we can see now that when that is on there... No. What have I done wrong? Oh, look, I did it to the wrong one.
Oh.
Let's do another one.
Do a different
No, or shall I just...
Does it matter?
It does matter.
It does matter.
But it's okay because we'll use that for something else anyway.
Yeah.
But I am going to do it again. I know it takes a bit of time.
No, don't worry, it's all right.
But actually, that's a good point. Don't you?
I
just did. Although I told you before not to do it, and then I did it myself.
Because we were just like chatting away, enjoying the
That's all right. We'll do it again.
Yeah, it doesn't take long.
So you just need to make sure that you leave room around here. So we're going to have quite a thickness to this front cover.
Yeah.
So normally I would say you need to leave about 1.5 centimetres to wrap around. So leave extra because we've got a thicker front cover than we would normally have. So sorry about that. We'll do this again. But that is also actually making it into a good point. You do always, with any of these kits, you get more papers than you need.
Yeah, exactly.
So should you make a mistake like that. So there are some book kits that I do where I print the covers to size.
Okay, yeah.
But because I wanted you to have a choice of kind of what you put on, But like I said, if you do happen to make the mistake like I just did, you've got extra to use, and that paper's not going to go to waste. We're still going to use it. This is where I find I've done the same again, and then I'll be like, do you know what?
We'll just go with it. We're just going to fly with this.
You're going, we'll go with it, and I'm going.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to roll with this now.
Right.
I feel like it's fine.
There we go. Please be right. There we are.
Perfect.
So, what I'm going to do now is stick the acetate on. Now, I was going to say now, what did I say about the nozzle being blocked?
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it is now, So, again, if I was at home, I would clean the acetate.
Okay,
and probably put a bit of an anti-static bag over it.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's very easy to get fingerprints. And while I'm saying about the anti-static bag, when you use your print here to cut out for your shaker elements, if you've got one, put an anti-static bag over the top of it. Because these are laser print, it does sometimes create a bit of static.
Yes,
the acetate also has static. And when I first made one, I didn't do that, and then they're not shaking.
Right, yeah.
Okay, because they kind of stick.
It's a nice little tip then to know, isn't it?
Right, so then we'll stick that one on the back of it.
Okay, thanks.
And you see you don't use... So this is the paper bindery glue, which is on the website.
Yeah, okay, lovely.
And you don't need much of it at all. Right, okay, so that's given us a double depth of the aperture now. And then we can go on with this one. So I'm just going to trim that down slightly. Now, what I normally do is spread the glue out nice and evenly. Again, for time.
Yeah, you just pop it on.
But what I will do...
I think that's what's nice as well, isn't it, when you're at home, is that with projects like this, you can spend as much time as you kind of have. You can come back to it as well. You don't have to do it all in one go. Or
and that's the thing as well, with the things like the folio and the lap book, it's something you can keep coming back to and adding to. And, you know, so with either of them, as long as it still folds up, you can add more to it. Once you get too much that it's not going to fold up, then you've got to stop. But it's nice to create extra fold-outs and things like that. Right, okay, so now what I'm going to do is just trim this down slightly, and I'm going to trim the corners.
Okay.
Now, normally, when we do a book cover, we will trim the corners. Now, I wouldn't normally waste all of that. I would, you know, trim that down in sections so I've got pieces to use.
Yeah. That glue you just used, we have got available as well. So if people want it, we have just found that for people.
So normally on a book cover, you'll leave about 2 millimetres.
Okay.
So basically, the depth of your board is how far away from the corner you need to cut. Okay. Obviously, we've got a double depth here.
Yes, yeah.
So as long as you haven't got so much here that it's going to show, so I'll trim that down very slightly.
Yeah.
And then what we would do is a little bit of glue on the first edge, and I tend to tip it like that so that you get a nice edge.
Yeah, you get
and then go in with a bone folder.
Okay.
Just to make sure you've got that nice sharp edge.
Yeah.
I then do the opposite edge. Hit that one towards me that time. So now you'll see that you have this overhang.
Yes,
here. Okay. So what you want to do is tuck that around on all of those corners.
Okay.
And then what that will do is when we bring this up, it gives you a nice neat corner.
Yeah, brilliant.
If you trim it too close or trim it right up to the board, you'll end up with a gap. Okay?
Yeah.
Great. Again, that is more glue than I would normally use. I very often keep a brush next to me, and for this sort of thing, whatever's left in the brush is enough to kind of stick it.
Yeah.
So that would be your front cover.
Great.
Okay, like that. So yeah, the acetate is level with the top of the front cover.
Yeah.
So I won't do the whole thing, but then the idea behind it. So you cover your backboard.
Yeah.
And then this bit here, this thinner board, okay, so don't get the boards mixed up. Again, it says in the instructions. That you will cover front and back.
Okay.
So if we call this the front, that's what you're going to see through your aperture.
Yes,
and then when you open the book, that's what you see on the inside. Okay. But like I said, I'm not going to do it all now. I just wanted to show you, like, because that is different to any cover that we've done. But before that goes on, that's when you would put the leather straps on.
Yes. Okay.
So it tells you the size to trim it down to, and I would trim it down and like this.
Yeah.
With a rotary cutter, so you get a nice sharp edge. So you'll want to square it off as well, because they are cut from scraps of leather. It tells you in the instructions the length to cut it.
Brilliant.
And the gap to leave. So say that's my backboard that's decorated. You have your front board, your backboard. It will tell you the gap to leave here. Okay. And then what you need to do is I put a little bit of glue here to secure it. And then you'll punch 2 holes through, and then
it comes with all of those as well.
You've got 8 of these, and then they just go in 2 per strap there and 2 on there, and it secures it all. And also the idea behind it is it looks, you know, like the big old wooden doors that you get in museums, and the bolts that are on them and that sort of thing. So it's kind of to replicate
and it's
that.
actually, when you look at it, obviously here, just what we're talking about there, from the finished sample, it's actually really easy, isn't it, what you've just spoke through there? And yet I don't think when you're looking at it, it looks like it will be, because it looks really high-end, you know, very sort of, like it's a long time.
That's kind of what I try to do. And when I teach workshops as well, I love when at the end people are surprised at what they've made.
Definitely,
because they look at it and think, you know, especially if you've not done anything like it before, you don't think it's achievable.
No, and then you've actually created it, and you're thinking, yeah, it actually is. We are coming up to half of the stock of this having now been allocated, so massive well done to everybody. It's a superb price, $22.99. Remember, you're getting everything with this. So you've got so many papers, you've got, of course, all the boards that you need, you've got that acetate that's there as well, of course, to be able to create that central aperture. You've got the opportunities to be able to create that finish as well with the leather, and you've also got everything else else that you need with it. We've got crafters, Karen, Joan, Terry, Sandra, David, Michelle, Bridget, new crafters there in Greater Manchester. If it's in your basket, it's not yours until you check out, so do make sure that you are confirming to get that. Now, shall I pop over to you quickly? Because we're really excited, aren't we, about this next thing that we're going to bring to you. Now, it is limited. It's a limited edition. I'm gonna jump out a shot that you've actually put together here, and it's the ephemera pack that we've got. But once it's gone, hasn't it? So we've only got the amount that's actually here with us today.
So anyone that's been following me for a while knows that I, not every month, but I do what I call treasure bundles. So this is kind of an entomology version of that.
Super.
There's so much in there, and they take so long to put together. So that's my job. That's not Mr. B's job. That's always mine. But yeah, because of the nature of them, they are limited edition.
But it makes it even more special, in my opinion, you know, to know that you're one of those kind of limited number of people to actually have all of this.
Yeah, and there's so much you can do with it. Either if you're putting it with book kits that you're buying either today or other book kits that you've got, or literally to bulk out your stash and do projects, standalone projects. So this is brand new. We've never done this before.
Brilliant.
So this is a pop-out sheet of MDF. Now, this is the sort of apertures we normally do on card. So I said to Mr. B, let's do them in MDF.
Such a good idea.
Because they can be standalone projects. You can punch the top and make them into tags. I also said to him, right, these bits that we're going to pop out, put holes in them, because then they can be used as charms and things like that. So there's barely anything wasted
there's
on
nothing
here.
you can't use, really.
But it's ideal for everything else that goes in here. So you get a few cards and things like that in there, so you can make like your faux samples. So that's the first thing you get, is your MDF sheet. Okay, let's go, should we go biggest to smallest?
Go on.
You get a couple textured pieces of paper.
Oh, they're really nice, aren't they?
So to start with, I'll be honest, I wasn't sure about the colour. But then I thought, actually, the colour's quite cool because it's green and it goes with the theme. But also you can colour this up and just keep the texture of it. So that would look really cool.
It's almost snakeskin, you know, that kind of thing is what it's reminding me of. Like.
But the back as well, so if you wanted to colour that up.
Because you still see the emboss.
So if you're not keen on that colour, just colour it up yourself.
Absolutely.
You've got some printed pages. So I know this might seem a little bit weird that we've got postage stamps in with it, but when people make clusters, anything like that, and then you put kind of butterflies on, just looks really cool. You have your mono butterflies, but again, you can colour those in should you want to. This is good as a backing because it's overlaid with maps and things like that. This one, again, if you're using it with your MDF kind of faux specimens, you can cut these out, stamp into them. We've got a show at 7 o'clock, which has got loads of entomology stamps on it.
Brilliant, okay.
So, it all works together,
Everyone loves butterflies.
These are all pop-out.
Oh, that's good.
So, again, if you look at a lot of samples of specimens, they have numbers and letters, like a coding system. So these are good just to pop out and kind of...
And you can personalise any of your projects or something like that, can't you, as well? If you
so, I
want
mean,
to
they can, you know, you can put a couple of things on there. So, moving along.
More.
So then, as I've got this in my hand, these are actually supposed to be for coins. But if you put, especially if you've got acetate prints, or any of the, you know, the bug prints and things like that.
Lovely.
Fold it over. It actually looks quite cool if you staple it, age the edges, and you've got like your faux.
That's really good, isn't it? Yeah.
So you've got some of those. You've also got card apertures, which will vary in colour. So that one again could be on its as it is, or you can fold it up so you've got a backing to it. There's another one. There's another one.
Loads of them.
And another one. Then we have plastic discs. Now these are really cool for putting faux specimens in. And we were saying earlier, if you stain it down with some alcohol ink, so it gives it that aged effect. And they literally just, she says, pop open like that.
Really easy.
So you can put in whatever you want. But you could put dried petals and things like that in there. That would look really cool. You've got some printed cards.
Brilliant.
These are on 350 GSM.
Yeah, love
Good
that.
for cutting into or just layering up, stamping on the back.
Little notelets as well, things like that would be lovely for, wouldn't they?
Oh, look, there's more apertures. More apertures. You've got some tags in here, ready for decorating. Couple of postcards ready for, or blank ones ready for decorating. You've got envelopes, glassine envelope.
That's fab, isn't it?
Stickers. Library cards.
Super.
These again were ideal if you put your butterflies, cut the butterflies out and put
definitely.
in there. You've got some cards.
Yeah.
You've got vintage papers.
Papers there.
Book pages.
Nice. Yeah.
Vintage maps.
Amazing.
Again, these are really good for layering up,
really
and I
cool,
love that they're already aged because they're vintage.
100%.
You've got a little bit of
I like
fabric,
that,
so
yeah.
I think this is linen.
Okay.
It's not linen; it's a linen mix.
Yeah.
With bugs on it.
Super.
And with
Wow.
your tags,
Okay.
that's about it.
Gosh, yes. So a lot of stuff within that. I mean, imagine the amount of projects or cards or, you know, anything that you want to create that you could make actually out of all of this as well. And it is £19.99 for everything that you're getting there. Some of the contents will vary slightly, of course, because you're hand selecting, you're hand putting it all together as well. But it will be roughly kind of what you are seeing there at that superb price, and it is a limited edition. So it's very much about who, of course, manages to get it quick enough, really. And we've actually got that for you there. So well done to everybody who's already jumped in. Now I'm going to squeeze back across over here just so that I can bring you the designer print pack next, because this is another absolutely massive concept, isn't it, that we've got here, where you're getting so much in this. And you can really see the quality, of course, with it being printed out. And we always say butterflies, I mean, particularly, are probably one of the most popular things that people use, whether it's, you know, just on a card, whether it's to cover up something as an extra embellishment. And this is just jam-packed.
But these, well, you've got butterflies, you've got moths,
so much more,
and bugs, and so this is kind of a print pack. So a lot of people know me for doing print packs, which each print is like a standalone image. It can be a theme. This is kind of to go with projects, to cut into, to layer up, to, you know. So you've got loads of elements in there.
Yeah, so much, as you can kind of see. And I love that we've got the sort of vintage type elements that we can see in these as well. So many different animals, of course, that are within them, different insects that we've got. I mean, 40 sheets worth as well. It's a lot that you've got. And also, I think you can really see the quality of the print.
Yeah, well, we were saying we print on a 90 GSM and it's a smooth touch paper. So it's a perfect weight of paper if you are covering books, if you're cutting out to make ephemera, you know, anything like that. It's not too lightweight, but it's not so heavy that, you know, it's bulking things out too much.
And it's super to have all of these as well, of course, that you've got. So it's a little bit like what we were talking about a moment ago, and then you've got all your labels, that you've got your tags that you can kind of pop with these. Lots and lots of different projects that are basically created.
If you imagine adding this with your ephemera bundle, how much you can make.
Oh my gosh.
And I find as well, when you have a pack almost presented to you, it then generates ideas around it.
100%, yeah. I think that's what's helpful quite a lot of the time. Sometimes you can almost think, oh, I love this, but where am I going to go with it? But actually, that guides you, doesn't it? So we have got 40. So we have got an amazing opportunity with this 40 sheets for £14.99. If you're absolutely loving this, but you're thinking, well, actually, I'm a digital crafter and I prefer to craft digitally, there's also the option to be able to get all of this, but digitally. So if you just kind of buy this, it will come automatically to you through our HobbyMaker account. And I think what's great, and a lot of people love digitally, is that you can print off as many times as you want, but also you can actually alter the sizes and take them up, take them down.
You can select what you want to print, exactly as you said, print as many as you want, depending on what your printer will take, as to what you can print with it. You might be able to print on fabric, on acetate, on tracing paper.
Definitely.
You know, make your own washi tapes, whatever whatever will go through your printer. Basically.
Yes, you can actually print. Great price as well, £7.99 to be getting all of these. So it's 40 pages, not the 40 images, so 40 pages of your images that you've got there. Absolutely jam-packed, all of these. And then, of course, you can find a favourite image if you want to and print it 200 times. It's totally up to you.
Exactly.
So you've got that there, of course, at £7.99 for you to be able to get all of those. So it's really up to you which way you want to get it. Now, we did see a moment ago when we looked through that there was some brilliant little cards, and we've got a couple of opportunities, haven't we, with these? So we've got the museum ones that you can see just here. Absolutely love these. I really do.
So these are, we've recently started working with a local printing company.
Okay, yes.
The cardstock is excellent. I've actually asked if I can buy the card to use as a stamping card because it's so nice. It takes ink really well. But they're ideal little cards for toppers. to cut into, the ink onto, you know, anything you fancy. But a lot of people that like doing journaling and card making like to kind of make clusters.
Yes,
But like you were saying, like little note cards as well.
Because they're just blank on the other side, so they're perfect just to write a little note. And, you know, this could be for any occasion as well, couldn't it?
I like to round the corners off and just age the edges with a bit of brown, like walnut stain distressing, that sort of thing. But yeah, they're just really handy.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? They're super. So you can get 40 of these as well today if you want to, 350 GSM for £7.99. We've got one other set as well that we can share with you. So that's the museum set. We've then got the entomologist set, which is just down here, that we've got as well. So you've got so many sort of different opportunities within these that you can see, of course, as well. So we can just kind of show you some of those. Same size, of course, that we've actually got with these as well. And again, you can just write on the back of these, can't you? The same, so it's absolutely super.
All of these, so the packs, the difference in them, so the ones that you've just shown there, so they're all like antiquarian images, it's all illustrations from entomologists and from books and things like that. So you've got some foliage in there, you've got different bugs, you've got butterflies. And then the other one is images that are designed by me.
Oh, I see, perfect. Okay, because when you're looking as well, you can really see the sort of difference, can't you, amongst the sort of images. They're your museum ones. They're the ones that are obviously on your screen at the moment. I personally get both, to be honest with you, because I think they work and kind of cross over in a lovely way as well. So 40 of those again at £7.99. Just want to quickly mention this as well, which is back in stock, which is your postcard stamp set. So popular when you last brought it.
It completely sold out, so we thought we'll bring it back.
Which is great.
Which I said to you earlier, I said, it seems a bit strange to have a postcard stamp set on an entomology, but they do go together when you're making clusters, but also, like I said, we wanted to bring it back because it was so popular.
It's just superb, isn't it? I just love it because I think so many people love those sort of smaller stamps as well. You know, the fact that you have got that little postmark stamp, the postcard, you've got all the numbers that are there as well. You've got there's so much jam-packed into this for £7.99. So if you did miss it last time, it's here. We've still got a limited amount that's available and you can take advantage of that. Okay, so would we be able to... Oh, did you...
Oh, no, did you want me to do something different?
Go on.
I was just going to say, because you had the postcard stamp, I thought, shall we go into the bundle and actually make a postcard?
Or
would you like me to do something different?
From the ephemera, do that. Yeah, absolutely,
So,
good idea.
It says, saying off the cuff, where are my inks? So, I'll stamp the back, just because I think it's good to kind of see, because also sometimes you see a tiny stamp like that and you think, what can I do with it? But there's loads of different elements in it.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? Super.
So, let's pop that in the centre, like that. And we will... Right, so we've got here, like dotted lines. So what you want to do, because obviously they're flexible. So if you wanted a curved line, you know, it's ideal for that. But what you want to try and do, for the purpose of what I'm doing here, is get a straight line. And I don't want to put my head over it too much, because...
That's okay.
You'll see what are currently possibly grey roots coming through.
Do
you know what? I've not had any grey, and then all of a sudden I thought, do you know what?
Oh, really?
Grey.
We were talking about this the other day. It's okay, you can cover it with the pink.
Yeah. I'm convincing myself it's just the contrast between my roots and...
I think it is.
It's not grey at all. And we've got some little... patterns in here as well, so I've put that slightly wonky. It's because I was distressing myself talking about grey hair.
You're like, oh gosh, this is not what I wanted.
You've also got some corners.
Yeah, super.
So obviously you can use these as actual postcards.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
in fact,
just
you can create all of that.
I'm not going to bother putting one in that corner because I know I've just got ink all over my fingers, which I'm probably going to get a fingerprint on things now. So that is where your stamp would go.
Okay, yeah.
So you would pop a stamp on there.
Yes, yeah.
But obviously you could also stamp that on things, decorate that and make your own stamp.
Yeah, really good idea.
For your ephemera and things like that.
Yeah.
If you're doing this, so you could leave it like that. I just think, oh God, people are like, does she know what she's doing? Everything's wonky. But if you're using it as an actual postcard, obviously you leave it like that and then write on there. But should you make your own stamp and pop on there because you're doing this as a faux postcard, you also have your like franking.
Yes, okay.
There as well. And you have here, so this one says, let's get it the right way around, says Somerset South.
Okay, yeah.
And then you've got some tiny little numbers in there. So if you want to do, let's do a AM.
Yeah.
And we can say it was collected at, let me find the right time.
Yeah, it's great how much you get in actually
within
this.
Well, that's why I wanted to show it, because so anyone that didn't see it last time.
Yeah.
Right, so 8 a.m.
That's super, yeah.
But yeah, so with what you've got in there, actually the things that you could, because I mean, like I said, you can make your own faux stamps, but then use that as well if you're making faux specimens, popping numbers in there. It all kind of works together.
Yeah, it's great.
So, shall I decorate this, or was there something else that you wanted me to
I think the only other thing that you wanted to have, or Georgina wanted to have a look at, is a few people have asked about the contents of the lap book, just for us to be able to go back across to that, if that's possible as well. And then we could decorate that afterwards, if or the folio, whatever you'd like to do, really. So yeah, the lap book obviously is just here. There is the finished sample that I know so many of you have been sort of asking about. And you do get so much, of course, within this as well. It's absolutely fabulous. And you've got it all in front of you now.
Yes, apart from the instructions again.
That's okay, we know they come with it. Yeah.
So, what we've done differently with this one, because I kind of fluttered my eyelashes at Mr. B. It's fine, because we're married. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It's not just someone that works with me and I'm just, you know. Normally, in the instructions, it will say to you to cut your aperture and to cut a circle to inlay your magnet.
Yeah, it's been done.
Mr. B has done that for you.
That makes it a lot easier, doesn't
it? So one thing you will need to do, and again, I don't know why I didn't bring the instructions, it shows you a photo of all of these boards numbered, and I advise numbering them so that you don't get confused with the construction of it.
Yeah, definitely.
One of the boards, it will tell you to cut spines out of it, so you will need to use a craft knife.
Yes,
And I always stress using a self-healing cutting mat, not a glass mat.
Okay.
You've got more control over it.
Yeah.
So I think from the top of my head, you need to measure one that's 3 centimetres, 2.5 and 2, and then you get a little spare bit on the end as well. So you will need to do that. It also comes with this little bit of MDF. So I'll pop this out so it becomes more obvious. So that frame will go over there. Now, on my sample, I think I covered the frame with paper.
Yes,
But obviously you can leave it as bare MDF because the colour kind of goes with the theme, or you can paint it, or you can gild it. You've also got corners as well. So you've got 4 corners, and you only need 2 on the front. So again, you can keep those as their natural MDF colour. Which I think still looks pretty cool.
I do.
Colourways, okay? But then I thought I'd explain this bit because you might think, what's going on here? So we pop these out. Again, I don't want to waste anything. Okay? So because we need that aperture, I was saying to Martin, right, well, what can we fit in there? What can we use this bit for? So you've got 2, let me pop that one out. Trying to do it gently because I know on TV I'm bound to punch it. So you've got 2 bits here with holes punched in, so they can be decorated and they can dangle onto your, well, you call it tassel, I call it dangle.
Same thing.
Or they can just be covered and go in your lap book. You've got a large frame there, but this little one, so this is what it was really designed around, is to go on here so you can make yourself a faux label that goes at the bottom of the frame. And then it will tell you, so your bottle will come and that's got your magnet in there and your bulb pin as well. Okay, so again, I don't have time to show you all properly, but I can explain it. It's easier than the instructions. So one of the first things it will tell you to do is to set your magnet. Okay, So you'll pop it straight in the hole there, which is far easier than before when I was kind of cut it out. But then what I do is just pop a little bit of tape either side. Let's just move those out of the way. Yeah. So that you know it's not going anywhere, okay? But you don't need to stick it other than that because it's going to have paper over it, okay? It will then tell you, before we start doing the fabric for the spines, it will tell you to cut like a slither of fabric. Actually, I will show you this bit because I think it will be easier than, if you haven't seen it before, easier than the instructions. So, I am just going to, again, it tells you the sizes in your instructions. Okay? So, you will fold that in half. If by some miracle I've got it the right size. Oh, I'm half.
Yeah, all right. Well done.
Look at that.
Very close.
So it will tell you to fold it in half and then place your other magnet just inside here like this. Okay. So we'll pop a little bit of glue. Yeah, look at that. Didn't put the top back on, did I? Pop a little bit of glue in there. Yeah. On the top, and then just a little bit on the fabric, and we'll fold that over. Okay, then what you want to do is find which side of it attaches. Okay, so before the glue is kind of set. Right, so that's the way it attaches.
Okay, lovely.
2 reasons for doing that. One is because now I know that that is the underneath. So what I'm going to do is go in with my bone folder and push that down. So you won't see that from the top. It will be pretty much flat. When that glue dries, it will be pretty much flat from the top, but secured round there. And then what I say to do in the instructions is just put up. Okay. Because obviously your magnets have to face the right way to close. And you'll stick that on there. Okay. So when you get to that bit of your instruction, can't remember off the top of my head what number it is. It will tell you, I think it's on panel 6, that you stick this on the side and it will tell you which side faces up. Okay. So that, shall I grab that?
Of course. Then you can,
just to make more sense of it.
Super.
So, when you can see it just in here. So that is where it will tell you to stick it, and you have to flip it to the back of the board. Okay. So that when this all folds up, that goes on there. Closes. That is that bit there. That just ensures that you get it in the right place. So this really is all about the construction. So that is where I would say follow the instructions for the construction of it. You have to make sure it all folds into place.
To make sure it gets in.
And then after that, it's entirely up to you.
That you want to as well,
So, I mean, you might not want to put the frame on the front, you might want to put it inside. They'll all look completely different.
Absolutely fabulous kit. And when you sort of see that, of course, kind of opening up as well, it's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Now, so many people, just to do a quick reminder, have come through for this one as well. I mean, as soon as we spotted this, we were all mesmerised by it, of course, as well. And you said it's the first time you've done an aperture like this as well. And we've got this here. I think we've had a few messages that have come in as well. So it's absolutely beautiful. It's really, really easy actually to create when you were talking through this and showing us as well what to actually do. And because you have got that openness at the back, I think that's what's so superb, that you can kind of make it as you know, quite wide. You can fit a lot in there as well, depending on your memories or anything that you've got with this as well. I've got the contents, I think, just here, haven't we, in terms of what you get within this. And it's a lot, again, isn't it, that's actually jam-packed. Do you want me to pass it you so that you can kind of speak through it, or do you want me to speak through it?
I don't mind.
Shall I pass it you?
Prefer.
I'll pass it over to you, because then we can have you.
This is where I start getting things all mixed up.
So this is the full content that you're actually going to get with this, which is, it's a lot, and you can create that gorgeous finished product that I've seen. We've got a lot of these satin baskets there at the moment.
So your pages are pre-cut for you. Now, in a lot of the other book kits, it tells you, like, once you've folded your, what we call signatures, trim the edges. You don't need to do that with this one. You can if you want to, but you really don't need to. The pages sit slightly inside the cover, so you don't see them from the edge, and the amount that you fold in together, it doesn't cause too much of a overspill. So, but yeah, that's I can't remember the GSM of it, but it's a recycled cartridge paper and it's milled in the UK.
Yeah, super.
So you've got your aperture boards, not to be mixed up like I did.
Nice.
And then your thin board, so make sure the thin board is what backs the front cover, and then you've got a heavyweight board for the back.
Yeah,
okay?
lovely.
So that's your main construction. You have, and you've got your construction weight acetate, and again, more than you need, because the sizes that we buy in, we would have wastage, so we thought we'd just pass that on. You can use it for to add something to this or for another project. You then have cover papers. Now it's entirely up to you. I think I used that image on the back of mine because obviously where you've got the aperture, you don't see much on the front cover apart from what's behind the aperture. Okay, so that would be another, what I would class as like a cover paper or inside cover paper. These here, I used 3 of these. So there's 5 what we call signatures. Do you know what I mean when I say signature?
In terms...
So when we...
Oh, when we're inside, where you've kind of got... Yes,
so you will take, I think it's 4 pages at a time that you fold.
Yeah.
And once you've creased that, that is what we call a signature. Okay. And I think off the top of my head, there's 5 signatures in the book.
There is 5. Yeah.
So what I did was I folded 3 of these in half, cut them to that size, and then wrapped 3 of the signatures. Because it's an exposed spine, again, you could wrap those with a coloured paper, and you'll see that on the spine.
So you can just see that just there, what we're talking about. So here's your signatures that are inside, and that's where you can see it's wrapped. So you can see just there, and then you've got all the space inside to be able to actually fill in with what you want as well. Then you've got some additional bugs, because why not?
Exactly. And again, like your little specimen kind of faux labels, that sort of thing. And then this is on 250 GSM. So this is what you would cut out to put inside your aperture as a shaker, because the weight allows you to do that. Again, if you've got an anti-static bag, just go over the front of it and with that, before you put it in, because that against the acetate might stick.
You want them to move. So that is a brilliant price at £22.99 to be able to create this as well that we can see. So really, really fabulous opportunity. And obviously comes, like we said, with everything to bind it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, so you've got your leather. Should you not want to use the leather, you can double over your fabric and use that instead. And then you've got more than enough thread in there, so that's wax thread, so it's easier to use. And then you've got some MDF bits and bobs in there, and you've got your brads as well.
I just absolutely love it, I really do. So I'm very excited for people to send us in pictures as well of their finished project, so please do. The final project that we have is the folio as well, that you can see just here. And I just love how this folds all up together, so it looks like, you know, it looks super sort of like concise and everything like that. And then you open it up and you just realise how much you can actually fit into this, because the way it's kind of got all of those folds, the way that you've got the pockets, so you can fit so much into all of those as well. It's very clever, isn't it?
They said as long as it closes, and that's one reason for the clip. You know, so if you bulk it out and just clip it together. But you can, there is a bit of sari silk ribbon in there as well.
Brilliant.
So I've actually used it on the top of tags, but what you could do, if you really bulk it out, you could wrap it and
actually,
it closed.
Of course you could.
Yeah,
absolutely. And a super price as well of £12.99. So if you are looking at wanting to kind of start off doing something like this, then that would be a brilliant opportunity. A lot of you going, of course, for the limited edition, of course, that we've got just there as well. So if you are wanting that £19.99, which is completely jam-packed. We don't have a vast amount of those, and you did see, of course, as you were going through that, just how much is actually in this. So this is the Field Entomologist limited edition opportunity for you to be able to get this of Eurofera. And wow, I can't wait again to see how much you can create, because I think there's almost potentially hundreds of projects within that one thing for £19.99.
And if no one else can, I can tell. I put these together with a designer's eye, not a business eye. It take me so long to put together.
And that's
it makes no sense.
No, exactly. Not for the price at all, but makes it even more special for you. You're back at 7 as well, with the stamps that you've been mentioning.
Yeah, entomology stamps, so it'll all go alongside this.
Brilliant. Yeah, so do make sure you tune in back in at 7. A lot of you with a lot of things in your baskets as well, so do ensure you're checking them out, because the last thing I want is for something to sell out and then you can't get it. So make sure that it is yours. I'll be back in a moment. We have got Sizzix back with us, so don't go anywhere. And Janie is back at 7, so please do tune in with that.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Okay, so we are back. It's your final hour while you're here with us as well. It's been so lovely, honestly, getting to meet you, and Skype works, but it's never the same, is it? As actually being there in person. So it's been really lovely for us. And do remember, you've got another chance now. If you do want to send any questions, any messages, anything like that, please do get involved while Eileen is here. There is still the opportunity, of course, to be able to win one of these. The first 4, we have announced the winners from yesterday, but there's still 4 more chances to get get these. Every single one of them is signed. Anybody who buys this deal that is on your screen at the moment, where you are getting all 3 of those big dies that we can see here, so one for your notebook, one to create your treasure box, one to create your stacking drawer box as well, of course, at that discounted price of $85.99. So all 3 of these projects, of course, can you create from this. You'll all be automatically entered into that draw, and then we will announce, I think, tomorrow who has won the additional 4, because the first 4 winners have been announced, so well done to you, but there is another 4 to give away as well. Now, we have quite a lot of deals on the show, and there was a few extras that were, of course, popped into the earlier show, one of which was this. It has been very, very popular because we did an amazing discount, didn't we?
No wonder.
So this has always been sold in the past for £59.99. It's sold really well at that price. We have instead taken this down today at £39.99. So it's the first time with £20 coming straight back into your pocket, and the split pay is still coming on this, so you can actually get this for £20 today, get it home, and then pay the other £20 off. Why do you love this one?
I love it because it reminds me of the wooden one that my grandparents, my mom and grandmother had. And also, that was probably the hardest die I ever designed.
Yes.
Because of the movement of it and kind of the engineering of it. And it was really fun to do. And when I finally got it, I was so happy. But that one took a while.
Yeah, so, I'm not surprised at all, because as we say, you can watch the show back. I think we said it was the 8th of Jan. So you can watch that back, of course, when Sharon was on actually demonstrating with this. It's absolutely brilliant. It really is. Once you kind of see it being put together.
And go together.
Yeah. We've got a little video, actually. We can show you a little look at, actually, from when we did this show that you can see here. So this is when Sharon was doing it back in January, and you can kind of see how all of those portions start to come together. And then once they are, of course, together, it all fixes in. You've got kind of like hinge effects. And then it's the fact that it all opens up brilliantly and so easily from this to this as well. And you can have lots of different things in each one as well. So it's absolutely, absolutely super. And we've got that there for you at that brilliant price point of $39.99. Something else that we wanted to discount as well today, and these are one-off deals, of course, because of the fact that you're here. Well done to Wendy jumping straight in. We're taking this for the first time ever to under £20 for you, and that is to create this lovely embroidery hoop. I mean, it's super in terms of how you can personalise that, and for any sewers as well, it's fabulous.
Yeah. You can actually use it as a hoop, or you can, you could put paper in the center of that, and you could, you actually can stitch on paper. There's just lots of things you can do with that. I love that little hoop.
Absolutely. And again, Sharon, you can look back on her demonstration of this from the 8th, if you'd like to re-watch that as well. You can see part of that just here, where she's just sort of really popping that together, and it's just lovely. I mean, you can make that onto cards. You can do sort of anything you want to, really, with this.
I was thinking fabulous. A photo would be cute in the center.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. So that's all in the same show, so you can watch back if you want to, but it's the first time that we've took it down to these prices, which is brilliant. You can see there, of course, it was at that higher price. Something, though, that has been very popular today was the needle book. It works very well, of course, I think, with the collection that we've brought you on the shows as well. And once again, we decided to discount this and take it down first time to under £20 for you. It is an absolutely superb project. And you're actually going to show us how to create this, aren't you, today?
Actually, we're going to make 2.
Oh, brilliant. Even better.
A faux leather one and a leather one.
Okay, lovely. Yeah.
So, all right, we are going to take some of the craft texture roll.
Great.
And I'm just going to cut that down because we don't need that whole piece there. Might as well not waste it, although, that would make a nice... Another one can make 2.
Yeah.
So we are going to take this and get our frustrations out and start crumpling the heck out of it. And what this does is going to give us some nice texture.
Yeah.
And make it look like leather.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So I love this material because these are great for latches, when you're making books or hinges where you don't want it to break down. I'm going to spritz this a little bit and make it a little more crumbly.
Okay.
And then we're going to put some ink on it, and it really does get pretty leathery looking.
Yeah. It's clever, isn't it?
Yeah, it's as much as you can, as the hand strength thing. But when you put the water on, it makes it more.
And is this the texture or the tan texture roll? Or yes, what you get free actually with the Big Shot today?
Yeah, and you get a whole roll of that. So you could do a whole, roll like this.
Yeah.
Use this technique a lot. And then, let me just give it one more scrunch. And then I'm going to put the heat gun on it.
Oh, okay.
We'll dry it off a little.
That's amazing how much that's changed.
I know, yeah. It went from smooth, like that.
Yeah, from that to that. It does make it look like leather, doesn't it?
All right, so let's just... Yeah, I don't want to put this through my machine wet.
No,
I'm going to add a little bit of
Mm-hmm.
ink to this, and then might leave something on the dye, so I don't want to do that. You can kind of see where it's wet.
Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry that I don't have good nails. I've been teaching.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Everybody
You're
here has such good nails. All right, let's see. So I'm just going to take some brown ink and just go over the top of that and hit these. Actually, let's do this side.
Okay.
It looks like there's a little more.
Yeah.
So just lightly.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Just those little touches, isn't it?
Right, you don't need a lot. Maybe a little more over there.
Okay.
All right, and let's do one more spritz. And I'm going to put that inside, or I'm going to wind up with brown hands, probably. So let's scrunch that up again. We'll give it one more hit with the heat gun, and then we're going to roll that through.
Okay.
We're going to make a book.
Lovely.
Yeah. And then I also brought some leather that I had along on my trip.
Yeah.
And we're going to cut that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, now that other one I embossed. So it's just another thing that you can see can be done with this whole, the Big Shot Plus is great.
Yeah.
And can handle all of these heavyweight materials.
Yes.
And dye. I'm so impatient. I always have to go back.
I know, and you want it to be,
So,
like, give it a few moments.
oh,
there you go, fast.
All right, 2 speeds. That's a nice bonus. All right, that feels pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to take that, and I'm going to put that on my die.
Okay.
I'm going to roll that through. Now, it doesn't matter because this is not as thick as mat board.
Yes.
So usually I put the right side facing the die. It doesn't matter in this case because it's
not got the same thickness.
Yeah, it's not as thick. So I'm just going to roll that through. And then we're going to make some pages using the die.
Okay.
All right. Similar to what we did the last time.
Yes.
But this one has kind of a... oh, no, look at that. We've cut through. All right. Well, good to know.
It's up through there.
All right. Well, well, we could cut 2 and glue it on. All right. See, usually I put it on mat board.
Yes,
so,
so you've got that.
But that's how it is when you're exploring your different materials, so, you know, no problem. We could back it with paper, not a big deal. And actually, this is going to make it a little thicker, too.
Okay.
So we can just glue these 2 together. Oh, we did the same thing again.
Maybe, do you think it's just the sort of thickness of the material?
Yeah, you know, it's meant to be... These dyes are meant to be used with thick material.
Yes, yeah.
But I'll tell you, I usually use a Big Shot. This is a Big Shot Plus, so it's a good thing.
There's probably the difference
to
on the
remember.
pressures.
Yeah. So let's just cut this paper and see what happens, because we could back it with that. I don't think it's going to cut through on there. So that could be a good backer. We'll just glue those 2 together. Yeah. So don't worry, never fear. You can always fix it. That did a little scoring, but I think between the 2 of them. Let's just try this here. Yeah,
there we go.
And you can always add, like, kind of, it would actually look like a book, you know, if you added another little border here.
Almost like bind it, so it sort of would look like, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oops. All right, well, let's just glue this on here, and we'll make some pages.
Yeah. Oops. I think that's what's good as well, actually, with these dies, the fact that you can create the pages as well as creating the outer covers, because that's what I didn't expect yesterday when we were kind of working with the other ones, that you don't need to then actually, you know, work it out and sort of get all the measurements or anything like that.
Yeah, they'll do it for you. Okay, so let's just... Oh, that was that. I was wondering what was flying around there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of holding it together. Let's just move this over a little. See, so all is not lost.
Exactly. We can always rectify, can't we?
Yes. Now see what's going to happen when we cut our leather, though, is hopefully that's going to cut just nice, because that is actual thick material.
Yes, yeah.
All right, so let's lay that on here. Nothing like experimenting while we have a million people watching. I live dangerously. Did I mention that?
I think that's always the way to do it, though, isn't it? You don't want to...
Well, I'm making the mistake, so they don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. We can learn
Sacrificing myself. Oh, yeah. No, this
you go. Yeah.
Oh, that one did cut through, too. But I'll tell you what I would do in this case.
Yeah.
If that ever happens to you, and I should have suggested this sooner, and let's try it right now. I'm going to take a piece of this texture roll. And
somebody said that they use a crease board, and that stops it from cutting.
Yes, you can do that. Yes, that's one thing. If you don't have a crease pad, what you can do is lay this down, and what that's going to do is that's going to absorb the cut, and then your other piece should be fine. Yeah. So let's just go ahead with our other piece of leather, and you can see the difference.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll have two little journals with leather.
Yeah, which is not a bad thing, is it?
No, not at all. And the other thing you could do is you could use the texture roll to kind of make a nice kind of book binding. But see the difference here?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it actually did. There is a lot of pressure on this
machine. Yeah, absolutely.
But what I would do is just take this little piece right here.
Yeah.
And, you know, go
just
down my binding and support it. Or inside, you could do either. So a lot of the using the machines is testing and seeing the depths of things, and then not being afraid to experiment and, you know, try.
And then you work out, don't you, in terms of which materials you like working with best, which ones kind of work best with the dyes and the machines and everything like that. And, I mean, we always say on shows it's about getting to know your machine, which is basically what it is, isn't it?
Yes. And this machine does have deep pressure, so, you know, be aware of that. And a crease pad would help. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and cut a couple pages to go inside. Now, we're going to use the same technique, but you can see that there is like an edge here that's like decorative edge. So I'm just going to bring that a little bit further out than we did last time.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm going to put some of this maker's tape on here, and that's going to hold it down so it doesn't shift while I put that cutting pad on there.
Yeah. Super.
Oh, let's hope. Because if anything can go wrong, it seems to be doing it. All right, but that's okay. You know, sometimes I think that's more the fun. It's like making a mistake and then figuring out how to fix it. Not so much today, but normally that doesn't bother me because I learn things that way. And sometimes
I think most people do.
Your mistake is like better than you would have had. It's kind of predictable. So
and then you do, and then you can do something else and think, oh, actually, I love that. So that's what I'm going to do now.
Sometimes, not always, but it's worth it, you know, when it does. So
that's really pretty, though, isn't it?
Yeah, now
the shape
you have
that you're
these
getting.
little shapes to put inside your book. So I think I am going to take a piece of this texture roll and just put that inside. It's going to look just fine.
Yeah, perfect. Now, just while you're just cutting that as well, I will just do a reminder that we have that amazing deal, on the Big Shot Plus. So if you are wanting to get this deal ends at midnight today. We then go back to the price that we are currently charging for the machine, which is $149.99. So on the web, you can see that it's just the machine at that price. But whilst we are here, of course, with Eileen, we are given this amazing opportunity where you are getting all of this that you can see here. So the textured roll that we're seeing Eileen using, we're going going to get 3 different texture rolls, actually. So the tan that we're seeing here, also the gold, also the white. We then are going to give you 5 embossing folders, the crochet mandala, the vintage buttons, the keys, the tablecloth, and the silverware. All of that is completely for free because we are only charging you for the Big Shot Plus, the price that we are currently charging, $149.99. And of course, it does come with all of the plates, of course, that you need to get going with this immediately. 70% of our allocation has now gone on this. It will basically stay and be available at this price until either midnight, then this offer disappears, or, of course, if it sells out before midnight, then it will disappear before. And it is available, of course, on the 4-way split pay as well, so you can take it home for under £38, which is absolutely superb. And remember that the really brilliant thing about this, compared to other machines, is that you can use these big dies that we're obviously using at the moment, as well as the thinlets from Sizzix, as well as all of your thin dies that you get from other companies as well. So kind of everything you've got in your collections at home will then go through these. And it's got that large platform, so you can kind of get your smaller dies through it, as well as your larger dies, and it is at that epic deal today.
That's great. All right, I'm just going to cut one more page.
Yeah.
And then I want to show how to stitch this into your book, because that is another way that you can get your books inside the cover.
Super.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a fun technique, and it looks hard because it has that nice shape to it. It's like it's like you sat there and
you would struggle to
stitched it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you were fussy cutting it.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to let this dry a minute here. And let's see. This is that can be saved. I'm not getting rid of it.
Yeah, keep that.
Yeah, I'm going to keep all of these because they're going to work for something else. So.
Yeah.
I know you can't keep everything, but
leather. You never really want to waste anything, do you?
No,
that's the thing.
All right, so what I'm going to do here is I am going to take my pokey tool.
Okay.
And I'm just going to kind of make some marks here, go through.
Super, yeah.
And then I'm going to do the same on here. I'm just going to make a mark, and then I'll go through the whole thing. I don't want to mess your table up here.
That's all right.
And don't poke yourself.
No, that's worse. Yeah. That hurts.
Yes. All right. And now I have a needle. And I'm just going to stitch this into the cover.
Yeah.
So this could be the outer cover or it could be the inside. I think I'm going to make that the inside because it's easy to match these up. So all you do is go through and then come in the other side.
Oh, right, yeah.
Match up the holes. You can find it.
Yeah. And super.
Yeah. That's
so actually it's quite easy to stitch it together.
Right, it is. And in
just about kind of actually just matching once you've got the holes sort of through, then we're...
Yeah, this needle is kind of a pain. You wouldn't believe how long it took us to thread this needle out in the other end.
Really?
To get scissors or tweezers.
To do that.
It was like a... and I'm bleeding because I poked myself.
Oh, no. Are you okay? Do you want a plaster?
I
am
okay? Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. That's the hazard of crafting.
Yeah, I know.
Might get a little blood. It shows your passion for the craft. All right, so that is... that's our little needle book. And if we wanted, we could take another piece of that texture roll and put that on the outside. And actually, we could just trim a piece off here.
Yeah.
And do that to support the frame. So, anyway, there is our little leather book.
Super. So we have got that today, of course, at the discounted price as well, where we've taken it for the first time ever to under £20 for you to be able to take that home if you want to. So that is going to be absolutely a perfect opportunity for you to be able to get started with anything like this as well. And, of course, we have got the final few chances now for that deal on the machine also. Don't forget, of course, there is a fabulous... Are you okay? You sure you're not hurting?
No, I'm fine.
Sure? Yeah, because I was like, if you do want to get a plaster, I can get you.
No, I'm really fine.
So we do have, of course, remember that we've got all three of those fantastic opportunities with the big dies that we've got as well. We are doing this where we are giving you one of the projects completely for free. So you are getting the treasure box. We are going to have a look in a few moments, of course, at the drawers that we've got here. You also are getting to make the notebook. We're actually giving this for free, okay, today. So this one is coming for free if you want to get all three of these, and you can't even get this individually because it has completely sold out. And of course, just by buying this, you are automatically entered into the prize draw, where 4 winners will be selected at random, and you will get the signed Eileen Hull notebooks as well. Now, something else that we have on the show is our stencils and dies. Completely another brand new opportunity. We are now limited, okay, in terms of getting these. Beautiful opportunity to get your layered stencils, where you're getting 4 stencils. They all layer up to create this beautiful pattern. But I think what's so lovely is you've used sort of different colours to what we're seeing here, so like with the pinks, and suddenly they look like a totally different flower when you use a different colour.
Yeah, and you could even do multicoloured flowers.
Oh, yes, of course you could. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And a lot of dies, of course, that comes with this, that one huge central die, and then you've got smaller flowers as well as all the foliage that goes with this as well. And down to $41.98. Normally this is $19.99, this is $21.99, but actually you can get both of these today for $28.99. So a brilliant price tag for you to be able to get them. Now, we are running Craftopia, which is coming up shortly, so we will give you a few more details on that, and then we'll be back to do more demos. We'll see you in a sec.
Hi everyone, Andy here from HobbyMaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, HobbyMaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From HobbyMaker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to sandtangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's HobbyMaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Okay, welcome back. So that is Craftopia. If you want to join, obviously, a lot of people there, then you can, and that's a bit more information, of course, on that as well. Now, I have just found out this, we have got 2 left of this. Now, this did, we thought it completely sold out yesterday. Sometimes people have it in the basket, it pops back in. So we have got 2 final chances for you to be able to get this. So we are going to bring that back in for you, reduce it to the same price of £15.99. It's an absolutely superb die set, isn't it? It's like that we've actually got just there.
Yes.
And it actually creates, doesn't it, all of these different shapes that you've got where you can actually then fill them in with whatever you want.
Right. It's like a faux postage set. So you can make your own using the stamps that you have. It actually looks beautiful when you emboss it and then run it through, and you've got these nice little embossed stamps. They're beautiful. Yeah, all different shapes and sizes, anything you need. So you could stamp happy birthday on there and put it on a card or on a journal, anywhere.
And again, it is down to the lowest price that we've ever seen this at, so £15.99 today. There's only 2 chances, but I just wanted to quickly just let you know that there are 2 opportunities left with that. Now, in terms of the main dies, we're going to have a look at the moment in terms of creating the boxes, aren't we, the drawers. So we have got some amazing samples that, of course, you can see here as well. So this is one of the drawers. You also get this to create the treasure box. We also get to see the lovely notebook that we've got there. In fact, we've got so many stunning notebooks that obviously we can share with you, and the difference of the ways that you might want to create these as well, the way that you might bind them or use elastic or anything like that. Another fantastic box there, which has actually used 2 of the lids from the treasure box. So you can see it's quite a different size to the one that we've got just there as well. So there's a lot of different projects, of course, that you can actually create with this, which is what's so super about all of those samples that we've actually had in the studio as well. If you want to, you can still buy the treasure box individually, and you can buy the drawers individually. The notebook has completely sold out on its own, so you can only get it within this big bundle, where basically we've thrown it in for free anyway. So you're only paying for 2 of them, and you are getting the notebook for free. Plus, it's on that split pay opportunity that you've got there, where you can actually buy it for less than £30 to date, which is absolutely brilliant. So we're going to have a look at demoing actually how to create this. Now, you can always look back, of course, on our shows as well from yesterday. We have some fantastic demonstrations as well as seeing us actually creating these today. So if you want to see the treasure box, we did do that on earlier shows yesterday. Rightio.
Yeah, so what I thought we would do now is we are going to die cut 3 of the storage drawers, or stacking drawers, and we're going to cut them out of white, because if you look at it, you can't really notice. If we put paper on it, you wouldn't really see, except for these.
Yeah, of course.
So what we're going to do is we're going to cut them out of white, and then we're going to cut these 3 pieces and put those, just cut them out of paper and put them on there. So I'm just going to go through and die cut 3 of these. So this is not so exciting, but it's fun.
Great.
Now, if we did cover this with paper, we would turn flip this mat board over, but this is going to go together fast. So this is a nice little storage drawer. You could use it for like a jewelry box.
Yes, exactly.
Or any little things.
Thinking little gifts as well.
Little
gifts, sweets or anything like that as well, or little favours at a wedding.
Right. Yeah, this would be the perfect favour box. Okay, I would probably keep that to you. A strip there. You never know when you're going to need it. Now, also, I would recommend, and the same with if you have a die that has holes in it, I would take my die pick and go ahead and remove that, because that, if you are cutting mat board on a regular basis, that's going to collect in there and add up, and then after a while, it will make it hard to get that piece out.
Okay.
So. All right. Number 2. We should time this. You could say you can make it in 10 minutes. Hopefully you can.
It's fast though, isn't it?
Yeah, they are fast. And you know, if you were doing like an assembly line for, like we said, like a wedding, like little, it would be so cute to put the bride and groom's name.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
definitely.
just on the little bar there. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and
pop
that out. Yeah. And one more. Just make sure you cover all areas of the die.
Yes, I think that's where as well you see how good these dies actually are, because it's just, you know, you're not having to put much pressure and you just kind of spinning that round, through they go, and they're done, aren't they?
Yeah, this is a little high for me, so I'm reaching, but it's...
Yeah, exactly.
It's
with our counter.
Yeah, on a normal place.
Yeah.
Fine. So I'm just throwing that on the floor. So now we're just going to assemble these.
Okay.
They just take a minute.
Yeah.
Let's put this over here. Whoops. Get all this stuff out of the way. Oh, wait a minute. We forgot. We need to cut. I'm going to do that now so we don't forget. So what I'm going to do is find the piece on the die, which is right here. I'm going to cut 3 pieces at a time.
Yeah.
And I just want to fill the fronts of those little windows.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just going to go ahead and cut that. I would probably use my shorter cutting pads just because it takes more time to wheel this through. But that's
yeah.
And it can easily go through that thick paper, and that's 49 American paper. That's very thick.
Yeah.
So not a problem.
Right.
And then we may, nope, it cut it right through. There we go.
I think we've had a quick question as well from Ruth. Hi, Ruth. I have a switch machine. Will these still be cut in it, please? And how do, I viewed the previous demos. So
yes.
Would they work in a switch?
These dies will work in a switch.
They will.
I would recommend that you get the crease pad for the switch.
Okay, yeah.
Because of the reason that we saw before, that it cuts through. And, you know, the thing is, when you have a machine, you can't expect it to do everything. It's doing those intricate cuts, and it's cutting deep. But if you have a die like this, and with a scoring blade, it's going to have a different reaction. So either, you know, you just have to get familiar with your machine, see what the tolerance is for it, and then make adjustments because, you know, give it a break. It can cut anything. You just have to make the right combination. So play around with your machine. Even like the Big Shot has different pressure. You know, depending on how long you have, how much you use it, you know, even where you live, because sometimes like the heat, you just don't know how it's stored. All of those things are factors, and you just have to get to know your machine and not be afraid to experiment with it and kind of, I don't want to say push the limits, but, you know.
Yeah, but you want to, don't you, in a way?
You want to know what you're able to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of seeing the previous demos, if you go on to HobbyMaker, okay, so you can go directly onto our website. If you just click up there where you can see TV Guide, then you can just pop back onto yesterday. And, of course, when you go onto the Monday the 6th, you'll see the hours that we did, of course, there with Eileen. And then there's also the later show that you did with Dave, so you can watch back any of those. Also, that will sort of sit there for a week, and then after that, you'll need to go across to YouTube, and on YouTube, they will actually sit there the whole time. Just type in the date, so do HobbyMaker the date, and it will come up, and then you can always look back on any shows from any time on YouTube as well. So there's 2 ways to be able to find them.
That's great. So if you ever have a question, you can go back and watch that.
Yeah, which is really good. And if you want to kind of craft along when you kind of get the dies home or anything, then you can actually
that's a great idea. Also, if you have any questions, you can join about my dies. You can join the Eileen Hall fan club on Facebook, and you can ask in the group, and people will help you if you're having issues or you can't remember what are the, you know, what's the platform that I need, or combination of plates or whatever.
I think what's nice in groups like that as well is there's no question you can't ask. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's no silly question at all. Everybody's there for the same purpose.
Right. And there are people that have been there a long time. There are people that are new. So, they're there for you because they've been in that position too where I'm not sure how to do that.
Yes,
So, don't worry.
So they've come together really quickly, haven't they,
these
already?
are the little sliders. So these are going to stack like that.
Super.
And then we're just making our book. We need a little bit of tape. Now, I'm not going to do what I did wrong yesterday, which is we're going to tape them inside the box.
Okay.
All right. So just a little bit of red line tape here, and I'm just going to line these up and do them all at one time.
I mean, again, you can sort of see as you're looking at those score lines that are there. So actually, in terms of like your folds and bending this and everything, it just guides you, doesn't it?
You don't ever have to calculate anything.
No.
Or, have to work anything out. You just follow. Follow the score lines, really, and that's going to tell you where to fold. And then it just makes sense if you know the shape that you're trying to get. You know, it's just going to go into it. So, Now I'm using red line tape just for speed here, but you could use glue if you wanted. All right, and this is going to get our box. Actually, I'm going to put my tape down here.
Okay.
And I'm just going to do one line down, like we did with the treasure box.
Yes, yeah.
Because we're going to let this tape help to keep the box together.
Super.
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and do all of these at one time while I have the tape out. And flip them over, thankfully. I remembered that, because that would be bad.
I put them on there.
You must see a lot of disasters on here.
Do you know what? I always just think it makes people real. You know, like if things, you know, that's what everybody does, isn't it? And actually, then you work out how to get around it or what else you do.
And hopefully you don't do it again. Yeah.
Everybody just learns from everything.
Yes. Well, I do videos two a week, and I regularly make mistakes.
I don't think it matters. I really don't.
Well, we're kind of there for the community of, you know, everybody likes
and also
to
nobody's perfect. It's not
no one's
possible,
judging. Yeah, that's nice.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. And now let's put these together.
Yep.
See how easily they bend?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now with the big shot, these are going to be a little stiffer, so you can see that this pressure is a little deeper.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. There's that. Now these are going to bend in.
Okay. Yep. Fab.
And let's get our die pick.
Yeah, just pop
Let's
that off.
go this way. This is always the hardest part.
Yeah, I think it's because it's quite fiddly, isn't it? Kind of getting into those bits that we have as well.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, perfect, all in one.
Yeah. All right. And then we're going to take our little square.
Okay.
Put that inside.
Yeah.
And there, we've got one drawer done.
Fab.
Hallelujah.
And then that just pops in.
That's going to go in here.
Yeah.
All right. And then we have our little, and so we have to, what do you like, gray or the...
This one?
Yeah. Now let's cut these tabs. The ones that are closer to the blade are just going to come off. The last one that's the furthest out, we may have to trim, but that's okay. We know where to do it because we can see that.
Yes, yeah.
Tuck it up, but I'm just going to cut that off. So let's do the blue.
Yeah.
And then we have a box that we had left over from yesterday.
Yeah.
So you can just put them in there. This is a nice glue.
Yeah.
Tacky glue. All right, and I might do that before I put it in the box just so you can position it, but use this as your guide.
Yeah, that's perfect though, isn't it? Yeah.
All right, you know, I might just get this off before I... Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, yeah, because I did it in one... I forgot. I thought it was two pieces, but it was one piece. All right.
There we go. Lovely.
It's coming along.
There we go. Actually, I feel like you get into a real rhythm as well as you're kind of putting these together.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun to... I don't know. I like repetitive projects because you don't have to think about it.
No. And if you do craft shows and you're actually creating these to sell on as well, I mean, you could just really kind of sort of whip these out,
do
whip
a
these
stage
out,
at a time.
Yeah, and then decorate them. And obviously, you see, don't you, the sort of price points that things like this are sold for as well, especially when they're decorated as beautifully as something like this. And it's a great one that is going to be drawn, of course, I think, the eye to straight away when you are at those craft shows.
Hopefully, yes. Yeah.
Does it take a long time to actually come up with the concepts and then to work towards getting the dies ready and things like that?
Well, the whole thing takes about a year.
Does it?
You know, from the time you have the idea, and then you have some talks with the art department and see if that works for them, you know, what kind of die it is and how many you're slotted to get.
Yes,
and then you send it in and they approve, you know, they test it. Then you get one back and you know, go through and use it, and you might have to make a little adjustment or not. sometimes they just go through. I try for that.
Yeah, definitely.
And then it's, you do packaging for it.
Okay.
And then, you know, they have sales calls and show people, and then, you know, finally it comes out.
They actually arrive and you're like,
it seems like forever.
Exciting.
Yeah, and by the time, it's kind of funny because by the time it actually is available, there are different things that you would do with it.
Okay.
You know, because there's new products that have come out, or I don't know, you just have a different mindset, and then it's like, oh, I think I could do that too.
Yeah.
So the whole thing, but it takes
a long time.
maybe a year.
Yeah. Wow.
And not, maybe not quite that long.
No, but it's a
pretty
good
long
amount of time. But I mean, there's a lot of processes to go through, and there's a lot of different people where it needs to come from your idea to then go through, I suppose, all the team to be signed off, and it to be engineered and to be created, and then you actually get to see the final projects, and that's lovely.
And you're like, why did I do that? What was my thought there?
But, a year ago, and now I'm thinking of this that we're working on.
Another idea now. But the other fun thing is I have a inspiration team.
Okay.
And so I send them samples, and they come up with ideas.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, it's like a never-ending supply of ideas of what you can do.
How many years have you been working with Scissors?
I've been with them for 15 years.
Oh, yeah, so a long time. Yeah. And have you been sort of crafting and loving crafting like your whole life?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I'm one of 6 kids, and I have 4 sisters, and we're all 6 years. All of us were 5 years. All of us were within that. So we're all about the same age, and we were always crafting.
Really?
In fact, I remember we moved into a new house, and we went up in the attic, and we found cardboard boxes, and we started making furniture for the dolls. So yeah, I have, and even then, I like the construction side.
Yes.
You know?
Okay.
So there's something for everybody in craft.
Yeah. And you do often find it, don't you, quite young as well, I think, where you sort of see where your passions sit and things like that.
Well, and you try a lot of things out. And so now we have our cute little set of boxes. Wait, let's put it like this so you can see. They're all lined up. All right, now the moment of truth. Let's try putting it in a box.
Yes.
Judging how things have gone today, I'm holding my breath here. Now, there is a little bit of difference of a gap here. So what you can do is you can trim down your box to make it the same width, you know, before you start. Or you can just allow that little back. That could be kind of like a little secret hideout back there.
It's so true.
So, or you could just, you know, bring it up
forwards, whatever you wanted, really. Absolutely.
So, please fit. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. There we go.
There you go.
They're straight in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that I think is what is so good. If you just sort of see that is in the treasure box, and like we were saying, all 3 of those will fit into the treasure box, as well as 3 of these will fit into them. So 3 little books. I mean, I imagine it depends how sort of thick you've sort of made them, but should we pop those? And then there's another one. Should we pop that?
That one is.
Oh, that's different, isn't it?
But that one should work.
Yeah. Let's go for that.
And these are even decorated. So this is a nice little bookcase.
Yeah, it is,
you know, and you could put the name of the book or the year that it was done or whatever.
Yeah, they look displayed lovely like that, don't they?
I know. I think it's pretty. Yeah.
So just to give you a quick recap of what you are going to get with this, you are getting the full set of 3, okay? So you are getting what we just saw being created just there, the drawers. You are then getting, obviously, what we've just seen is put the books into, what we put the drawers into as well, that treasure chest box that we've got. And you will also get the notebook as well. So all 3 of those, you have got that opportunity, of course, to be able to get, which is absolutely brilliant. So yes, it is a fantastic deal, and it does mean today that actually you are getting the notebook thrown in for free if you want to get these as well. So well done, Steve and Marcella, just managing to come through and get yours as well. Now, we do have, of course, a few extras that we've managed to squeeze into the show today. We'll just give you a quick reminder of this because we have done an epic saving on this. I mean, it has been something that is incredibly popular. Always has been at $59.99 previously. Today and today only, we are talking $39.99 for you to be able to get this. When you sort of open it up as well, it actually does come, as you can see, with all of your instructions that I've got there. Again, you can watch back the show that was in January, 8th of January, if you want to see back the demonstrations on this. But I think the fact that you can actually take this home today for that amazing price of £20 is exceptional, isn't it?
Amazing.
Yeah. And again, I think this is one of those that I feel like you need to see, because I remember seeing it kind of together, but then when I saw the motion it had, I was like...
It opens very smoothly, and it will stay. Yeah.
It's perfectly engineered, isn't it?
Yeah.
To have that. Yeah. So £20 off that if you'd like to get it. We also have the embroidery hoop, which is down to under £20 for the first time ever for you to be able to get this. So another absolutely superb price point for you to be able to get that. Just today, once again, all these prices will go back up at midnight. And then the final opportunity that we've got as an extra is the needle book, which of course we've made, and that there you can see it's super cute. It's really pretty as well. I love like the kind of almost, you know, the ends of it that just sort of flow so beautifully with the pages, with the outer. Again, has never been to under £20. We've got it there today for an under £20 deal for you to be able to get this, which is absolutely fabulous. Now, we also have that brilliant deal of the Big Shot machine that we've got today. Now, again, this deal is only here today, okay? It is a bank holiday bonanza price. It's the fact Eileen Hull is here with us. £149.99, that is the price point that you would pay for the machine on its own. It's already got a £20 discount because usually it retails at £169.99. But what we're doing today is we're throwing in so much extra. We are throwing in 5 embossing folders. And let me just give you a recap of these 5 folders, because we have actually got boards to show you how these look, which is just brilliant. So this is your silverware that you've got there. And all of these are actually things that you've used, aren't they?
Yes,
and
they are.
That's how they've actually created these embossing folders. We have this one that we've got as well. So this one is your tablecloth. That was one of your old tablecloths. Then we have got your buttons, here. And everybody has a button drawer, don't they?
Right.
So it's lovely to have that. So your buttons, they're going to come with it. We then also have this, which is your crochet mandala that will come with this. And we have your keys as well. So you're going to get all 5 of those. Then we saw texture roll being used earlier in the tan colour. You'll get that. You will also get your white texture roll, and you will get your gold texture roll. So all of that is free. That is over £80 worth of goodies that are just thrown in completely for free today. If you do decide that you want the Big Shot Plus, which of course will take those big dies as well as your thinlets, as well as your slim dies that of course we've got from other brands as well. So you've got a brilliant opportunity with that. Now we do have as well, which were brand new, which you designed, the stencils with the dies as well. So these work perfectly in conjunction, perfect individually as well. And you do get 4 of your stencils within this. You can see they are layering up, and you can of course use them individually as well, which is what I really like. You could just use the background on something, just use the flowers, just use the foliage, or all together, couldn't you? And then of course this die, when I spin that around, you can see you've got a large die there which will cut of course part of the stencil out. And then we've also got separate flowers, we have got separate foliage that you can see there to be able to build these up as well. Would it be possible to have another look at the stencils?
Yes, and in fact, I was just thinking that I had said that I want to show one of the tricks to use the lattice.
Okay.
And so this would be the perfect chance.
Yes, super. So we'll just grab the stencils that we've got here, and then we can have a little look, of course, at that and at what we're creating, of course, with that as well, and the little trick that you've got just here, which is absolutely super.
All right, and I'm going to use my...
Fab.
Grid
those out.
Okay, I'm going to do it. Now this is... Oh, actually, we could do it. Let's do it on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do is just concentrate on this one layer here. Where did it go? Here it is. Okay, and we're going to make a plaid using this, okay? And this was my friend Susie had this idea.
Okay.
And wait a minute, we've got some
a little bit
flowers there. Okay. You can see what my desk looks like and imagine. It's a disaster. But so much fun.
Super tidy crafters, is there? It feels a bit wrong.
I don't know. I have some friends.
Do you?
They sound pretty tidy.
Really?
Yeah, they drive me crazy. Okay, so this one, we're going to start on the right side.
Yeah.
And we're going to place these in here, and we're just going to put our paper like this.
Okay.
And just line it up so that it's level.
Okay.
All right, so let's take the blue, and we're just going to go and do a layer of blue. Okay, we're not going to do it real hard or anything. Just cover the whole grid.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we're going to turn it so that it has a different pattern.
Yeah.
And we're going to do that a couple times.
Okay.
And just another way that you can use a stencil, you know, so think about that. If you use it one way and then turn it over and use it the other way, it's going to be the reverse. So it's like getting two images.
Yeah, it's clever, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
in terms of just
Susie
being able to
is
do it.
clever because she figured it out.
I always think when you can use things in more than one way, that's what I always love.
Definitely. And that is a big factor in whether I buy something or not. If I can use that more than one way, then yeah.
Well, it's better value for money, isn't it? So.
Right, yeah. I mean, who has... You have to decide. You can't just buy every craft product, although watching the show makes me think maybe I can.
Yes, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I think a lot of people, with the price points that we sometimes do, but also with that one-off postage and packaging, people think,
yes,
I want to kind of cram my baskets per day and,
I know.
And get everything home. So we spun it over just there.
All right, we turned it over. It's the same. So what I'm going to do is take that down a notch here.
Okay.
And that's going to offset it just a little bit. Yeah. So we're going to use another color.
That's also clever about this stamp and stencil tool as well, is that you know you're going to get it in the exact position that you want to move it back to that position.
And move it how you like. I want a nice green. Yeah, let's do this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that over here because I'm right-handed. That will make sense. Okay, and it's going to be right next to it. If we wanted, we could take it down another notch and it would separate it a little. So you can play with this forever, really. You could do as many colors as you wanted. But wait until you see the end, because when my friend brought over the box that she had, I was like, how did you do that? It looked like paper that was printed. And she said, oh, I just moved the grid around.
Oh, my gosh.
You know,
so simple, really, but it's just not what you'd think of unless
well, it wasn't what I thought of, but I was really happy that she did.
Yeah, 100%.
So, all right, you ready?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, that's
that
great.
even looks like it's shaded. Now, I didn't get a lot.
It's almost giving like a shadow effect, isn't it?
I know. And I kind of like this because she separated them a little more, but this is pretty too.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we have here.
I
love
think
that. That's so soft.
Yeah, me too.
And look at that. It kind of went off because I had to move it down. So I could go back and replace that.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Let's go back here. And I think what I'm going to do is move this around.
Yeah.
And we'll put the grid down again. And let's see.
I think this is lovely as well to be able to see where if you just want to use one layer, you can do.
Right. Now, that looks about the same, so I'm going to flip it another way so it's kind of not showing anything.
Okay.
Just want to make sure it's straight.
Yes,
That's going to be... It's hard to see here. I think I have it. So let's do some pink, because that'll show up.
Great.
All right, let's do a little darker. I want it to really stand out. All right, I think this is going to be really cool.
Yeah, me too.
Now, you might want to wipe your stencil off because that's going to muddy the color a little bit, but it's pretty strong color. So.
Yeah.
Well, look at how fast that is. You can make any combination of colors.
Yeah, exactly.
And you could do 3, 4, 5, whatever.
Yeah, as much as you want.
Fill it in, even.
Yeah.
All right.
Brilliant. Go on.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Super,
Isn't that cool?
I love that.
I am so glad I tried that.
Yeah, that's such a cool background that you've made.
I know.
Or you could die cut into that if you wanted to.
Yes,
kind
exactly.
of create any shape that you wanted. So, so do remember that is just using just one of the layers, and you've got 4 of those layers. Plus, you have got all of the dies that come to you today. All of that for under £30, which is brilliant. Final chance as well to be able to enter the prize draw to get one of the signed notebooks by Eileen. 4 more winners will be selected at random today of people who have bought, of course, the main collection, which is to create the treasure box, to create the stacking drawer box, and to create the notebook as well. So we've got that opportunity for you there at that discounted price of £85.99. Well, thank you so much for being here.
You're amazing. I don't know how you do what you do.
Well, I don't know how you do what you do, so because I couldn't do any of that. So,
well, we're probably doing the right things then.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got the rest of your roadshow, of course, your UK roadshow that's coming
I'm
up.
off to Wrexham.
Exciting,
and,
okay.
Yeah, we'll do a couple more visits, and then we're off on our cruise, which will be really nice.
Yeah, that's really nice. And then back to celebrate your granddaughter's birthday after that as well.
No, I'm not going to make that one, but that's all right.
You can celebrate it at a later date, though, can't you?
Yeah.
I always think it's nice to extend our birthdays. So
Yes.
we can just kind of...
Yeah, she's 2. She may not know about that, but she will learn.
She'll just want the paper at the moment, really.
Probably,
like
yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I hope to see you again, obviously, soon. And we will be back in a few moments. We have got Francoise here with Dave as well, and it is Creative Expressions, so don't go anywhere. And of course, as we said, if you want to watch back any of the shows with Eileen and the demonstrations, you can do. They're all there on YouTube and on the HobbyMaker site. And another thing just to remember is that we have a jam-packed shows today. We had that big new launch with Hunky Dory as well, so if you want to jump back in and get that men's collection, it's there, it's on the web, and that was at fabulous prices as well. So do shop away, and Francoise is up next.
All right.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Evening all, just after 5 o'clock, it's shift change time. Yes, thank you ever so much to Shez for the last few hours. She's back soon. I'm with you through till 8 o'clock on HobbyMaker, and let's introduce the crew. We've got a change of producer. So Georgie's gone, and Ellie's in the hot seat. There she is, putting everything on the screen for you, doing all these amazing deals, putting all your messages on the screen as well if you message into the studio. Adam's there too. Director extraordinaire, knobs and buttons man, there he is. Becca's on camera too, there she is, glamorous Bex. We've got Chris on the floor, there he is. And, Sharon's there. Bye, Eileen, see you again soon. Bye. And Sharon's going to be here tomorrow, by the way, just to give you a heads up. Some Tim Holtz goodies tomorrow evening. And in the studio, lovely Francois.
Hello.
Hello, you all right?
Yeah, it's lovely to be back.
Good to see you, good to see you. Now, Francois is here with Creative Expressions, as she is, and Woodware Stamps. Woodware and Creative Expressions are kind of joined now. And we had a really, really, really popular and busy first collection from Francois, the Mon Jardin. We've got Mon Jardin 2 coming up, as well as this. This is what's on the way. So we've got Francois between now and 6. After that, at 6 o'clock, we've got Here's to Him. It's a brilliant new collection from Hunky Dory and Anne-Marie. And then we've got Janie's Originals. Yes, Janie is back, inspired by the Natural History Museum and lots of other fantastic museums she's been to. We've got dragonflies, we've got bumblebees, all that sort of thing that she's actually sketched herself from original artifacts, basically. She'll tell you more at 7 o'clock. It's really interesting. So that's the way we look between now and 8. But now we have got Mon Jardin Part 2. Francois, come on in. Now, Francois, you're not just known for gnomes.
No, thank goodness for that.
You do other things apart from gnomes. And beautiful, beautiful artwork, these
lovely,
stamps.
Thank you very much.
They're really lovely.
I sort of swing between gnomes and between a vintage sort of grungy sort of postage sort of style.
Makes
really.
life interesting, doesn't it?
It does, actually, because it makes my job more interesting as well. It's nice to sort of have a break every now and then, because Norman, you know, he's a bit mischievous, demanding.
Yes, I have heard. Now, so Mon Jardin Part 2, the reason we got Part 1 and Part 2 is it was a really big collection. So everyone thought at Creative Expressions that, well, let's do it in 2 parts. So if you were lucky enough to get Mon Jardin Part 1, I dare say you're going to want to get the rest of the stamps and the stencils and the dies that will complete your collection. But equally, if you haven't got Part 1, it doesn't matter, because it stands alone on its own.
It does. I mean, all the stamps stand on their own, or they all work together. I've brought some samples along with me that show a combination of the 2 collections together.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, if I had collection number 1, I'd want collection number 2, because there's sort of bits that sort of go across both of them, like the dies and some of the mini stamps and things. So they really work really well together.
OK, well, what we always give you are options, because we know that everybody's pockets are different sizes and everybody's budgets are different. So if you want to get everything in Part 2, the Mon Jardin, there are 9 stamp sets in this. You get 1 stencil and you also get 1 die, and the stencil and die are just down there. And they're like, they're giving you like almost like a postage perforation around the...
They do. So it basically cuts you a sheet of stamps, of postage stamps.
Yeah.
Literally, you know, if you go in a post office and you see the new stamps, they come out, you'll see them in the books, they're like a complete sheet. It does that, but obviously it gives you different sort of shapes. You've got rectangles and squares.
Absolutely.
Big stamps, small stamps.
And this collection on the top is available as a separate collection. The collection down the bottom is available as a separate collection at a lower price, obviously. But the I Want It All is going to give you everything, and it's going to give you the best deal and the best price, and it will be on split pay as well. It should be £79.42 if you were paying the proper price for everything. PL 2803. PL 2803. Today, the whole thing is only £64.99. So that has a whopping saving of about £15. And we've got a 2-way split on it as well. So that is basically £32.49 today to get all of these stamps and the die and the stencil as well. And if we just show you, let's just quickly show you with the ones that we've got here to have a little flick through what you're actually going to get, because it's very difficult to see it from a distance. So you've got this one, which is your...
Geraniums.
That's your geraniums. There we go.
I'm trying to keep the names even as simple as I can these days.
That's all right.
I can't remember them either otherwise.
That's one big stamp, and you've got the dripping tap, you've got the postage stamps in there, of course, as well, and, of course, the flowers. Next, you've got this one, which is your postal rose, which is lovely, so looking like a postage stamp. And again, you've got first class and various little franking stamps and marks on there as well, which are really lovely. Then you've got your flying birds. So these are separate stamps this time. And you've got the French for birds, l'oiseau. See, I did learn at school a little bit.
Very good, very good. I'm impressed.
I'm impressed too, that I can remember it. You've got the thistle there, the beautiful feather as well, so all of those. Then you've got your hollyhocks. There we go. And that is...
Tilt that one to one side.
There you go. So that's like a postcard. They're all 4x6 in size. A garden feeds the soil. Beautiful. And then you've got wood grain. Now that is going to be such a useful stamp to have, really.
It is. I was just looking at some of the samples, catching up on what the design team have done, and it just makes a superb background. And you'll see it appearing, as a background for covers for books and all sorts.
French script on the angle, on the diagonal, which is really lovely. So if you've got script stamps already, you know how useful they are for backgrounds and that sort of thing, but to have it in French is a nice little twist.
Yeah, I thought with Mon Jardin it was quite appropriate, really, to have something in French.
Mini geranium, that's in there as well. And, sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, so that one's great for, you've got the bigger stamp with the geraniums. You can extend that stamp by adding some more geraniums to it.
Absolutely. Then you've got your postage stamp with airmail and first class. And then also in the I Want It All, you're going to get this wonderful collection of lovely verses and sentiments. Hello, hello, hello. Dream, enjoy, travel, soar, adore. Lovely fonts. It's like the old-fashioned typewriter,
Yeah,
isn't
it is. And it's slightly grungy. And I've added some sort of splodges to make it grungy. So when you stamp it out, don't start thinking that you've made a mistake or you've got splodges. It's all intentional to fit in with the grungy vintage style. And, of course, these fit onto the postage stamps.
Then you've got your stencils. So these are going to work, obviously, with those stamps as well. That's the stencil for the stamps. And then you get the die, which will cut out all those tiny little perforations for you. And again, the size of the stamps will work. Well, not all the stamps, but most of the stamps will work with this die as well. So that's what you're going to get if you want the I Want It All bundle. And we've got some finished cards to show you in a minute.
I've got a little pile here.
If you just want the 8 stamps, though, without the verses and without the stencil and without the die, everything on the top here you will get. The 8 stamp bundle is coming up. It's GU2818. $53.45 should be the price, but we'll do a deal on that for you as well. $47.50, and Ellie has twisted a few arms. As it's under £50, it shouldn't really be on split pay, but she's been able to persuade the powers that be to put it on split pay for us. So that makes it, I can't work that out, $23.75? Is that right? Yeah, $23.75, your first split payment of 2. That's GU2818. That's the 8 stamps on the top row without the verses. And then if you want the bottom row on its own, which gives you the die for the stamps and the stencil and the verses on their own, those 3 together, we can let you have all of those for just $25.97, but not today. We're going to take that down to about 22 something, I think. $22.99. $22.99 that's going to go down to if you just want those 3. So there's something for everybody's pocket, really.
There is as well. So, it really does help, and the split pay really helps as well.
And that bundle, just the 3 at the bottom, 10% of that has already gone. Lots of you are coming for the I Want It All as well. And if we get a little look at some of these cards, you can talk us through. There's the thistle, isn't it?
So that's so these are made by me and our design team. So thank you to our wonderful design team. You can use some of the elements on their own, just the thistle. This is a card by Christine, really simple. It uses one of the little verses because you don't have to use those with the postage stamp die. You can use them on their own if you want to. Mm-hmm. But here we have the postage die showing what it does best. So you've got some of the wordings, you've got the hollyhocks coming in as well. That's a lovely sample by Emma from our team. Beautiful. Then we've got the postal rose. This one is lovely to sort of 3D, and if you want to just cut out the rose and use the rose panel on its own, you can do that. Or tomorrow I'll be showing you how to extend it. Mm-hmm. That shows you how you can cut the rose on its own with a lovely wood grain panel behind and the French script.
I mean, just look at what you can do with these stamps once you've got them. That single feather stamp, stamped multiple times with white embossing powder. Amazing.
I mean, it's just stunning what Diane's done with that. And what you were saying as well, what you can do with just one little stamp out of the collection is amazing.
The colour clouds in the background?
I'm not too sure. I think possibly, but I sort of need to ask Diane for definite.
Stamping onto vellum. Look at that, on vellum.
Yeah, I put that one in the pile because it's so different. It's just the white embossing powder on the postal rose. Really pretty. And then another variation of the postal rose. Again, that's been cut out with some stenciling in the background. This is one by Kim which is really nice, really simple. You don't always have to colour things in, and that's the beauty of these designs, because they're sort of vintagey and grungy. They stand on their own without necessarily having colour.
And what I love Francoise for doing is she not only brings us amazing products, but she also selects products that have been used to make the demo cards, and what she uses in the show will be in the show as well, so you know that everything's going to work together really well. And there you've got the dripping tap one. There we go.
So geraniums. There's a bit of a nod. In my collections, there's always a nod to myself. I do enjoy a bit of gardening, and I've also sort of selected flowers that I knew that my parents really liked.
Yeah.
My mum loved her geraniums and hollyhocks, and my dad was a rose lover.
Fantastic.
So it's a bit of a sort of an ode to them as well.
A bit of a tribute.
A bit of a tribute,
yeah,
yes.
That's nice. OK, now already we're getting busy. And by the way, if you are one of our many viewers now that we have in America, you too can enjoy all of these items as well. Wendy in Virginia has already checked out. And remember, if you are watching us in the United States, you can change our website. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. At the top, you can see the Union Jack for the UK. If you change that to the Stars and Stripes and then select US dollars and United States, it converts our website into dollars for you. And your cap shipping and handling, remind me earlier, I can never remember, $12.95, that's for the whole day's orders. No matter where you are in the States, that's all you'll pay shipping and handling for any item that you buy between midnight and midnight. So if you buy 10 things between midnight and midnight, 1 p.m.p. of $12.95, which is pretty amazing. Everyone from America tells us that that is an amazing deal.
It is. The other way around is not at that price.
No, exactly. Right, now, stencils. Before we get on to demo with Francois in a second, over there, we've got 2 stencils. Now, when you see the price of these, all I'm going to say to you is put them in your basket, add them into your order. Now, they should be $9.98, $4.99 each, which is a steal anyway. And you can see that you've got the mandalas on here as well. Beautiful designs. There's actually 2 designs on one and 3 designs on the other. You can have both of those for $8.99, £4.50
That is
each.
such good value. And, you know, I find that with my stencils, I like to sort of give you maybe 2 or 3 different elements on there rather than one big block of one pattern, because I tend to use my stencils in the background.
Yeah.
And you can also repeat them quite easily as well if you want to.
What a price. $8.99. Loads of you are checking out individually for the stamps, which you can do as well on our website. So they're available individually, available in 2 smaller bundles, or you can go for the I Want It All. If you want those stencils, though, my top tip is to check those out sooner rather than later, because at $4.50 each, crazy. And in the UK, your P&P is capped at $3.95. I'm sure you know that by now. No matter how many things you buy until midnight tonight, just £3.95 for all of your orders to be delivered. And it's a free phone number if you want to call the call centre, and it's free to order on the app and also on the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. OK, what we'll do, if Francois goes over to get ready for a demo, brilliant. And as we're going through the show, Ellie, our producer, will probably put details up of what she's using as we go, and then we'll do a bit of a recap as well at the end of the demonstration, OK? So all the individual stamps are being up on the screen, which means they'll be on the website for you. Most of them we have only limited quantities of, because most of you always seem to go for the I Want It All bundle. But if there's one stamp that jumps out at you, or one die that jumps out at you, one stencil that jumps out at you, pop it in your basket and check out, because you'll be one of only a few that get them individually. Right then, Francois.
Okay, so I wanted to have a look at this display board, first of all.
Yep.
Because it sort of outlines quite a lot that you can do with this die. But saying that, I'm going to show you some samples as well, because having just scrolled through Christine's samples, I've discovered some other things which I haven't yet tried with this die.
OK.
So this is, you've seen the die in the packaging. This is what the actual die looks like when it comes to you. So you've just got the main die with the perforations, and then you've got a nice rectangular die so that you can cut it out. And this is exactly what it cuts on this bit here.
Does it actually allow you to tear out like a stamp would?
You can tear out. Obviously, the thicker the card, the harder to tear it becomes.
Yeah.
But they cut really, really easily as well. I've been cutting rather than tearing.
Okay.
So, but the choice is yours, depending on what sort of thickness of card you use. And I've started off, so that's just it cut as it is. On here, I've actually stamped. This is a stamp from the previous collection, and I've just die cut it, and then I've trimmed around that perforated edge.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see what you can start to do. And then you can take a section of it if you want to, And then the next stage is that if you want to, and you want a bigger sheet of postage stamps, you can actually very carefully actually run the die twice.
Okay.
You know, you're only limited really by your size of your card and the size of your machine as to how big a postage sheet.
So the perforations line up on the die.
They do.
Okay.
They do.
So, just to let you know, I know we've got 2 shows with this tomorrow. Just to let you know, I know we've got 2 shows with this tomorrow as well. 10% of the stock of Monjardin 2, the I Want It All bundle, has already gone. So bearing in mind we've got 2 scheduled shows tomorrow afternoon, myself and Francois, grab it now because the stock is going a lot quicker than we anticipated. I think a load of you that bought Monjardin number 1 are thinking, right, well, I've got that first part of the collection. I want the whole thing because they're gorgeous, gorgeous stamps and dies and stencils. $64.99 on 2-way split pay, so that makes it $32.50 or $32.49 it'll be to pay today, plus your P&P unless you've already paid it. Wendy in Virginia's checked out. Hello, Margaret in Cumbria, Magali in Hertfordshire, Wendy in the West Midlands, Ranjan in Hertfordshire. Check your baskets out and confirm your orders because this is going very quickly.
Okay, so I'm trying to get back. So yes, you're only limited, like I said, by your machine and you know, and your piece of card, basically. So if you've got a really large machine, go for it if you want to. I was having great fun sort of cutting it. So I've done, you can see what I've done here. This is like 2 panels, so that you can see what I'm talking about. This is like 2 panels that I've cut. So when you want to cut a bigger piece, you just need to make sure that the little holes line up.
Right.
And because they're slightly raised, you can actually sort of feel that they're slotting in.
And it clicks in,
Yeah. So, you know, you can have loads of fun making as big a sheet as you want. I nearly achieved an A4 sheet, but the trouble is my plates on my Sizzix are so bowed that it just wouldn't lie flat enough.
Right.
So you do need your plates to be nice and flat to achieve it.
Okay.
So you've got the stencil that coordinates with this die, and what the stencil does, like I've done on here, is that you can sponge through it, and so you can use your inks to do your colouring in the background.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to use coloured inks, you can just use the stencil as a guide to cut out little bits of paper, and you can stamp on those and stick those on, so they'll give you the perfect size to fit onto your stamps.
And to be fair, who doesn't love a postage stamp?
So this is what obviously the stencil looks like, and you can see it fits on here, and you can use it as a guide to actually stamp through. And
it gives you lovely crisp edges and all that sort of thing. So
you know, I've been using a pen that you can see around here. I've been using a pen to actually draw through the stencil, and then I've been cutting it out. I quite like using a black line so that it looks like it's been stamped, and that's an actual stamp as opposed to just a piece cut out. And you can use up all your little scraps from your stamped images that you maybe haven't used, or if you cut something else out.
Well, I tell you what, the stamp and the stencil, sorry, the die, the stencil and the versus stamps, that set of 3 that I gave you was an option a few minutes ago. 20% of that has gone, it's on the screen on the right-hand side now for $22.99. So if that's all you want, the stamp die, the stamp stencil and the verses, go for that one quite quickly. It is on the screen, it's JO2848 for £22.99, but 20% of that stock's gone.
So, this I absolutely love. I've been waiting for something like this to come into my life for so long. It sounds awful, doesn't it? But you can get really excited about something, and you can, you know, make your own little postage stamps to maybe put on an envelope if you want to, like I've done on here. So that sort of gives you a sort of a quick overview of what you can achieve.
Well, I've kind of noticed in the last, year or so probably, there's a real passion, myself included, for postcards, and I know Sandra at Sanntangle has introduced postcards into Sanntangling. That's absolutely gone really, really, really well. So now there's a chance to have stamps like this with a vintage kind of French theme to it too, which is really classy and very classic and very elegant and chic at really good prices.
But the other thing is that, I mean, you know, obviously I love that people like my stamps as well, but I'm pretty sure that you're going to use this with all your other stamps, and you're going to be looking through your stamps and routing and trying to find words, stamps that actually fit, or part of images that you want to use. So when I was talking about using up your stamps, this is one which I've used for a sample that we're going to demo. in this show, and this is what I've done with the stencil, in that I've gone looking for areas that are left over, so I don't waste any of my stamping.
Right.
And so here, for instance, I've just picked out that area, got my pen, and then I can cut that out, or I've done one of the little squares with the word geranium. So all you need to do is just cut it out.
Use a pair of scissors or use a trimmer if you want to.
Yeah, if you've got a little mini trimmer, that will be ideal.
Yeah.
Scissors are fine. You don't have to draw with a black line. If you don't want a black line, just draw with a pencil and then you can rub it out. So that's a choice.
But you know those images are going to be exactly the right size to suit and to fit into the die cut, the stamping die.
So, I've got it upside down. So I can slot that on if I want to. If you want to do some sponging, then you can place your stencil over the top. And the stencil is sort of, the plastic is light enough. I think it's just the light in here, but I can just about see. At home I could see a bit better. I think it's just so bright in here for the filming that... so you just literally place your stencil above. I just get a sponge. So I'm going to use some of the colour clouds that we've got in the show, which are really useful for that.
Yeah. We've got colour clouds coming up, sets of 3 in colours that Francois has chosen. They're on the website already if you want to see them.
So you can just dab away.
Could you move your mat forward just a little bit for us, Francois? Is that all right? So that we're seeing the back of your head, that's soon enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I'll just lift that a minute so you can see it. See.
Yeah.
So if I lift that off, you can see that I've sort of created my little colour stamp that I can then cut out.
I suppose you could also make them into tickets if you wanted to, not just stamps. Like tickets for trains or whatever you've got. But
you can have so much fun, and I'll show you some other samples in a minute when I finish sort of going on about it, because I love it so much. So you can use your stencil. Obviously, you're going to be a little bit more precise than what I've been here in the studio at the moment. You know, like I said, you've got a choice. You can have that, or you can have a little image that you put on there. And then we've got our words that sort of fit on there. So, for instance, if I want big hugs, I can just take my big hugs.
So all the verses will fit into the windows of the stamps?
Yes.
Yeah.
So when I designed it, I just sort of had to... It was quite hard, but I had to work out sort of wordings that I wanted and then find some that would slot into the sizes. Yeah. But you can then come in with your stamp. And here you go, you've got a little stamp with your words already on. So that's the sort of the basics of what you can do with it. But don't limit yourself, experiment and play. And I'm just going to show you some samples.
You've just come up with something there. Why don't they ever think of making proper postage stamps with nice verses on them, like big hug, sending love?
They've done things like happy birthday before.
Have they?
I think.
Oh, right, okay.
If I'm right, because at one point they used to do a series called greeting stamps, funny enough.
Oh, I didn't know.
And they were all to do with sort of things like birthdays, Valentines, and you could buy them in a little book. And they would also have little corresponding little postage stamps with words on them as well. But that's a long time ago since they've done that.
Right.
So
I thought they were missing a trick, but they've done it before, fair enough.
But they could bring it back.
They could bring it back.
But better
it could
still,
be because of you.
You could just get this one, and then away you go. But I just wanted to show you how you can sort of fill it in as well, if you want, you know, in different ways. I've used postage stamps. So we've got some other dies on the show. We've got the Lost and Found collection, which actually came out with the Mon Jardin Part 1. And I've sort of done some samples where I've added those in to sort of show you how you can work with that. So I'm going to frame this at home because I've really enjoyed sort of making it. It's like a little sampler.
I think it looks fantastic. I really do. And if you've got someone in the family, or maybe it's you that loves stamps, you find them interesting, you can now make your own. Obviously, they're not legal tender or anything like that. They're a bit of fun. But if you want the Lost and Found, now these are dies, aren't they?
Yeah, these are dies. So you're showing what you get in the set and what it cuts. And then obviously you can colour them in with whatever products. We've got some Gilded Touch on the show today, so you can use that, which is what I've used on my ones, on my sample here.
I mean, this is going to be such a useful die set to have. To get dies at the lowest ever price these have been. They've been $10.99 before. Today, they're even lower, and it's the lowest price ever, $9.99. So you've got your bulldog clip, you've got your file headers in different shapes, you've got your paper clips, you've got your nuts and bolts there as well, and different size keys. 10% of this is already gone. I'm not surprised. Add it into your order. Really handy, not only for card making, things like journaling.
Yeah, I chose to bring it back because I realised that possibly, you know, people couldn't extend to buying it last time round, and this time they might actually want it, and then they can see how it works across the whole collection as well.
Before we crack on with demo, just one other thing, while we're talking about lowest ever prices, we've got this tags set as well. Now, any scrapbooker, journaler, or card maker will really find so many uses for these. These are going to go to the lowest ever price as well today, and you've got two different sizes of tag, a little diddy one, that could be a price tag if you want to put it on cards or whatever, or gifts, and you get the larger one, and you've also got your little rivets that reinforce, of course, where the hole is that you can put your twine through. So for those today, and they're nice and rounded, they're not the angular tags, which perhaps you've seen before, £7.99 for those, lowest ever price, IH2865. Right, Francois.
So when I designed that other tag, it was designed to go along a series of stamp that's not dissimilar in style to this. So that's why I bought the tag back, because I thought it would be really functional as well. So that you can sort of see how my collection over the years has built up, and every component works together.
Do you find a lot of people kind of buy all of your stamps as they come out? You build up a following of people that buy all of them?
I do have some people who, you know, message me and say, you know, I've got all the Normans, or I've got all this collection, or I like this particular style. It's nice. I'm not particularly good at sort of admitting that I've got a following of people. You know, but it's wonderful, it's brilliant.
From our point of view, it's great today. Like we've had Eileen Hull in, we've got Francois herself. So these are names that you normally see on packaging, and you're thinking, oh, I'd like to meet the people. This is the place to meet the people. It really is, right here at HobbyMaker. So if you want the I Want It All bundle of the latest release, Monjardin 2, it's PL2803 for $64.99. We'll do a demo in a second, but let me just quickly, in case you've just got in, switched on, not quite sure what's what, let me quickly remind you of what you're going to get in the I Want It All bundle. There are 9 stamp sets, you get 1 stencil, and you get 1 die as well. So this is one big stamp, but you can also, of course, just isolate and just use one part of the stamp if you want to, with the geraniums and the dripping tap. There you've got your, this one is your postal rose. There we go. Then the next one with the birds, the oiseau, you've got your flying birds. Then you've got this one, which of course is a landscape postcard, and that is your hollyhocks, all firm favourites of Francois' mother and father. Then you've got the wood grain. That is going to be such a handy one. Then you've got your French script going off at a diagonal, which I love. Then you've got your geranium singular with the word. Then you've got your airmail and first class stamp. Then you've got your verses. And then finally, the verses will fit in, and some of the other stamps will fit in these apertures as well. There's your stencil and your die. Now, if you want those 3, 40% of the stock is gone, and there's supposed to be enough stock for today and tomorrow. So if you want those 3 on their own, there they are, $22.99. Wow, what a busy reaction to this. Loads more gone now. Half stock gone.
Wow.
Busy, 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 busy. But there's something for everyone. And if you want the individuals, you can find those on the website. And if you just want the 8 stamps without those 3, that's coming up on the screen at £47.50. And that's also on split pay as well. But the best offer is to go for the I Want It All. Right.
So I wanted to, before I do my next demo, I wanted to show you a nice little collection of cards that Christine has created. Are we doing above? Above. Okay.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Above.
Lovely. So I just wanted to especially pick out, because she's used some of the elements, like the words, on their own that we've got in the word set. So you don't just have to use them with a postage stamp. But I just like her style, and I like the sort of simplicity. But the one thing that she's come up with that I didn't think of is she's obviously die cut the postage sheet, and she's used it as a stencil, because if you look at the little dots appearing behind, it makes a really, really nice grid.
Yeah, that's nice.
Such a clever idea.
I like that.
you know, and she's used again one of the wordings there. And then she's got a collection of postage dies here that she's placed behind the French text that we've got. And then she's used the postmark out of the Flying Bird set as well, and a little happy day on there. Don't forget that in my previous collections, I've actually got mini sets of postage marks as well. So once you've got this collection, you need to go back and you need to infill the other collections.
That might be, if we've got stock, that'll be on our website.
It might be. Yeah. It might be. So again, she's done the same with that stencil. So I've got to have a go at that when I get home. I really, really like that technique. So thank you, Christine, for the inspiration. And we've got the same here. And then she's used the rectangles and the squares from the stencil just to do a background. And you can see it even clearer on this one here. So you can just use the rectangles just to make, you know, if you're into your Zentangle, you can just use that as a template and Zentangle the little squares if you want to. Good idea, yeah. So there's so many different possibilities. So I had to show you all those before I moved on to my next demo. Because I think these are wonderful. I
mean, if you're looking for stamps that are going to grow with you and give you lots and lots of ideas and techniques, these stamps will do just that. And if you love the vintage look, then this is going to be right up your street, I'd say.
Okay, so for my next demo, we're going to take a look at a couple of the mini stamps that we've got on the show. We've got a mini geranium and we've got an open postage stamp, which looks like this. Okay, so really nice and simple. It looks like a really basic stamp, but it is so functional. I really like the idea of what I call a viewfinder, so that sometimes if you've got a big stamp, but you're wanting to select just an area, then that's what a viewfinder does for you. Right. It selects that area, and you can use that stamp as a viewfinder on one of the bigger stamps, but I've actually used it with our little mini geranium, and this is the card that I'm going to show you how I created that.
Now, I've just got to let everyone know we've got a couple of sellouts. What is it that's sold out, Ellie? So the die and the stencil of the postage stamp sheets have gone on their own, so you can still get the stamps, the sentiment stamps, but those two have gone on their own. The only way you can get them is in the smaller bundle or in the I Want It All. Okay, just thought I'd let you know. Okay, so I'm also using, I'm going to work on some of the background papers that we've got on the show today. So we've brought back the Monjardin papers, and then we've brought back Chapter 3, Junk Journal Chapter 3. So I've really begun to realise that sometimes, you know, you don't want to have to spend hours creating a background. Sometimes you just want to have something to work on, and these background papers are perfect for that. I'll show you those after the demo.
So what you need to do is you need to select some of your papers. So that's, you know, it can be any from any of the pad, depending on what colourway you want to go. I've actually used two different types. So what you'll need to do is you'll need to stamp your geranium onto your paper, and then once you've stamped it, you're going to stamp your postage stamp over the top, and then I've embossed it with some clear powder. So it's as simple as that. Okay. And then what you're going to do is, I know I'm jumping through a few things, but I'm just conscious always of time. And if I have to start sort of stamping, embossing, heating and everything, that's all we'll see. Okay. So, so that's basically what I've done. And then I'm just going to get my scissors and I'm going to cut out. So I'm going to be sort of a little bit ruthless, but I'm going to cut this out.
I recognise those are your Cutter-Bee scissors.
I have had these for years. And they're my go-to scissors. And you can, well, these aren't so bad. But I've got some pairs where the whole thing has worn off because I've used them so much.
Well, they're our scissor of choice very often, and they're on our website as well, the Cutter-Bee scissors. We do some great deals on those.
I like them because they have a really fine, thin blade. So when you're cutting out, you're not sort of looking over the top of a really chunky pair of scissors.
Worth checking the website. I'm not sure if we've got stock of those at the moment, but we do actually have them. The Cutter-Bee scissors, we'll see if we've got them in stock.
Okay, and I'm going to use one of the paint palettes that we have today on the show. We've got two. We've got Carnival Brights and we got Summer
Garden.
Summer Garden.
Yeah.
Okay, so I bought you a really nice selection of colours. If you've never come across these before, these are basically a watercolour paint that's filled with mica.
Yeah.
And each container that you buy, you can actually lift these up.
So you can change them around in different orders and that sort of thing if you want to.
So if you, for instance, if you've got quite a few pallets and you're going away somewhere and you don't want to take the whole lot, you can sort of pick and choose and you can customise.
Perfect.
Or you can even customise and put your very favourites in one box if you want to. So, and what I'm going to do, got some water. Let's see. These require quite a good amount of water to sort of activate them.
Is that the Carnival Brights you're using?
I'm using the Carnival Brights at the moment. So, because I'm doing the geraniums tend to be white, shades of pinks, reds. That's usually the colourway. I don't know them to be of any other colour. I've never seen a yellow geranium.
No.
And I've never seen a purple geranium, but I might be wrong. So I'm going to use, there's a lovely sort of orangey red in here. That will be ideal for my geraniums.
I'll show you those paints at the end of the demo, but they're on the screen if you want them.
So when I did my original sample, I didn't actually emboss, okay? And I want to explain to you the difference between doing the embossing and not doing the embossing. Because they've got mica on, if you don't emboss, your black line gets slightly taken away by the mica and the colour.
Right.
So if you want your colour or your line to be really visible, then I suggest that you emboss your line.
Because that then creates like a little wall, doesn't it?
It creates a little wall, makes it shiny, and you don't lose the image. If I bring this back in so that you can see the difference between that which has been embossed with clear powder and that which hasn't. I've been really careful not to go over my black lines when I was colouring this. But if you emboss it with a clear powder, you don't have to worry about that as much.
Yeah.
So just a little tip, which are always useful.
And the embossing makes it pop more, doesn't it? Makes
it does
stand out more. And it helps you to keep the colour within the lines as well.
So the other beauty of going onto the pattern paper is I don't necessarily need to fill in the whole of a flower. I can just do a hint of colour, which is really nice. And the other thing you can do is obviously mix your colours if you want to. So if you want a sort of more sort of limey green, just pick up some green and mix it into yellow. You can see how dirty my yellow is because I do it quite a lot with this. I like the sort of the limey green that I get from that.
I suppose if you wanted to mix the colours away from the palette, you could use like a little saucer or something.
Yes, you could, or tile that you know, if you want to do that. But these paints are so effective, and the beauty of them as well is they never go off. I've had these for years, and because you activate them with water, it's not like something that you buy in a tube, which eventually over the time will dry out, even at hard, you know, as hard as you try to keep the lid screwed on and what have you, they're still, but these just, they're there constantly. So once you finish colouring in the whole thing, this is what you will get. So there's not much more to do. I've added a little bit of the purple down the edge just to sort of frame my geranium, but really easy to paint with these.
Perfect.
Now the other thing I've done, okay, so that one, you can see that's the back of the paper because my papers are double-sided in a sense they've got patterns on each side. But to make it a little bit stronger, I've actually glued my panel onto some white card.
Okay.
Just so that it's not as flexible and safer to mount. Then putting the card together. So what I've done is I've taken an A6 card and I've taken a panel which is slightly smaller, and then I've just used a black alcohol pen to put a black line around it, just to lift it from the card.
So it makes it look as if you've got a matte layer there, really.
Yes, yeah. It is a sort of, it cheats, and it's a really good way of doing that, you know, without sort of having a really heavy black line as well. And then what I've done is I've stamped my frame onto some one of the lilac papers in the pad, and that will go on here, and then I will raise that with some pads on there. So it's as simple as that. And then we can bring in some extra stamping. So let's just get...
and that first class stamp could mean all sorts, couldn't it, really? That the person's first class or whatever, or their achievements first class.
Yeah, or it's just a reference to postage.
Yeah.
You know, it can be as simple as that. So let's move that. We'll just pick... I'm going to go with airmail this time round. Go for that. And then with my flying birds, I actually have I'm looking for them and they're right in front of my nose. So I've given you a postmark in that set, which I really like. So we're just going to just slip that off a minute because I don't want it stamping on the other part of it.
Well, the stock of the stamps are going very fast. I say the stock of the stamps. The I Want It All in particular are a bit concerned about. Well over 20% of the big bundle's gone. Some of the individuals have gone completely. The stencil's gone completely. The die that cuts out those stamp sheets has gone completely as well. If you want that bundle of 3, though, that's still available. That gives you the stencil, the die, and also those stamp sentiments. That, for $22.99, is proving massively, massively popular. 65% of that has now gone, and there's about 20 of you or thereabouts with it in baskets. There's more people, actually, in their baskets than we have stock. So if you want the bottom row, please be quick at $22.99.
When I sort of went through designing it, I just knew that it was going to be just, you know, a game changer as such.
Yeah.
Because it sort of just adds to the collection so well.
Well, it's something that's in our lives every day, stamps, and you know, people collect them, even if you don't. I mean, it's just a lovely style to have on a card and a theme that everyone can relate to, men, women, older, younger.
And then we'll just get a few pads to put behind.
Mm-hmm. And don't worry, if you wanted the palettes or you wanted the paper pads, I'll show you those after we've done the card, and you can get on the phones and on the website for those.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about the pads, and that's just, I don't want to scare people, but because we have to order such a huge quantity in the first place, it's getting to a case now where once they're gone, they're gone.
Right.
So they may not be replaced.
Right.
So if you want all the papers, it's not, you know, of course I'll design some more. That's,
sure.
That's in the offing. But if you want to get some of these paper collections, then now is a good time to get those as well.
Because if you think about it, when a collection comes out, a massive order is placed, but then if that sells out, is it worth them reordering the same quantity again, which probably they're asked to, because people have already got them. So there may be a chance of it completely going and not coming back in stock. So I'll show you those paper pads in a tick.
And some of them just go. I mean, I was on last time with Norman with the Dotty and the gingham, and that's gone. It's gone.
Right.
But I'm pleading for it to come back.
Okay. But not yet.
But, yeah. But I want it for Christmas, actually.
Oh,
so
okay.
this is what I was saying today.
Well,
please, can I have it back? Because I'd like it to go with my Christmas collection. I do have some new papers for my Christmas collection as well.
Christmas, of course, is just around the corner here in the craft world. It's going to be June. Christmas starts every year. Yeah, June is our director Adam's favourite time of year. He loves Christmas, so he gets it 6 months a year here. That's why he likes working here. Yeah.
Okay, and then you can just add, I added some little black gems, but you can see how that works.
Beautiful, huh? Okay.
So you can see on that one I've done, actually I went straight on, and that one I went at an angle, so you've got sort of two choices.
Okay. Well, let me start by showing you the paper pads, because we've shown them or talked about them, but not really shown them. And this is what Francois were talking about, that I get it. A lot of people are a little bit daunted about making their own background papers. It takes an awful lot of effort. It takes an awful lot of trial and error to get it to look right. But Francois has taken all that guesswork out of it for you. And as you said, Francois, each one is double-sided. So perfect to stamp onto. There we go. So you're going to get how many sheets in here? You're going to get 24 double-sided pages, 6 designs, 4 sheets of each. But look, how would you create something like that yourself? Maybe you're very good at that. If you are brilliant. They've never, ever been this price before, $10.99.
Sorry, I interrupted. Right. The other thing I was going to say is that even if you don't use the pattern side, the other side of the paper is lovely. It will go with any stamps.
Yes.
You know, I've done I've done stripes, I've done all sorts, so that it sort of goes with anything in your collection.
So this is Mon Jardin, and it's uncoated paper, so if you wanted to add more effects to it yourself, you could do that. 24 sheets for only £10.99. It's a new low price on this one. Julie in Nottingham is in already. Hello, Margaret in Sussex has just checked out as well. What about that for £10.99? There we go. So Mon Jardin, if you've got the first collection, you're buying this collection today. They all kind of work together beautifully, but that's your printed double-sided papers. We've got the Junk Journal Chapter 3, which is similar but still different. Maybe you want to go for both of them. If you want to go for both, 1p&p, £3.95. There we go. I'm going to match the price. Lowest ever price. 24 sheets. TH2836. And remember, if you're watching this show, anything in the show can be shipped to the USA as well. If you're watching us in the USA, I know it's more of a better time of day for you now. If you're in, say, California, I think it's now, what, 10 to 11, I think? And in New York, it's about 10 to 1. In the afternoon, I think. So welcome wherever you are in the States. Yeah, you can order it. Your shipping and handling is capped, remember, every day at just $12.95. Not all our companies can supply to the States, so only certain ones. Look on the website and you'll see the ones that will, but certainly Creative Expressions and Francois' collection can. So there we go. That's the Junk Journal. Now, we've got the paint palettes. Now, this is the one that Francois was using. I've got a couple of these myself at home. They are brilliant. And like you said, Francois, they last forever.
They do.
I mean, not literally forever, but they go on and on and on. And they're activated with water. So when they dry out, you just put a bit more water on them and they come back to life again. But can you see the carnival colours you've got in there and the shimmer from the mica?
That is my absolute favourite out of all the palettes. That's the one I go to all the time.
There we go. And that's how it's going to come. Makes a lovely gift for any aspiring crafter or artist. So that is just $19.99, and they'll last you such a long time. They should have been $22.99. You've got an extra £3 saving, which virtually pays your P&P for the day. So that's Carnival Brights. And I'll show you the other one, which is your Summer Garden, and you'll see they're totally different colourways. How many of the palettes are there in the range? There's about 12 or 14.
Something like that. I'm not too sure. I know there's quite a few, and they're all different.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's why it's quite good that they're interchangeable, because you might actually be working on a project and you want maybe colours from 4 or 5 different palettes, so you can securely put them all into one palette and know that you haven't got to keep sort of looking around for each different palette.
Well, your Summer Garden, you can see you've got lots of lovely greens in there, blues in there, lavenders and purples are in there as well. And maybe your passion at the moment, or your planning to actually take up a craft and a hobby, and painting is perfect for spring and summer, sitting out in the garden, on the patio, on the balcony or something, and painting maybe the flowers that you've got in the garden would be fantastic. So that's $19.99. That's MR2886 if you want the Summer Garden palettes. Now the colour clouds. Now these are brilliant. You saw Francois using these. Now we're going to do, which ones first? Warm cocoa, smudged charcoal, and I've got 2 smudged charcoal. How's that?
That's not good, is it?
That's not good. So what do you get? Smudged charcoal, warm cocoa, and what's the other one? Because I've got 2 smudged charcoals here.
There's decadent teal.
Got that.
There's
baked peach. OK, let's do that one first, and we'll find out what the third colour is on the other one. So we've got 2 smudged charcoals, which isn't right. So there we go. So this one is your decadent teal. You've got your baked peach, and then you've got your soft cerise. So those 3, you can see on the little swatches as well what they look like. £20.97. So this is set A, OK? And this is literally loaded with, is it ink in there? It is, isn't it?
It is. It's a blending ink. So it lends itself to what it says on the tin, basically, blending. So you never get any hard edges. I will be doing a full panel with it tomorrow on one of our shows tomorrow.
And it's a squidgy top, so you basically squidge the foam down inside. It then soaks up the ink and transfers onto your blending smoothies. That's the way it works. So $19.99 for all three. That's those three. And then the other three.
I found the missing colour. Well, not, it's, you know, by deduction.
Okay.
It should be natural rosewood.
Okay. So you get warm, you get smudged charcoal, warm cocoa, and
natural rosewood.
Natural rosewood. Can I borrow that for a second?
You can borrow that.
I'll give it you back.
I don't know why they've given you two.
I don't know. Mixed up in the bag, probably. There we go. So those are your three. Set B, warm cocoa, smudged charcoal, and natural rosewood. If you go for set B, that's what you'll get for $19.99. TQ2869 for those. And so many crafters swear by these colour clouds. They really, really do. And we've also got some Gilded Touch products in the show. Now, this is like... It's a little bit like a gilding wax, but it's not. It's a tube, so it looks like a beauty product or a makeup product, but it's not. And these are water-based, so there's no smell to them. Sometimes
there's no smell. I mean, they're just so easy to use. Perfect partner with the Lost and Found dyes on the show, because if you want silver keys or... I've decided to go a little bit more trendy, and I've made some of my keys turquoise in my next set of stuff, and then I'm mixing the colours as well, so you get some really nice blends, and you can also water them down and use them as a paint as well, so that's ideal.
Well, there you go. If you're going for those dyes, which we showed you details of earlier on, and you want to make them look metallic or maybe a little bit kind of vintagey and rusty, those two colours together are going to work really well with those. We've still got stock of those, I think, haven't we? We'll pop them on now for you. They are all dyes, but they'll cut out your bulldog clips, your keys, your file headers, 11 dies, paper clips as well. Great if you're journaling and that sort of thing, when you want to not necessarily use the real thing, but you want to have the look of the real thing. $9.99, over 20% of that die set has gone, and they are perfect to use with it. Now, the big bundle, which is brand new today, this is part 2 of Mon Jardin. Mon Jardin part 1 was massively successful, and this is the follow-on from it. But having said that, if you haven't got part 1, don't worry, part 2 stands alone. And look on the website if you want to look for part 1. We may have got some, if not all, of the stamps available. So this is the I Want It All bundle. You're going to get this big stamp, first of all, with a dripping tap. You've got some scripts on there, some franking marks, geraniums as well. That one. You can get the next one, which this one's called Your Postal Rose. There we go. And that's all attached. It's all one big stamp. Next one with your beautiful birds, the flying birds, including the thistle. You've got l'oiseau, of course, which is Spanish. No, it's not. It's French for bird.
French.
Not Spanish. Let your imagination fly. Beautiful.
And you've got the bird that goes left and the bird that goes right, so it's really handy.
And the feather.
And a feather as well. So.
Beautiful. Then you've got this one, which is your landscape postcard, and this is called Hollyoaks, or Hollyhocks, sorry. A garden feeds the soul, that's your hollyhocks. Then you've got your bark, love that. Then you've got this one, which is your French script, which is going off at an angle. You can obviously make it straight if you want to. Then you've got your mini geranium, and you've then got your stamp with the ML and first class. So that's in the big bundle, but then with that big bundle in the I Want It All, you're going to get your brilliant perforated die. So that's going to give you your stamp sheet. That's sold out on its own. You're going to get also your verses, which are in the old-fashioned type font. And then you've got your stencil, which matches, of course, with that die. Now, both the die and the stencil for the stamps have sold out on their own, but if you go for these three, we still have only a tiny little bit of stock, but it will also be included in the Want It All, okay? Single figure stock now for this bundle of these three, $22.99, and it's JO2848. 80% of the stock of this has gone. There's more people with it in their baskets than we have stock, so it's a case of how quickly you can check your basket out, and they'll probably not be here tomorrow. Now, some finished cards quickly before we say goodbye to Francois, and she's here at 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon with more demos. Just looking at these, they're beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Look at that thistle. And again, a lot of the colours that have been used here are from the palettes and also the colour clouds as well. Also, you use lots of clear embossing powders as well to really kind of bring the black to life, make it really pop.
You can have red roses, pink roses.
Yeah.
I just love the wood background. And don't forget that with wood, it doesn't have to be wood colour.
No.
I've sort of stamped it with purple ink and then embossed it with clear powder. And there's our feather, which is stunning from
It is
Diane.
stunning, absolutely.
And this is from Danny. I love that white embossing on the pink. It's almost like a wedding card.
Yeah,
love
it.
Bit.
And
then the pink roses on here as well. So you can use it with all your elements and all the embossing. You know, there's lots of elements from Creative Expressions that have been used in all the samples here as well. So
excellent. Well, have a lovely evening, Francois. I'll see you at 1 tomorrow.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Remember, at the moment, if you want the I Want It All bundle, it is still available for $64.99. It's on two-way split, 1 P&P per day, free phone call to the call centre. Get it in your basket and check out if it's on the website as well. We're going to continue tonight. We've got more to come from Jenny a bit later on. Jenny Burnett-Bleach is here with amazing bumblebee and dragonfly stamps and so on. And next, something for the fellas from Hunky Dory with a lovely Anne-Marie. After a short break, thanks ever so much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download it to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hello there, welcome along. Welcome back to HobbyMaker. Hunky-dory time. Lovely Anne-Marie's here, you right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
Now, us guys, you know what we're like.
Troublesome.
Yes. Troublesome, pain.
Awkward.
Yeah. Unreliable.
I love Adam's version.
All of those things. What did he say?
Amazing. Handsome.
Yeah. But we're difficult to make cards for. You tell us that all the time. We are not the easiest people to make cards for. So enter Hunky Dory with It's All About Him.
Here's to him.
Here's to him.
Saving the day.
Absolutely. Now, this is the latest collection. It was on earlier on today, massively popular, but we know lots of you can't watch in the early afternoon, but maybe can only watch in the evening. We have got a brilliant deal for you with Hunky Dory quality, adorable scoreable all the way. You've got lovely inserts, you've got double-sided papers, you've got toppers, you've got adorable scoreable printed and foil cardstock. You've got, for $29.97, 24 sheets of toppers, 24 insert and double-sided paper sheets, plus 120 pages in this square little book.
It is so good. And what we've done in this little book this time is the very back page is sentiments, like all kind of male sentiments. So what you've got in here is actually 114 pages of images, but then you've got 96 individual sentiments here.
Which are all straight-edged, so you can easily cut them out
Getting
with
your
the
trimmer, your scissors in there, but covering all sorts of male relatives. It's so handy to have.
Oh, totally. Brother, granddad, uncle, boyfriend, son-in-law, amazing stepson. So, yeah, you've got every type of relationship, masculine relationship you can think of in here in the back. And then, of course, loads and loads and loads of beautiful images running all the way through. I'll show you the book after we've actually looked at the toppers and everything.
OK, so your toppers in here are set in their little topper sets, if you will, like they always are. So you're going to get your inspiration sheet, which has got loads of different ideas on there for how you can get going with this as soon as you get it home. And then your topper sets are a fold and die cut topper. So this one is the sport. So you've got golf on there. You've got your footy down here as well. This one? Bowls. There we go. A little bit of everything, isn't there? It's really, really good, that one. And
yes,
then
I said bowls.
You've got your foiled cardstock, your adorable scoreable, and your printed adorable scoreable as well. So they're your little sets of 3. Then we move on to our cars. We've got our cycling, and then we've got just like a general kind of travel theme down here as well. And again, loads of different sentiments. You've got borders, you've got frames. You know, every single sheet is absolutely jam-packed.
So you're on your way home?
Yes, all right, Dave. We've seen the state of my car out there. And then you have got your cycling printed cardstock there as well. You've got your kind of outdoor sports, if you will. You've got walking featured in here. You've got your fishing. We've got a little bit of gardening in here as well.
Can you see the foiling on there as well?
Oh, it's stunning, isn't it?
That's
really
not all
gorgeous.
one topper. That's about 2 or 3 frames and the topper.
Yeah, every single sheet is jam-packed. And then you're going to get your accent foil cardstock. So again, it's got the accent foil detail down on the image at the bottom. Your printed cardstock. And then we have our kind of, I don't know what you call this one, but we've got like whiskey. Yeah, we've got the suit down here as well. We've got this one, which is like some gifts and a coffee. And again, loads and loads of frames. Yeah, it is fabulous, isn't it? Colour combination in that one is really, really stunning with like the kind of copper and the blue. It's really beautiful. Again, accent foil detail down in the corner, and then your printed cardstock as well.
I mean, I've seen a few masculine card sets that Hunky Dory have done. This is totally different to anything that they've done before, isn't it?
Definitely. I think it's quite contemporary, but it's covering like quite traditional sports and themes and things in there still as well.
Then you've got your inserts.
Yep. So what we've got here for you is 4 different designs, 3 of each to give you a 12 in total.
Lovely. So you get 12 of your printed inserts, beautiful. And then you've got a lovely selection, 12 of your stunning double-sided papers.
You just picked them all up when I organised it.
Oh, was it organised? Sorry. Oops. Look, there you go.
I'd put them like back to front so you could see fronts and backs.
Sorry. I didn't realise there was a method.
He's not fixed it, Adam. He's definitely unfixed it.
I've mixed it, not fixed it. So you get 12 of your fantastic inserts and 12 of your double-sided papers. The inserts are uncoated. The double-sided papers are coated.
They are, yeah.
And then I can have a little flick through this. I love your little books.
Oh, they're just so popular. And I think it is just the sheer number of cards that you can make with this.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to, you can make 114 individual cards with these.
Just with the pages?
Just with your little book. And then obviously you've got 96 of those sentiments that you can add onto those as well.
And of course you can cut these out if you want to and decoupage them. So you can, you've got, how many sheets of each? Is it 6?
6 of each, yeah.
Design? So you can, you know, maybe do a couple of the decoupages using 3 sheets if you wanted to. So sports cards, all the themes that are running through the card toppers in the collection, you'll find in this pad as well. And again, look at the quality of the paper that you use. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It just makes it really easy to cut through as well. So if you want to do some fussy cutting and do your decoupage layers, it's nice and easy. It's like 150 GSM, so it's a really lovely weight.
It's a pair of brogues.
Fabulous, isn't it? There's just so many images, and there's images in here that aren't on the toppers as well, which make it a little bit different.
I mean, you know, if someone asks you to make a card maybe for their husband, their boyfriend, their son, granddad, nephew, whatever it might be, what are they into? What are their hobbies? What do they like to do in their spare time? You're going to get everything covered in here.
Yeah, definitely.
Are they passionate about their watches? Do they like to travel? You've got the globe in there, all that sort of thing. But really unusual colourways and very, very strikingly different.
Yeah.
Of their allotment or gardening, very appropriate at the moment. There's the golf one again, look. So, yeah, you can make... Potentially, if you use 1 sheet per card, that would make 114.
114, because then you've got your 6 sheets of your sentiments in the back.
The sentiments are in the back, just there. For every relationship you can think of, masculine relation. 26p a card that would be.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's not counting.
We say this all the time, but let's say you make 114 cards and you sell them all for £1.
Yeah.
Sell them all for 50p.
I know.
You've made your money back and more.
And more.
Yeah.
And some. $29.97 is your new price today, and everybody says cards for guys are hard to do. Here's your solution, or here's another solution if you've already got some from Hunky Dory already in the past. Jennifer's in, Dillis is in as well, Carol, Crafter, Patricia, Crafter in Midlothian, Slobodanka in West Yorkshire, Jennifer, Catherine, Christopher, Lisa, all coming through for this today, brand new, saving yourself about £9 or £8 off the price. And remember, it will be with you in the next few days. We all love Hunky Dory. Now, if you want the topper collection on its own, which is basically the toppers, the printed cardstock and the printed and foiled cardstock, so the 24 sheets, that's available for $19.99. So you won't get the inserts, you won't get the book, and you won't get the double-sided papers, but you will get everything else. So if it's that you always run out of first, go for the collection. And maybe get another set for the toppers.
Definitely, yeah.
That'll work. If you just want more papers or inserts, the inserts and papers, 24 sheets, 12 of each, $7.99 individually. And I tell you what, one thing that always people buy more than one of is the little book.
Definitely.
Maybe one to keep, one to collect.
People do that.
One to use.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gorgeous.
They
really are. If you want the little book, there we are, look, $9.99, 5x5, 120 pages. That's if you need an extra one, because, of course, you're going to get that in the main collection, which we've got today at a reduced price. That's what we do here at HobbyMaker. 0800 001 4433. Free phone number to our call centre upstairs. They're not abroad, they're here. They're upstairs above our heads. They'll set an account up for you if you've never shopped before. And also, of course, if you want to order on our website, you can do that too. And you can also set up an account on the website, dead easy, and on the app too. Don't forget, we have a free app. If it's not on your phone, download it. You'll love it. You can watch us and take us wherever you go. Do you do that? Do you take us wherever you go?
Yeah. I have to keep an eye on everybody.
Yeah.
You know, there's Natalie and Kat, things like that. Got to make sure they're not up to no good.
Pauline.
Yeah, she's the worst. Okay, so we are going to make a card using the football for this one. So what I've thought we'd do is make like a little bit of a stepper card. So we're going to start with a 7x7 base, and then we're going to add like a stepper to this with a little bit of extra white cardstock.
Okay.
Excuse me, because to make a 7x7 stepper with a section on the front, you need to start with a really big piece of cardstock you might not have in your stash. So this is just like a bit of a way to get around that. So we're going to go to our scoreboard, and I think we can probably score. Let me just bring the cardstock in. Our step needs to be as deep as this. So I think we can probably go to 1.5. We don't need to go all the way up to 2. But we can go 1.5 and then 3. And then at 4, I'm going to score at 4, but I'm actually going to cut that off there as well. So that's just going to create this step section, and then it's going to create a little tab that is going to attach to the main card blank. So if I just pop that back away, bring in our trimmer, and
nearly half the stock of the collection's gone. Not surprised.
Just trim that off there. It is just such a different collection, I think, for men. We've quite often done very traditional, you know, kind of hobbies for him kind of thing, but I think this is just so different, so stylish.
Well, lots of guys like watches. I mean, that's my passion. And there's a watch section in
here.
Yes,
yeah.
The globe for travelling, the camera. Lots of guys like to take photographs all the time. Fishing. Every type of, you know, pastime you can think of.
And I think there's quite a few that would be suitable for females as well. I mean, there's one that we did in the 1 o'clock show. I don't know where the card's gone, actually, but it was just the presents. And we decoupaged the presents, and that would be great for kind of anybody.
Yeah, that one. I mean, that would be suitable for absolutely everybody. Youngsters, ladies, gents, got a cup of coffee, mobile phone, earphones, and wrap presents, yeah. Lots of men love their coffees.
Okay.
It's like the guys in our office upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Scott and Liam, coffeeholics they are.
It's my favourite thing when Andy's got that tiny little cup.
Yeah, but the kick in that...
I know, he just looks so funny because it's like the smallest little cup.
Yeah. But it packs a punch.
Yeah, it is funny. Okay, so we've created there a 7x7 card blank with that kind of step section. Okay, so let's go into this now and do a little bit of decorating. So I've already kind of cut up to here with my trimmer to get the kind of 7, so I know where that is. And then we're going to fussy cut around those football boots and bag. So
fussy cutting fills you with dread and fear. These aren't difficult to do, are
they're not actually, no. They're nice, quite large images, but what I do like about them is they're a little bit sketchy. So there isn't a real kind of determined straight edge on some of them. So if you're a little bit wibbly or anything like that, then it's absolutely fine. You can kind of get away with it. So I'm just going to go to about there, and then I'm going to use the trimmer to cut along the straight edges. So let's just bring this back in. And obviously with the trimmer we can stop when we get to the image because we know that that blade is right in the middle there, so I can stop exactly where that one is.
Is the trimmer in stock?
I hope so.
Okay. Hunky Dory trimmer, check the website, brilliant price. Replacement blades usually available as well, but...
I think they are. You're making me question it now though, Dave. So this is going to be on the front of our step, like this, okay? And then the rest of this cardstock, I think we should be able to get into that background.
I've just been told we've sold out of the little book on its own. If you want the little book, you can only get it at the moment in the bundle, okay? So, yeah, you can't get any more of the little book at the moment. If that changes, I'll let you know, but it's sold out individually at the moment. It's in the bundle, so treat yourself.
Okay, so I'm going to cut this to there. So that's going to go onto our gold mirror perfectly. And then we need something else to go into the background. So let me get my stuff, because I've got loads of things down here. So we could use one of our double-sided papers. They're fabulous, aren't they?
Is it the same paper that you make the little books out of?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, so it's fantastic quality. Again, great for cutting. So we could go with green, like that. Or, let me show you some of the mirror that we've got coming up as well. The mirror textures. Oh, it is wonderful. We could go with the green in that one because that looks quite good with that check. I quite like that. So let's just have a look.
Don't worry, I'll give you details of the mirror texture after we do
Oh,
the
it's
first
amazing.
card.
Yeah, I think we'll go with that. So let's trim this down to 7. Let me just check. It could be a little bit Christmassy, couldn't it?
That could be, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
definitely.
far off now for Christmas.
I know, if you
Christmas in June.
you say it enough times, it'll be here before you know it.
I know.
Okay. So let's see now how this is looking when we put all this together. So that is going to go in the background. This we're going to mask and layer on the top. Obviously, cut the middle out. Don't be. I showed you how to do that in the earlier show.
Yeah. Precious. Yep.
That's going to go across the front like this. And then I've also got some of that gorgeous foiled acetate that we've got on the show as well. We've got our topper. So I think this is coming together nicely. We're building all those different layers up. So let's get all of this kind of stuck down now. So let's get our...
Lisa in Arkansas has gone for 2 of these. Hi, Lisa. Welcome to all of our American viewers. Hi to all of our UK viewers. We're going global at HobbyMaker, which is really exciting.
It is very exciting.
Well, we do ship Hunky Dory to the US.
You do, and there's lots of things that you can't actually buy through us on our Hunky Dory website in the US as well, like some of our adhesives and things like that, but you can here. So you can stock up on all your favourites.
You've got a different agreement for
Yeah.
shipping. So, your shipping in America, if you're watching us in the States, is capped at $12.95 per day from your midnight to midnight, wherever you are in the States, which is pretty amazing, bearing in mind it's being shipped from the UK to you.
Yeah, I think it's the only way you can get construction glue in America.
Is that right?
Is through HobbyMaker, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, remember, if you're in the UK, your P&P is capped every day at £3.95, no matter where you are in the UK. So fill your boots, whether you're watching us in the UK or not. Enjoy.
Okay, then this panel we're going to lift up on some foam pads. So we're going to get some height in the back of this card as well. So just using some of our strips to grow across the back of here. And then we can lay that on to that gorgeous mirror.
Seeing that name Lisa in Arkansas reminded me of when I started to do broadcasting when I was younger on the radio.
Okay.
I had to read a news bulletin, and Arkansas was in the script, and I said Arkansas.
Yeah, it looks like that, doesn't it?
My boss gave me a right telling off.
It's one that I have to look at and really think about every time I see it.
Catherine in Nottinghamshire. Hello, Catherine. Hi, Dave and Anne-Marie. Wow, that was another fantastic collection. You just make it so easy for us. Can I ask a question? Are there any Father's Day sentiments?
There are definitely some on the toppers. You'll have to have a look through to see exactly how many are, but there are definitely some on there. I know this for sure.
And hang on.
I think they're all relatives.
Are they? Right, OK. So, yeah, on the toppers there are. Let's have a little look. Let's have a look.
We also have some in our bigger book of essential sentiments and in our regular book of essential sentiments as well. There's a Father's Day one.
Right.
But there's definitely at least one because I've seen it with my own eyes.
You found it? Oh, there it is. Hey, Chris.
What a ledge.
Chris on cameras. 4-star. Yeah, happy Father's Day. So you're going to get 2 of those because you get 2 of each, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, there are, in answer to your question. Thank you for that. Good. See, Hunky Dory think of everything.
We do, but then we also don't want to put too many in because we know it's just one occasion a year. You might not even need one, so we don't like to put too many in.
Now, Jess in Gloucestershire. Hi, Jess. Hi, Dave and Anne-Marie. I love this collection. It covers all genres. Some of these images would look stunning in a box frame.
Yes.
As bookmarks.
They would. Oh, bookmarks.
That's a good idea.
Nice, yeah. That sounds like a really good idea.
It's another Hunky Dory winner.
Okay, so we're going to go in... Oh, I put that one on the wrong way around. So that needs to be... This one needs to be straight. That's it. So pop that one in the middle like that. And then we're going to put that one on the diagonal and then go back in with that one straight. And it just creates like a little bit of a cool...
Yeah, I like that.
A cool thing going on in the background. So again, just go into our... dotted tape runner. This is great for all your little frames like this because obviously the adhesive's only going to stick to where you want it to go. Mm-hmm. So we can just kind of twist that around like that.
And our producers just said, oh, I like it when you do that. I thought, what? Like it when I do what?
What have I done?
Sometimes Ellie just thinks out loud and speaks what she thinks.
Okay, so then we'll pop some of our tape runner.
I spend most of my time here going, what?
Filtering her out. We can't repeat this on air. Okay, so then we can put our little happy birthday down at this bottom edge. And then we've got another little sentiment that says number one guy. So we'll put happy birthday.
Where will that go to your hubby? Be careful.
He's not watching.
Oh, okay.
What? And we decided not, yeah. There we go.
Look at that. Isn't that lovely? Anyone that's a footy fan would absolutely adore having that. And it's not specific teams, it's just football in general, which is great. So you're not going to...
Yeah, definitely. There's no football shirt on there, so you can't offend anybody.
You can't offend anyone. OK, now the acetate, let's go to that. The foiled acetate, and then we'll go on to our textured mirror in a minute, because that was an absolute winner earlier on. OK, now your foiled acetate is $11.99.
Oh, it's so fabulous.
And you get 16 sheets, look at it.
You do, yeah. 4 different designs. So this one it's almost like a paint splatter. It almost looks like gold leaf. It's really, really beautiful, that one. I love it.
4 of that.
You're going to get the Harlequin, which is the one that we've just used.
Yeah, 4 of those.
All silver on the back as well. So if you want to flip them over, you can do, apart from this one that's coming up, because this one's a text one next.
OK. But
so
that's silver on that
yeah.
side. There you go, look. Silver one side. It doesn't look like the reverse side, but it is.
Yeah.
So you can use it either silver or gold. This next one has
You can flip it over, but you text them back to front.
OK.
So it's still silver on the bag, but
right.
it is quite tiny. Well, I don't think they're real words anyway, so you could probably get away with it, couldn't you?
Deus upsum, whatever that is. Yeah, it's made up words.
Yeah, so you'd be able to get away with it, I bet.
So you get 4 of those.
And then your final one is the swirl. Yeah, this one is lovely as well.
There it is in silver.
Again, really versatile. So many different collections we could use that with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it looks like waves. It looks like maybe wind. So you're going to get 16, and they're $11.99 for all 16. 4 sheets of each of the 4 designs, which is pretty amazing, for £11.99. And that was a winner earlier on. Now, I've got to quickly go to our textured mirror.
This is fabulous.
This doesn't sell out. I'll be amazed.
So amazing. I love this. So again, using the same kind of designs that we've just seen in the acetate, so you're going to get this kind of paint splat one. And these are, the way that these are done, the design is kind of debossed into the mirror, so it gives you that texture as well to feel.
It's like a mirrored cork.
Yeah, yeah.
So you've got it in gold, you've got it in copper, which is just gorgeous.
It is lovely, isn't it?
Here it is in the green.
I love that green as well.
Like a Sherwood forest green, that.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Look at the blue.
And then you've got that really beautiful royal blue. Yeah, it's lovely. And then this is the check. So we couldn't do the Harlequin, unfortunately. It was a bit too much for the guys on the machine. So we swapped it out for this kind of check.
OK.
So that's the one that we just used with the football. You can see it still works perfectly.
Well, that looks like a football net, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like a goal.
Yeah.
Then you've got your blue. Then you've got your fantastic script.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? I love that colour. Again, that really gorgeous kind of peacock blue.
Before?
We have, yeah. We just don't do it very often. But it looks incredible, doesn't it?
And that's black.
Oh,
Black
so
mirror
nice.
with an embossed text. It's just beautiful. And mirror is a trademark.
It is, yeah.
It's one of the finest mirror cards out there on the market, without a shadow of a doubt. Can only be called mirror if it's genuine mirror. Then you've got your swirls.
Oh, I love the swirls.
Look at that, and the copper.
It's so amazing, isn't it?
So this flew earlier on today, and you're going to get all of these. How many sheets in total? 16.
Yes.
16 sheets for only £9.99. Now, if that's not going to be enough, go for 2. You get 32 for less than 20 quid.
And you're only getting one design in there on like kind of each colour. There's no double ups, if you know what I mean. So you've got 4 different designs of like patterns, but then each one of those is on 4 different colours. So you're not going to get any double ups of the same design on the same colour. So if you want more than one, you need to definitely multi-order.
CHHD17, CHHD17. And then we also have a very popular choice earlier today was the adorable scorable that's been hand-selected by you and the team to complement the colours that are in the collection.
Yeah, definitely. So this works perfectly. We've got 8 different colours in here for you, and you're going to get 3 of each. So it's going to coordinate perfectly alongside the collection. So you can see all those core colours running through that we've seen in the collection. You've got your greens, you've got the black in there.
I mean, if I just grab...
You've got that amazing kind of like hunter green. It's lovely, isn't it?
I mean, that's going to just work with those toppers beautifully.
But you can even pull out the reds.
Yeah, because the red is in the boots.
Yeah.
So perfect to use.
The blues in the golf bag.
Yeah. Perfect. So, yeah, everything is thought of. No colour clashes. Everything coordinates beautifully well. So you're going to get 24 sheets. Adorable Scoreable, by the way, in case you're new, is bendy ink. And what does that mean? It means when you crease it, when you score it, it's not going to crack. Sometimes coated cardstock can crack and it looks awful. You get a white edge. That's why Adorable Scoreable is such a popular brand, because it doesn't. It just flexes.
Yeah. Bendy ink technology.
Bendy ink
it's
technology.
fancy.
We love it. $9.99. That was a bestseller earlier today. You can add that to your order if you'd like to. Now, also, we've got some mirri, some plain mirri.
Yes.
Mirri, to call it plain is a bit of an insult.
I know, yeah. So compared to the textures, it is a little bit plain, isn't it? But the same colour palette. But this is working alongside for kind of matting and layering. Yep. Obviously, everything's going to work with gold because you've got gold foil, but you can also bring in all of these fabulous colours. Great to use with your little book as well, because obviously you're not tied to gold in there. You can obviously go for any colour.
So 16 sheets, only £8.99, but if you want your mirri to be untextured and unpatterned, this is the way to do it. And again, hand-selected colours to go with the Here's to Him collection today. ZKHD 17. Look at the mirror. Look at how effective that is.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
Amazing.
It's so good.
Deep dark, rich green, dark blue. £8.99 for 16 sheets. Go for multiples. Lots of you coming in for this right now. I think my favourite is the black.
I know. It's just so classic, isn't it?
It's like a grand piano, isn't
it? It's amazing.
Beautiful.
And you just don't see it very often, do you?
No.
It's, you know, you kind of see gold and silver and some of the more primary colours, but I love the colour selections that we've managed to pull together.
Beautiful. ZKHD 17, 16 sheets, £8.99. If you've never tried mirri before, treat yourself. It embosses beautifully as well if you've got embossing folders. Fantastic. ZKHD 17. Now, the multi-buy of the dies we've got in the show...
Right on the end.
They are over here. OK, now, I'll bring them on. Let me bring them down here so you can see. OK, so which one do you want first, Ellie? Funky hexagons first.
That one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Funky hexagons. So, now... $14.99 on its own, but don't buy it.
Don't buy it.
Don't buy it. It is limited stock anyway. We've only got a few. But if you buy it, I think you'll be kicking yourself because we've got a deal with the other one coming up in a minute.
Yeah.
You'll save money. SIHD 85. That is your funky hexagon background panel. And it hasn't got a cutting edge on the outside, so you can put it on any side.
You can, yeah, and you can tile it as well. So we did it in the earlier show where we actually tiled it to make a larger background. So you can obviously go... to any size cardstock then as well. And I love how it doesn't cut all the bits out, so it's kind of gives you a really cool texture.
Yeah. And that could also be kind of football related. It looks like the marks on a football, doesn't it?
Definitely.
But that one is $14.99. The next one is your traditional Argyle. Now, that's like an Argyle sweater, like a pattern, with your crisscrosses and your diamonds. $14.99 for that one. So that could be maybe for your golfing theme, maybe?
Yes.
That would work. So
Argyle, Ellie.
$14.99. You're looking at $29.98. Oh, no, you're not. Look at what we can give it to you today for. We'll give you a £5 discount, which is basically paying for, or more than paying for your P&P. £24.98 for both, so working out at about £12.49 each. And that's a lot of metal.
Yeah, it is. They're really substantial dies. So they're going to cut into 6x4 pieces of cardstock. And I do really like as well that they're kind of standalone dies as well. You don't have to use them with this collection. Yep. They're going to be really versatile with no matter what you're using.
Now, this multi-buy, nearly half stock gone. Yep, nearly half the stock gone. If you want those two together, be quick. And, of course, the theme works with the Here's to Him collection as well. I mean, like this... this card here, for example, has got that kind of Argyle pattern on the border there. So it's all going to kind of tie in really nicely. So, yeah, this whole show has all been put together brilliant. It all matches. All
coordinates beautifully, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
It's like we planned it.
I know. Absolutely. I shouldn't be surprised. All the hunky-dory shows are planned brilliantly. $24.98 RHHD 56.
See, that's where I do all my planning in life, is just for collections. Everything else in my life is completely unplanned.
I can relate to that. Yeah. I'm organised with work, but that's about the only part of my life that is organised.
Okay, so we are going to use that fabulous Argyle die for this one, and we're just going to kind of team it up with our Miri. We're not really going to bring much else into this.
Look at that text.
It's fabulous, isn't it? It is so, so cool. So it's that almost like that peacock blue. So we're going to go into a panel here, which I've already cut down to 6x4. So I'm just going to place that right in the centre, and then I'm going to secure this down with a little bit of tape as well. So I'm just going to run that across those diamonds there and hope that will keep that in place. And then we'll just pop this through the die cutting machine. Obviously these will go through all of your smaller die cutting machines as well. If you've got like a MIDI, it will fit through there perfectly too.
Good.
And then let's just pop that through. And then we're just going to pop some gold behind there, so that'll just really shine through all of those die cut details that we're cutting out. But I love this just in white. I don't know if we've got the card on the set that's on that we put on the packaging, where we've just cut it out in white and used inks in the background. It just looks so cool.
Don't think we have.
No. It might be on the steps. It's this one here that's on the packaging.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, it is on the steps.
That's
You can
on
see
the steps,
it.
okay. Thanks, Becky.
Cheers, my dear.
She topped up my tea as well. Thanks, my love.
Oh, she's a good egg.
There we go.
But look how classic it looks just in white.
Lovely.
And just get your inks in. You can obviously make that any colour in the background.
I mean, that could be an Argyle sweater, but could also be a trellis.
Yes, could be. You could add some flower dyes onto that, and it would look beautiful, wouldn't it?
Beautiful. So if you want both of those dyes, the honeycomb one and this one, $24.98 saves you a £5 by just picking up the phone or going to the website and popping it in your basket.
Okay, so let's get this onto our Miri now. So I'm going to use some Miri foam pad strips on the back of here. And we've got some really nice, like, chunky strips on here that we can kind of get these into as well. So we can just add those.
Check the website for hunky-dory strips.
Yeah, essential.
Absolutely. They never stay in stock, though. As soon as we
I know.
when they're available, they go just as quickly as they've come in.
Okay, so then we'll just pop that on to here as well. And then just pop one on there, and I'll just pop another little bit up in that corner as well, just so it sits nice and neat. And then because we're adding that foam pad on there, it's going to give us like a little bit of a shadow onto that gold underneath. So I'll just
it's amazing the difference that makes actually adding height, rather than sticking something flush down.
It is that shadow that it creates. It just adds so much more dimension. And it's just so natural as well, isn't it? And I love like the deboss details that you get in those little diamonds in between as well. So we can just lay that onto there. And then we're going to bring in our card blank here. So we're going 7x5 for this one. So just a nice little size to work alongside that die. So we're going to get that text, make sure it's the right way up for anyone that can read it. So just add that onto there. This panel is just going to sit straight in the middle there then as well. This blue would actually look really nice with silver as well. It's one of those kind of ones that can work with gold or silver.
It's looking great with the gold too.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll get this on, and then we've got a couple of sentiments to add on as well. We're going to use one from our little book. Just double check.
It's a really good idea to put 6 sheets of sentiments in the back of the little book, actually.
It's so handy, and it really adds up. I had to work it out like 2 or 3 times. I added them all up, and then I was doing it on a calculator. I was like, you can't have 96. That's just...
It's 16 times 6, which
yeah.
is 96.
96,
96.
I just couldn't believe it.
Amazing stepson, father-in-law, stepdad, fiancé, grandson. So every male person in a family, you're covered with this.
It's really handy, isn't it? So we're going to go with this one, which says... If I just flip this over, brother, I hope your day is as amazing as I am, which I think is really quite cool, especially if you're a little bit of a siblings that argue or, you know.
Alex calls me brother.
Does he?
He does. Alex, one of our producers here, hey, brother. But I'm not his brother, but that's quite nice. Quite a nice way of saying hi to someone.
Definitely. That's okay. I'll take that.
Ellie's going to call you sister.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's all even.
Yeah, it's all good.
Look at that, though. Colour combination. Using Miri, the blue Miri, The printed mirror, the textured mirror that flew this afternoon is flying again this evening, but what a card that is.
It's just gorgeous. It's so simple.
Yeah.
You could be doing these in all the different colours and you could quite easily and quickly have yourself, you know, kind of 8 different styles of this card just using the different colour mirrors.
And we have also got the ribbon available, which we've not mentioned yet. So if you want, is that still available? It is. So if you want the mirror, the ribbon, here's the ribbon. Again, hand-selected colours to work with the toppers, to work with the artwork. 20 metres in total. There, if I just put the topper sheet next to it, you can see the green's the right colour, the red's the right colour, the blue's the right colour. All the colours used in the printing of the toppers and the artwork. That's what the colour is here. For 20 metres, you get it for $9.99, so it's only 50p a metre. Yours will come all wrapped up in a plastic bag. It won't come like this, but yeah. So great value if you want that as well. And it is lovely if you can run to it to get the collection and then get all the accessories that work, the adorable scorable. It makes your whole collection go that much further.
Yeah.
The ribbon, it's just the kind of icing on the cake, isn't it, really? WZHD24, and lots of you collect ribbon, you tell us that. Now, the main collection, Here's to Him, it launched today.
Yeah.
What time was it on?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock this afternoon was the first time anyone had seen it. And this is, I know Hunky Dory have done male, masculine themed collections in the past, but this is different to any that I've seen before.
Definitely, yeah. It's really got a contemporary kind of edge to it, hasn't it? And I think there's, I don't know, the artwork's quite sketchy. There's loads of like, almost like little paint splats around, almost like fairy lights in places as well with some of the sparkles.
Now, you get your tip sheets, ideas for construction. If you're a beginner, that's absolutely invaluable.
Yeah.
You can actually copy any of these card layouts. Absolutely fine to do that. But then you get the normal configuration. It's normally with Hunky Dory 888. What I mean by that is 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed cardstock, adorable, scorable, and 8 sheets of printed and foiled. And that's what you've got with this. So you're going to get 2 of each of these.
Yes, you are, yeah.
2 of the toppers, 2 of the printed and foiled, and 2 of the printed.
Love the accent foil detail we've got in here. It is amazing. And like, can you see all the like little sparkles that are around that almost look like those kind of fairy lights? You know, those like little string lights?
Yeah.
Every single piece of cardstock and topper just looks, I don't know, just almost magical. They're fabulous.
And look at the main theme there. You've got that sports car, you've got the mountain bike or the racing bike, you've got the nautical models as well. That would be up my street. Then you've got, of course, the car in the adorable scorable with the foil. It's like the car, the
foil
car
tyre tracks. Yeah, it's fabulous, isn't it?
Really cool.
Or Georgina called them skid marks earlier.
A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, skid marks. Yeah.
Classy.
Yeah, we all knew what she meant, but yeah, skid marks.
Dead classy. Yeah. Then you've got this, which is your... Then you've got your hiking boots, your backpack, your rucksack, and your fishing gear as well. Oh,
I love that one.
Here, so and then the last one, you get 2 of this as well. You've got the dapper kind of suited and booted. You've got down there the wrapped up presents with the coffee cup and the mobile phone and the cologne and everything up there as well. So very,
it's the whiskey, I think, Dave.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Finest whiskey.
I'll be smashing it on my... Walking around smelling a whiskey.
Finest.
Right. $29.97. So that's part of it. That's the main part of it, basically. And if you want that again, if you just want all the cardstock that I've just gone through, that's $19.99 for, it's 888, so it's 24 sheets.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. But then in the main bundle, you are going to get also your inserts and your beautiful double-sided papers. Now, the inserts... you get 12 beautifully printed inserts. There we go. All following on from the theme of the toppers. See, I've got there.
Yeah. I'd just nicely put 1 of each on the top for you. It's fine.
You can rely on me to muck it up.
It's fine. You're just showing everyone the quantity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You get 12 of those. Then you get 12 of your... You love me, really. You get 12 of your double-sided papers. There we go. And how much are they? 150 GSM.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think your inserts are 140, your papers are 150.
Okay. And this is the same paper they use for the little book, so you know the quality of those pages. Oh, I love that.
I know, it's fabulous, isn't it? That kind of geometric print. And this one's really nice as well with that colour palette. It's just fabulous. Oh, skid marks. Yeah.
Oh, man. There we go. 12 of those as well. And that's, and the little book. Let's not forget the little book. That, to me, is the highlight, because you've got 114 potential cards you can make out of this, with 6 sheets of those fantastic sentiments in the back for every male relation you can think of. And some of these images are featured in the toppers and some of them aren't. But aren't they lovely? The colourways.
I love the presents.
Yeah. And that could be male or female.
Yeah, definitely. I think anyone that's kind of into their cars are going to appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, and this one as well, you know, maybe it's just someone going travelling. They're just, even though it's like, here's to him, there are some very useful images in here for everybody.
Oh, there's your golf. There's your sports kit. Another sports kit for bowls and down the gym.
Yeah, gym kit. Oh, that's what they are, Dave. The kettlebells, not bowls.
Kettlebells. Oh, yeah, you're right. I was quite proud of myself saying
You've
bowls.
done really well as well. We all thought you'd done really good. We're like, oh, check out Dave knowing his bowls.
No medal for me.
Kettlebells.
Kettlebells. Until I hadn't been to the gym for a while, didn't know what they were. There's your suited and booted.
We were looking at a much smaller image.
We were, actually. Yeah, my eyesight.
Yeah.
$29.97 gets you the whole lot. I'm afraid the little book at the moment is out of stock. It's worth maybe trying for the little book again on its own later on tonight or tomorrow. We might be able to get more stock by then, but at the moment it's showing out of stock on the website. So go for the main collection. That will be included for less than £30. EDHT 81. Oh, now, Chris, our floor manager today, it's very confusing because very often Chris is directing and he can be on camera too where Becky is and he can be floor managing.
He much prefers it on the floor though.
Oh, he loves
favourite.
Absolutely.
Favourite part of the job.
I mean, he's good at everything, but he's gone and got me these finished samples to show you, so I better show them. Look at that. Isn't that great? These are unmistakably hunky-dory. Hunky-dory's got a really distinctive look.
Definitely, yeah, for sure. And, you know, if you've got all of these displayed on a craft fair, how fabulous are they going to look? They're going to be so eye-catching.
I mean, there are certain brands that people say to us, whenever I make cards with this brand, that brand, they're always the ones to go first, and Hunky-Dory is one of those brands.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Oh, I like this. Craft card.
It looks so cool, doesn't it? So this is what I was saying earlier about the dies almost being like a standalone thing.
Yeah.
They don't have to be used with this collection. It looks so cool, doesn't it?
If you want those dies, by the way, we get £5 off if you buy the two together. That's one of the dies. It's coming on the screen now on the right-hand side for you. There it is.
Ooh, that one's fabulous as well. Just making that kind of window out of the acetate as well.
Who would you give that card to?
Could be a new job.
Yeah.
Could be just someone who
Becky's on camera. She said me.
Yeah.
Thanks, Beck.
Yeah. Craig quite likes a suit, doesn't he?
That's true. Yeah. Anyone that's into their fashion or whatever. I'm a bit of a shoe hoarder at the moment as I get older. I've got loads of shoes.
Shoe hoarder.
Yeah, I like the male Imelda Malkos.
I don't know who that is.
She's the woman that collected shoes. She had thousands of pairs of shoes.
Oh, really? Mm. Oh, but where do you keep them all? We've only got a little shoe cupboard. Mm. And wellies, kids' wellies, Dave, they take up a lot of space in the shoe cupboard.
Got a spare room, that's where they all are.
Maybe that's what I need to do.
Mm. So if you want to go for that collection, $29.97. You know, if you struggle making cards for fellas or someone comes to you at work, let's say, I don't know, who you make your cards for. Is it work colleagues? Is it friends down the road? Is it friends at a local craft get-together or whatever? But if you ever ask for a masculine card, do you struggle? If you do, this is the collection that you need to get, because with that little book as well, having so many different kind of pastimes and hobbies covered, you're sorted, you really are. And to have all those different relations, male relations in the back, all 6 sheets, that's 90, did it say 96?
96, yeah.
96 different sentiments with every type of guy you can think of. World's best dad, amazing son, star nephew, wonderful husband, to my lovely father-in-law, stepdad, fiancé. So, yeah, really, really... And, if you might go out to I don't know when the last time you went to a shop to buy a card was. It was probably years ago for me, but you could find a design you like, and the words are wrong.
Yeah, definitely.
So annoying. When you've got them separately, you can kind of customise it.
Yeah. 100%. Sometimes, we'll go and have a nosy, I've got to check out the competition.
Yeah, exactly.
I go and have a look, and I'll think, oh, that one's really cool, and then I'll pick it up, and it feels really cheap.
Yeah.
It just feels really
words
flimsy.
On the insert
and then I open it up, and sometimes there's just no words,
yeah.
and I'm like, who sends a card with no words in? It's just not okay.
So to get it right, that's what the little book's all about. The whole collection is going very quickly. $29.97. Hello to all of you coming through. Vanessa in South Yorkshire's just checked out. Hello, Emma in Essex, Elizabeth in Lancashire, Karen in Hampshire, Ken in Essex, Catherine in Nottinghamshire, about half the stock, half the entire stock has gone, and we've only got about another 10, 11 minutes left on this hour. So grab it while we've got the stock. I know lots of you watch these shows on repeat again through the night and first thing in the morning as well, but check out now because it may not be here later on.
Okay, we're going to make an acetate stepper card.
Okay.
Okay,
Ooh.
so this is the image.
Acetate is the blank?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So this is the image that we're going to put onto there. We're using the kind of gardening image. And I love this one in the little book because there's a tiny little topper of it in the collection. But I love that we've got a really larger image of this in the actual little book as well. So I brought all of the acetate with me because I wasn't sure because I quite liked this one. But then I also liked that one. But we've used that one. So that's that one gone. We've got the text or we've got the swirls.
Can I choose?
Yeah, you can choose.
Text.
Text, okay.
I do like the text.
You were too slow, Ellie. He beat you to it.
You said what first, Ellie? What did you want? Swirls, swirls.
I've already made the cut now.
Presenter privilege, sorry, Ellie.
Okay, so we're gonna.
So upset now.
We're gonna have the steps in the centre of this card. So let me just turn my scoreboard over because we need the centimetre side for this. So what I've already done is trim this down to 28 centimetres. I want this to go in the middle. So this is kind of like 13. And we've got 21 centimetres to play with here. So what I want to do is probably come down to maybe about 3 centimetres. So that's going to give us a border kind of around the edge of the panel as well. So we're going to score at 3, but I'm going to come down to the 3 centimetre mark here because I just need to do my scores in the middle, and then I'm going to stop at 18 at this end.
Okay.
And then we're going to go to 6, do the same again, down to kind of roughly 18. You can get a ruler if you want to and kind of hold it across so you know exactly where you're scoring to if you want to. Again, we're going to...
Acetate scores really well, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, it really does. You're going to score at 10. 14 is our halfway point, so we can go all the way through at 14. And then at 21, we're going to do the same again. We're just going to kind of come down roughly to kind of 18, like that. So then we can pop the scoreboard out of the way, go back to our trimmer, and I'm going to line this up at 3. So I can actually do that on this side of the ruler.
Don't forget the trimmers on the website if you want one.
And then I'm just going to come down here because I can definitely see that score because you kind of need to get it in the light to see the scores on your acetate because you're going to score from the first score line down to the last one.
Yeah.
So just make sure that's
Could you
in
put
there.
like a dark sheet of card underneath?
You could, yeah, like if you've got a little bit of scrap paper or something like that. You could do that. You could even put yourself a little... like little dots with a permanent marker or something, just so you can see a little bit better.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we can fold this in half along the middle, and then you're just going to go along and add your other folds in. So let me just fold that one back the other way.
And this shows the quality of the acetate as
well.
well.
Oh, so good. It's 220 microns, so it's that heavyweight acetate, so you know it's going to really withstand those scores.
Yeah.
It's going to hold that shape as well once we've got all of these scores in place.
So it's not going to give you Bambi legs?
No, absolutely not.
They're not going to kind of, you know, spray or whatever.
It's going to be able to stand up.
It's going to be able to stand up, that's it, yeah.
Stop it!
I can't hear what they're saying. I think my earpiece is blocked.
Oh my word. Stop.
I wish I heard what they said. I honestly didn't hear. Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
Stop it.
I bashed my leg on this yesterday.
How'd you manage that?
I don't know, I just didn't see it and boom.
Oh dear. Okay, so we're going to go back to our little book and we're going to pop this onto some gold mirror. So just leaving that little edge all the way around. You can get your 5x5 mirror mats on the website. Okay, so that's going to go on the kind of back layer of our stepper. And then we've got all of these other little bits and pieces that we can bring in as well. So we've got a Happy Father's Day sentiment on here. We've got To My Fantastic Stepdad that we can add onto there as well. So let's get this all stuck down. So I'm going to go to our strips. And let's pop this one in first of all. So just keeping your foam pads to the kind of like the bottom edge of your little book. Like that. And then we can pop this in place in here. Oh.
Honestly, would you ever have thought of making a stepper card like this out of acetate? It's a great thing to do.
It is, yeah, it really is, because it's just, again, how cool is this going to look?
Yeah.
You know, if you're selling your makes, this is just going to look absolutely incredible. So I don't think it ever gets kind of boring, you know, looking at acetate and thinking, how does that work? You know, it just looks so, so cool all the time. So we're going to put To My Fantastic Stepdad across there. That's one of those, again, from our little book that we can just add across that bottom edge. And then we're going to add our Happy Father's Day up at the top there as well. And there we go.
Voila. How about that? Doesn't that look great with the acetate? I love that idea. Really, really cool. So if you want the acetate, that's available separately, still in the show. If you want the main collection, that was $29.97 on the screen. The acetate is coming up for you. 16 sheets of heavy-duty acetate. That's 220 micron for only £11.99. IQ HD 15. IQ HD 50. Now, the acetate, you want to see that again? Yeah, of course. Let's have a little look. There's 16 sheets in here, and it really is a very, very, very good weight indeed. I'll show you with a little bit of white paper. There we go. So you've got your swirls. You get
4 of each.
4 of each.
Yeah.
4 designs, 4 of each. So remember, they are gold on one side and silver on the reverse. The only one that wouldn't really work with the silver would be the text, because it would then be back to front, but the rest of them would be absolutely fine. Here you've got your speckle, which when I first saw it, I thought that looks like cork, a little bit, like cork flecks.
Definitely.
Or a bit of marble, maybe.
Yeah.
Again, gold on one side, silver on the other, on the reverse.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's very nice. Then you've got your argyle.
I love this one. I still can't believe that they've managed to run this one on the machines, because it is so detailed, so textured, but it is absolutely perfect edge-to-edge foiling.
Yeah, the accuracy of each line of that foiling is incredible. And then, I think is that it?
The swirls. We've looked at that one.
Yeah.
Oh, the text.
Oh, the text, sorry, yeah.
Text.
Yeah. I forget the text, it's my favourite. Here's the text, 4 of those. I love that. I don't think I've seen foiled acetate in text before.
Again, really, really detailed, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you so often see, you know, texts, or, well, not text, but foiling that kind of is a bit blotchy, has missed a little bit, or is overfoiled, but never with hunky dory.
No, absolutely not. And acetate it's so tricky to foil on, because the foil is applied with heat. Yeah. But acetate isn't, obviously this isn't heat-resistant acetate, so getting that temperature absolutely just perfect that the foil can be applied, but the acetate doesn't melt.
And just for those that aren't familiar with hunky-dory, all of this is manufactured in the UK,
It is, yeah. Everything that we've got on the show, apart from the dyes, everything's manufactured in the UK, back in Preston. In fact, Alan is coming up on Thursday to do some filming of our machines.
Oh, is he?
And our behind the scenes, yeah, so you can have a really good look at everything that we do.
Come up and see that.
Yeah, well, you'll be able to see the VT.
I want to come up.
Come with him on Thursday.
Might do that.
Yeah.
Okay, right, now the dyes, these. Now, these are brilliant because they, again, work together with the theme of the kit, because you've got, obviously, with the argyle dye, that kind of teams up nicely with that print that's on some of the cardstock, but also on the printed papers as well. So that kind of works in really nicely. And over here, this one, this is your...
I think that's on the football cardstock as well.
So this one is your funky hexagons. And it kind of cuts little lines in as well. So if you put like a mirrored card behind it, it really kind of shows the pattern.
Oh, kind of. Similar.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of like the kind of little lines there.
Yeah, if you see the pattern, there we go. That kind of works really, really well. Very geometric.
Yeah.
It's kind of honeycomb-like, but with a difference.
Yeah. And I love that it doesn't cut all the little bits out. So on the craft card there that you've got...
I love that.
This one, I made this one. I don't often get to make cards for the packaging, but I was like, ooh.
I do like that.
So I coloured some of the little deboss details in with the black as well, so it just makes it look like it's been kind of paper pieced.
And that's got a bit of a kind of a sporty edge to it, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be football, it could be golf, maybe. $24.98 is your price. You get both. They should be $14.99 each. You save a £5, and of course, if you bought something today, you've already paid your P&P. It's one P&P per day of £3.95. Now, the big bundle, the big collection that gets you the book, gets you your 12 or your 8 sheets of your toppers, your 8 sheets of your printed cardstock, and your 8 sheets of your printed and foiled, 24 sheets in total. Then you get 24 of your, well, it's 12 of your inserts and 12 of your double-sided papers, and 120 sheets in the little book, but it will make 114 cards if you use 1 sheet per card, or if you cut into them and decoupage them, you can do whatever you want with them. It's entirely up to you. But I know lots of you collect at least 1 each of these, so add it to your collection today. If you want it on its own, I'm afraid it's out of stock at the moment. We'll try and get it back in the next day or two, but certainly if you go for the big bundle, you're going to get the big collection and you'll get the book inside there as well. So if you can make 114 cards out of that book, how many can you make in total, taking into account everything else? I reckon you can make 150.
Yeah, so we've got I always go with the number of toppers we've got, so I think I can make 4 with that one, 3 with that one, probably 4 with that one.
That's 11.
4 with that one.
15 times 2, 30.
Times 2.
Plus the 114.
Yeah.
So about 140, have 5, something like that.
Yeah, you can easily stretch that to 150, because something like this, you could cut this out and add a sentiment, so you've got another card there. So, yeah, you can absolutely make 150 cards.
And that's why it makes sense to go for the Adorable Scoreable as well, because that will make this kit go further. Go for the Textured Mirror, that will make this kit go further as well. So they're all on the show. Remember, if you bought something at the beginning of the show, or bought something from Anne-Marie at 1 o'clock, and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to have to pay more postage, aren't I? No, you're not. You just, quite simply, give our call centre a call, go on the website, tap the app. You'll get a confirmation email overnight tonight after midnight showing that you've bought 3 things, 4 things, 5 things, whatever it is, and then 1 P&P to get all of it home, no matter who you've bought it from us at HobbyMaker, of just $3.95. Safe journey back.
Thank you very much.
Nat's back on Thursday.
She is, yeah.
We'll catch up.
Yes.
And compare notes about Vegas. We're all going there. You're going there later. Yeah. All right, so stick around. We've got Jenny here in just a second with Jenny Burnett Bleach and Jenny's original designs. We've got some brand new stamps. If you love bumblebees and you love all things kind of, how can I put it, kind of natural history you're going to love what we've got coming up, because some brand new stamps and also some MDF for you as well. Take care.
Thank you very much.
See you soon. And I'll see you in about 3 minutes for the last show of the day.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hi everyone, Andy here from HobbyMaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, HobbyMaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Greenwich. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From HobbyMaker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to sandtangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's HobbyMaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. I'm sorry, I've crouched down a little bit. Sorry, we gave Janie a step, but it's over there where she's going to be demoing rather than here when she's next to me, because everybody looks really tiny, so I'm sorry about that. Anyway, welcome back to HobbyMaker. It's our last live hour of the day, 3 till 8 o'clock. Janie is back. How are you?
I'm very well. You are as well? You've been on holiday?
I've been away for a few days, yeah.
And I'm looking forward to a holiday, so...
Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Everything's good in the house. Now, entomology, that was the word that escaped me.
It was.
Everything to do with things like dragonflies and bugs, but happy bugs and bugs that you want to have in your life, because they're dragonflies, they're butterflies, there's bees as well. Yes. I never realised a proper name for a bee was a bombus.
Bombus, that's the bumblebee.
I never knew that. Yeah. Bombus, I've never heard that before. So, so you've done a lot of research. You've been going to museums.
Yes.
Tell me what you've been doing.
So, mainly Oxford Natural History Museum, and they've allowed me on a few occasions to go into the archives. And my last visit was supposed to be a day, and I went back the second day, and I literally had the archives to myself. And we were talking earlier, and I said because they were primed as to the sort of things that I like, and they got out 2 cabinets of Charles Darwin specimens, and I literally was allowed to pick them up. Wow. I was like, they had his handwriting on. Wow. So, yeah, a lot of this is from those visits and sketches and photos.
That is really, really cool. And, I mean, that's a passion that Janie's got for what she does. And what she does is she then hand draws from either something that you've physically seen with your own eyes or from a picture that you've taken. Yeah. To make stamps. So this is Janie's, that's why it's called Janie's Originals, because these are hand-drawn images that have been turned into stamps that you can enjoy using. And you can even build your own dragonfly. Yes. And also your own butterfly with wings and elements to the body. So normally when you buy a butterfly stamp, it basically comes already kind of as one, doesn't it? But here down the bottom, we'll get to this in a second, but you can see you've got the wings, you've got the bodies separately, so you can actually build your butterfly and your dragonfly to look the way that you want it to. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that before.
No, well, I kind of thought, well, especially doing the museum kind of theme stuff, when sometimes actually in examples we just want wings. But I thought, well, you know, when you want a butterfly maybe to cover a thumbprint or something like that, that's what we often use them for. But it's like sometimes they're just not quite right. But with this, like you said, you've got the bodies and different wings. I don't know how to calculate how many combinations there could be, but there must be a fair few. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to get onto the stamps in a minute, but I wanted to let you know they are in the show, because the MDF we want to show you to start off with, this is going to be the perfect frame to put your butterflies, dragonflies, bumblebees, whatever they may be, into these frames. Now, you're going to get 3 of these, and they're called the Curiosity frames, aren't they?
Yes. I call them that because you don't just have to put your bugs in there. You could put anything in there, but it's nice because it looks like a little collection of items.
These here. So with the stamp that you are going to probably be buying in the show in a few minutes, you can actually stamp the images, colour in the butterflies if you want to, and the bugs or whatever, and then put them in the curiosity shelves. Now, these are like they're the sort of frames you'd have been held and given in those museums.
Yeah, so everything of that kind of theme. So when I've been making samples, I've kind of been using kind of muted colour tones and kind of making them look aged, just because I was in the archives in the museum. But there's nothing to stop you doing bright colours and, you know, spring-like colours.
But having said that, equally, you can make these into frames and put family pictures in them. You don't have to put butterflies and you don't have to put dragonflies in them if you don't want to. If you like the look of them, you're going to get 3 of these, and all the elements just pop out, and then you can paint them and paper them however you want and colour them in whatever colour scheme works for you. Already Carol's come in Carol's in Kent wanting these. So you can have them side by side, like triptych. You can have them on top of each other, like a
so they've got, if you look at where the items pop out from, so obviously you've got the little bits of MDF that you can use for something else. You also see like a funny kind of shape in there, and that's a hanger for the back.
Right.
So if you want to hang them on the wall, you literally just pop those out, stick them on the back. I can show you later in the demo, and it can just hang straight on your wall. OK, so you're going to get 3 of the MDF Curiosity frames. You don't see that sort of thing very often. So here's a chance if you want to display. It could be anything that you put in the frames at the end of the day, but of course they work with everything else that we have in the show from Janie today. But if you want to put your own little trinkets that you collect in there, you could do that. Your own pictures of your family or pets, you could do that. 10% of the stock is gone. 3 for $14.99 works out to £5 per Curiosity frame. And if I just grab one just to give you a better idea of exactly how it's going to look. It's a sandwich. So you just put your MDF glue in between it. It gives you that 3-dimensional frame which you can distress. You can add all sorts of things like gilding waxes onto it if you want to. You can paint it whatever colour you choose, and then fill it with these bugs if you want to, and butterflies. It's entirely up to you. But it's a very traditional thing. Where would you go to buy something like this? I mean, it's not out there, is it? Curiosity, that's what goes on in my brain, Dave.
Brilliant. Okay. Now, we've also got, not only the Curiosity frames, we've also got this A4 sheet. Now, this is full of butterfly and dragonfly shapes. Now, these will work with many of the stamps that we've got coming up on the show, won't they?
Yeah, they're perfectly sized. So if you're doing like a mixed media piece, and rather than stamping on card, you want something on MDF, obviously you can't fussy cut that.
No.
So they're perfectly sized. You just pop them out. Obviously, you've got the carrier sheet as well, so they can be used to kind of spritz through and things like that as well. But ideal just to gesso them, stamp straight on top.
Now, I'm not going to pop it out. I'm just going to show you. That's how easy they come out. Obviously, treat them with a little bit of tenderness because lots of them are quite fine elements there. But yeah, you pop them out. They're going to match and work with the stamps we have in the show. But equally, you could just paint these however you wish. Maybe make a little mobile.
Yeah.
For a window.
The only things that aren't on there is the antenna, because they would be too fine to cut an MDF. So you can either not have them, put a little bit of wire on there, if you're doing something 3-dimensional.
Well, it's only $12.99, and you get loads on there. And then we've also got the floating frames in the show as well, which, now these don't come decorated, but they're in the show decorated just to show the sort of thing you can do with them. Now, they're $14.99, and you get one of the oval. It's almost like a glass dome, isn't it, really?
Yeah, yeah.
And then you get one of the square as well. But they're called floating because basically the front of the frame is projected forward from the back. So they're very 3D. You can put 3-dimensional things inside them.
You can put loads in there. I've done different ones as well with, like the paper flowers that you can buy.
Yeah.
Put those in with the glue gun and kind of stack those up so that they're kind of tumbling out the front and things like that. They're really cool.
And presumably these are your spacers, so you can make the frame either thinner or deeper.
So, well, they're evenly spaced.
Right.
Just so the back plate goes in one and the front in the other, and it gives you that dimension, so you can obviously feel that element there.
And if you wanted to put paper on them, paint them, put little rice lights in them, you could do that as well if you wanted to. But you get both of them for $14.99. What you put in them and how you decorate them is entirely up to you. Okay. Now, this is, I think, great fun and something I've never, in all my years of doing this sort of job, never seen before. I've seen loads of butterflies, I've seen loads of dragonflies, loads of bumblebees, but never a set of stamps that allows you to actually build your own design of dragonfly and butterfly. So you've got the wings, and the bodies for butterflies, the wings and bodies for dragonflies. And tell us about these frames that are here as well, because these are special frames, aren't they? Labels.
The labels, yeah. So again, from museum visits, I thought it's ideal if you're creating your own bugs, then you can create your own labels to go with them. So you can name them whatever you want.
Right.
But a lot of the elements in there, so there's some like handwritten letters. I've got my own little collection of antiquarian kind of handwritten ledgers and things like that, and I've actually taken the numbers from someone's handwriting from the 1800s.
Okay, now the whole thing should be £43.96. MYJ061, look, £35 gets you all 4 sets of stamps. To give you an idea of how you can make your labels look, Janie's very kindly done like a board for us, so you can make them distressed, you can make them look antiqued if you wish to, you can give them like a film coating if you want to as well. But they're real oldie-worldy, and again, you've got your inspiration from antiques that you've seen.
Yeah, and when you go, less so if you actually go to a museum itself where they've got lots of the kind of newer, cleaner labels. When you go in the archives, and I said, I need to do as many visits before they swap everything over because they're putting everything in new cabinets.
Okay.
And I'm like, the new labels just don't look so cool.
You want the antique look.
So yeah, and they stack them as well, so you might get several labels on top of each other, just kind of glimpsing through, so you can do that with your pins and things like that.
Now, I love this. 30% of the stock has gone on this, and these are some of the butterflies and dragonflies you can make using the wings and the bodies completely separately. So you're not being dictated to. I mean, how many varieties of dragonflies and butterflies are there in the world? There must be millions, I would have thought. And you can tailor-make yours. Make yours the way you want them to be, not the way that someone else has interpreted them. You can buy the stamp sets individually, but as a set of 4, you'll save the most. They're £10.99 each set, so that will be £43.96. If you buy them as a set of 4, you get the whole lot for £35, which is taking them to £8.75 each. But all those wings and bodies are completely separately stamped, so you can make yours the way you wish. No rules, really.
No, and also if you're buying the bundle, your dragonfly bodies will work with the butterfly wings and vice versa.
Okay.
So then you kind of double up on the amount of creatures you can make.
Wow, okay. So you'll have fun creating creatures, and then how you colour them in is entirely up to you. Janie, if you're ready to go over and get ready for your demo, if that's all right, I'll quickly run through what else we have in the show stamp-wise. So those are a set of 4. Now, we've also got Volume 1 and Volume 2 of the Entomology. Volume 1, okay. Entomology Volume 1. Now, these are some of the stamps that are going to work with the MDF shapes we showed you a few minutes ago. And this is the pen to paper range, which basically means that Janie has hand sketched all of this artwork. She's even brought the books in with her that she actually used to sketch the originals that these stamps were made from. So you know this is Janie's original artwork, nobody else's. You've got the beetles in there, you've got the dragonflies in there, the butterflies as well. Very beautiful artwork, very impressive. So that one is £16.99, or that's what it should be. Is that the right price? Yeah, £16.99 for that one. That's Volume 1. Volume 2 is this one, which is more butterfly related rather than dragonflies. And they're a really lovely size of stamp, as you can see there. Beautifully done. They're actually printed onto the carrier sheet, so you know exactly what butterfly goes where. Again, hand-drawn by Janie. Janie's originals, that's where the name comes from. £16.99. If you have a fascination for butterflies and dragonflies and all that sort of thing, and like Janie, you love to go to antique stores or maybe to archives and that sort of thing to see things that have been captured, in history. This is your opportunity to have something so special, so personal in your home, and you can be making wonderful ornaments for the wall or your office or whatever. Now, £16.99, how much of the stock's gone? 30% of the stock gone on this one. Wow, okay, busy for that one. That's set 2, which is your butterflies. Set 1 is your dragonflies. Now, this is really fascinating because I had no idea that a bumblebee, what do you call it? It's its official name or its historical name? Scientific name?
Is it the genus? I'm not sure. I can't remember.
But anyway, bumblebee is bombus. That's the official name for a bumblebee. And look, again, this is all done by Janie. All hand-drawn. Absolutely spectacular. What name is it? That's the technical name for a bumblebee. Bombers. There you go. Scientific name. There we go. So there we go. If you love your bumblebees, and everybody does that I've ever met, wasps, nah. Bumblebees, yeah, we like. Give us a call for that one. £16.99, TBJQ09. If there's any you want to take a look at again, please message in. I've got some finished cards as well I want to show you quickly, because I know Janie is keen to show you what you can do with this potentially. This is from the Bombus one. So here's some of the fantastic samples I've got here. Aren't they lovely? And they're so easy to colour in as well, aren't they, Janie?
They are, yeah. So because they're hand-drawn, there's a lot of line work in there.
Yeah.
So because I like to do the drawing, I'm not a colourist, so I try and make it easy for myself and other people.
Sure. Well, I mean, because there is so much detail in the stamp, I mean, it doesn't take much at all to actually colour in that bee. I mean, that hasn't actually been coloured in. There's just been a stamp laid over the top of it by the looks of it, and that works amazingly well. And here we've got, I think, a little bit of glossy accents over the top of a black and white image of the bombus. And I never knew that. All the years I've been, doing presenting and talking about bumblebees, I never knew the proper name for a bumblebee was a bombus. But there you go. You learn something every day. Now, the other stamps I've just shown you quickly, the butterflies, I'll show you a few of these as well. So these were from Entomology Set 1, yeah?
Volume 2.
Volume 2, sorry.
Got there,
Volume 2. So this is from Volume 2. So you can do all sorts with them. Whether you're making little frames, whether you're putting them into the Curiosity frames that we have in the show. David in Suffolk, hi to you. Elaine in South Yorkshire, Alton in Middlesex, Melanie in Worcestershire coming through for this set. This is all about the butterflies, set 2, the Entomology Set 2. All different shapes, all different sizes, and of course, potentially, any colour you choose to colour within is fine.
Yeah,
There's no rules.
Exactly. No rules at all.
And I just love some of the verses that are on here. Soar and wings, very aspirational. Be weird, be random, be who you are. That's a quote by C.S. Lewis, evidently. Yeah. So that's set 2, and some finished cards from set 1, which is your dragonflies. So let's show you a few dragonflies. Here we are, look at these. Isn't that great? So if you want to go for the MDF shapes, remember, the set 1 and set 2, butterflies and dragonflies, will team up beautifully well with those MDF shapes. If you wanted to stamp onto them and colour them, gesso them, whatever you wanted to do. Aren't they great? So the whole thing, this is really sweet, because that's actually a card that's been made into a gift, because that's a dragonfly pin.
Yeah.
I love that.
There's a necklace and matching earrings as well up on the stand. Ooh. So I think that was done with UV resin over the top. Okay. That was Tom that did those.
I know lots of you are into your resin and that sort of thing. So now with all the checking out that's going on, Volume 1, 20% of the stock has gone before we even get to a demo. That's all about the dragonflies. Volume 2 is all about the butterflies. And we've also, of course, got those fantastic build-your-own butterflies and dragonflies as well. We do also have a stencil and mask set for you, which is just here. Now, presumably, this is the perfect way to colour in. Do these match with the
Yep, they match
MDF?
perfectly. With the MDF and with the stamps.
And with the stamps. So you're getting the positive and the negative. It's difficult to see, but if I just pop one out, you can see.
Yeah, pop them out, that's fine, Dave.
There we go. Obviously, do it gently. But basically, the mylar, you just either with a craft knife or do it with your fingers, you just pop out your positive and your negative. So you've got, there we go, positive and negative. There's no waste whatsoever. So you get 2 sheets of these, butterflies and dragonflies, for £11.50, and they will work with the stamps and they'll work alongside the MDF as well. Everything works together, so you can really kind of build exactly what you want for the projects that you're thinking of making. OQJQ01. OQJQ01 is a product number if you want those stencils at £11.50. Now, the Curiosity MDF, those frames, it's the sort of thing that you see in movies. Maybe you're into steampunk and that sort of thing. They'd look great for steampunk projects as well. But they're also things that you would see in the natural history museums and all those sort of things.
Yeah, I think they'd go with it. And when you were talking earlier, I thought, actually, do you know what? They'd look quite cool with little shells in there.
Yeah.
And then maybe photos of you at the beach and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't have to be for insects and bugs at all. So you get 3 of them. They will end up obviously looking like this, but how you colour them and how you fill them is entirely up to you. £14.99, £5 each, a blank canvas, basically, that you can do with what you will. OK, so you're going to show us how to put one together, are you?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah. So you get the 2 bits. I've already started popping them out. But, yeah, like I said earlier, you just pop these out And I decided to keep these in, so you've got these for other projects as well.
Okay, that's fair.
Because, I mean, you could just punch a hole in there. If you've got a crocodile, that'll go straight through there, and use them for hanging as tags, anything you fancy. And then this is a little hanger that goes on the back, so you just pop the two of those out. Let me show you first, and then the glue can dry.
Mm-hmm.
So,
do you have to use special glue for MDF?
I do normally use the MDF glue, but I didn't bring it with me, so I've got my bindery glue.
Okay, and we've got that in stock at the moment, have we?
We have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what would you look for? Just look for bindery glue under...
Yeah, it's all in the brand shop, yeah. There's bindery glue, there's the MDF, there's gilding glue and transfer medium as well.
So if it's not in the show right now, Janie's got Janie's Originals brand shop on our website. It should be in there if you want to add it.
So you would just stick it together like that. I'm not going to stick it on the back now because I want it flat for when I'm decorating it, but you would literally just stick that on the back and that will hang straight on the wall.
Okay, great.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is put some paper on the back of this. Obviously you could paint it, do whatever you fancy, but I'm just going to cover that. And I'm actually not going to colour up the MDF. I'm going to keep it natural looking. So I'm just going to, let's just get rid of the excess on here, just to make it a little bit easier. Now, I try and do things quicker on here because of time. Yeah. What I would normally do is spread this out thinly, get a nice, really thin, even coat, so that when that goes down, no bubbles, nothing like that. Okay. Just for time, I'm literally...
How do you get a nice, even spread? Do you use like a lollipop stick or something? Or...
Yeah, well, actually, let's just do it, Dave. Should we just do it? I see I do these things. I say I'm not going to do it, and then I'll do it.
Using a brush? Okay.
Yeah. So I find it easiest to spread it out with a brush.
And then wash it out quickly afterwards?
Yeah, I keep a little bit of water next to me. So there's very little water in this glue.
Okay.
So you do need to work relatively quickly. It's got a very quick grab to it.
Good.
So I pop it down like that and then smooth it out just to make sure you've got no air in there. And then with that little amount that I use, that's enough to stick it. No bubbles, no creasing of the paper. You're good to go. So yeah, there's me saying, I'm not going to do it for time. I just did it. It didn't actually take that long, did it? So if you want a really nice edge, you can file it down.
Sand it with a...
I hate sandpaper. I literally...
Is it the sound of it?
The touch of it.
The feel of it, okay.
Yeah, so I do keep some nail files for little bits. But yeah, sandpaper, I can deal with it. So that will go over the top like that. So this is from a paper pack that we had on at 3 o'clock from the entomology paper pack. So that will go over like that. I have pre-stamped some butterflies, but I'm just going to stamp one out for you now. And we'll just do quite a simple one. But the size of these, they're quite large, which is on purpose because I also stamp on fabric and free motion embroider into them.
Okay.
So they're ideal if you do your fabric crafts, your soft crafts. They look great stamped onto scarves as well.
Perfect. And what I love is the fact that you've gone into like the historical, the history of butterflies. You've studied them. Rather than being kind of whimsical or kind of fairy tale like, this is Janie's own artwork from either original specimens or from photographs of specimens from years gone by.
Yeah.
Which is pretty amazing.
Unfortunately, well, you can see that I misstamped that slightly. I'm just going to go in with a black pen and just fill those bits in. No great hassle that I've misstamped it.
Yeah, this is set 2. Entomology set 2 is all about butterflies. Entomology set 1 is the dragonflies. Many of you are going for both of them. That would be just under £34, about $33.98.
So I'm just going to go in with, I've literally just picked up 3 colours of pencils, 2 different shades of lilac and a yellow. So I did say earlier, I'm not a colourist. I like to get the colouring in quite quickly.
You're a great artist, though.
Yeah, I do. So my actual training is in fine art, fine art painting. So that's where the drawing element comes from.
Right.
but I also like messiness and, you know, creating.
I'm amazed they let you, you know, touch Darwin history.
I know, right?
You'd think that would be, oh, no, you can't open that.
When they were like, oh, you can take the lid off, I was like, really? It's like, can I pick it up? Yeah. Really?
Without gloves or anything like that? They let you...
No, and I do archive visits to, so you'll see, I'm not sure when, but we'll do another collection of medieval-inspired things as well.
Okay.
Because I'm arranging another visit to the Hereford Cathedral Library Archives. So they've got a chain library, but they've also got the archives. I've been there once before, and they bring out all the medieval books. But the thing is now, they've realised that actually if you use gloves, you're more likely to do more damage. You can't feel what you're doing.
The fibres.
Soon as you're feeling it with your own hands, you can feel the paper, you can feel how fragile it is, and you're actually more careful with them.
Okay. I didn't know that was a thing, that you were able to go and do that. So.
Well, I think because obviously I'm a designer, when I contact, I mean, I would say to anyone, if it's the sort of thing you want to do, just ask museums.
You don't ask,
you know,
you don't get.
No, exactly, because some people say, oh, how did you manage to do that? Well, I just asked.
I suppose museums are there for the purpose of letting everybody discuss.
So there's some museums that you might have to go as an arranged trip with other people. You may have to pay to do like a, you know, an art day, that sort of thing. Yeah. It depends very much on the museum and who owns the collection, really.
Fascinating.
So I've just done that really simply. When that dries, what I would do is go in with a white gel pen and just pick out detail, okay, which I've done there.
Brilliant.
So what I'm also going to do is bring in the stencils, but use one as a mask. Now, when I was looking at... I keep saying when I was at the archives, but when I was at the archives, because a lot of the specimens are so old, and there's some of them that haven't seen the light of day for so long.
How old are some of these that we're talking about?
1700s, maybe.
Oh,
you know,
centuries
up to a lot newer ones.
Right.
So the collection is so huge that they don't get a chance to go through, you know, to check everything all the time. So because we were opening cabinets that hadn't been open for a long time, they were telling us what to look for, because they can get little mites and bugs in there that obviously they don't want. So while we were going through, we were looking, and it was like if there's anything we saw, we could spot and go, oh, if you go to that cabinet, you might want to check that out. But also, there were some, so you can see I've just put the mask element of this stencil set. Because I'm just inking around. So
you're trying to make it look more vintage, yeah?
I'm trying to make it look like there was a sample there, and now it's not.
Okay.
Because I saw some that looked like that. You can see where, you know, where paper ages and it stains. There was a butterfly there.
So over the years, the sample had gone somewhere.
Yeah. So I'm just going to...
You're making modern antiques, really, aren't you? Modern versions of antiques.
So there we go. I know I said I'm not going to colour this, but I'm just going to put a little bit of ageing onto it. Now, this would look really nice if you use some gilding wax on here, that sort of thing, if you wanted to. And I'm just going to stick that one in place now.
Now, this is resonating with a lot of you. Lots of you coming in for both of the entomology stamp sets. Entomology 1 is predominantly dragonflies. There is a butterfly on there as well, and a beetle. And number 1 is on the details on at the moment for $16.99. Number 2 is all butterflies, and all of them are designed and drawn by Janie from either original specimens or from photographs of specimens that date back centuries, okay? FPJQ27, that's for volume 2, which is your butterfly one, which is that one obviously just there. And the bombus, which is the bumblebee, again, all hand-drawn by Janie, so you know the kudos, you know where it's come from. What's it they call it? When you authenticity of something, you know it's credibility, but you know exactly where the artwork has come from. So all of this has been done by Janie. Were these original bumblebees that you sketched or photographs?
Those I photographed, and then I've probably got them in one of my books.
Oh yeah, you've got the books for the original sketches.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Now look at this. This proves the point. This is what Janie does.
So photographs of the specimens that I took, and then I kind of sketch it out, and then that little bit of paper is over there because then I was kind of refining the lines.
Right.
Because when you're designing for stamp sets, obviously you need to bring it back to a line drawing, whereas when we sketch, I tend to shade in and that sort of thing. So again, you can see, and although I go to these places, my memory is terrible. So writing the bits down and actually photographing them with the labels.
Right.
Short-haired bumblebee, and that one I think is a hairy-footed flower bee.
Wow.
Which I thought was really cool.
Who knew there were so many different species of bumblebee?
Yeah, loads.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, so you can see the difference. So when I'm sketching them in, it's very much shaded.
Yeah.
But then I have to bring that back to a line drawing.
So that's how every stamp starts. It's Janie's own hand-drawn images turned into these fantastic stamps that you can then stamp and colour how you choose. And if you choose to put them into the Curiosity frames or any of the other frames that we've got here, or they will work alongside the MDF as well, remember. So if you wanted to use the stamps with these, a lot of these are going to work with the stamps too. Now, the Curiosity frames, if you want those, you get 3 of them. And each one's got 2, 4, 6 apertures in them. They're £5 each, $14.99 for 3. And if you don't want to put butterflies and dragonflies and bumblebees in them, you don't have to. You can put anything in them. You can put little trinkets that you've collected. Maybe, like you said, seashells would be good, maybe for a holiday or something like that. Or family photos. You put anything you like in them. It's up to you.
Well,
I think they look lovely with this.
Officially, shells, so you have to buy them from the shop. You're not allowed to take them from the beach.
Yeah, that's true.
So behave.
Yes. Be warned.
Yeah, the beach police will be after you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So these I am sticking some straight down and raising some up on foam tape because they don't have to stay within the frame. That one I wanted to put in so that it's obviously coming out of the frame.
Mm-hmm.
And then what one should we use? Should we put the...
You do ship to the US, don't you?
They haven't mentioned it to me, so I don't
okay.
know what the difference is.
We'll work on that.
I'll need to find out. Yeah.
Because not all of our suppliers do ship to the US, so unfortunately I don't think we do with Janie at the moment, but in the future we'll hopefully get that set up. One by one we're getting them all converted to the US.
Yeah, I'll ask the question because I don't know what we need to do to
It's just I
set
saw
that
Terry
up.
from Iowa coming through, so I was thinking,
Okay.
I'm not sure if we do the US. Now,
right.
The bundle of 4 stamps, remember, which you are going to be basically building your own dragonfly and building your own butterflies. They're proving popular. And you also get your stamps for these labels. 30% of the stock has gone. So you get all those wings, all the bodies for dragonflies and butterflies, and the labels as well, which obviously when you stamp them will be pristine, but there's lots of techniques you can use to actually make them look vintage and make them look antiqued like this. You could use obviously some distress inks, that sort of thing. You could also use tea bags as well to give a kind of a vintage look. That's often a very good effect. But yeah, those stamps would be great. And of course it gives you then that look of history, which, you know, is difficult to achieve really any other way. And do labels kind of vary, or are they kind of a standard shape and size normally?
They vary quite a lot because it depends how old the specimen is, who labelled it, and different museums might work in slightly different ways. So say we were an entomologist and we were out in the field and we might write a note saying what date it is or whatever. Then when it gets catalogued, they'll have another label on it, and they all tend to stack on a pin.
Right.
So you might have them all underneath as well as something next to it. So yeah, that's why I've done a whole variety.
Right.
So you can do that if you want to.
Well, we have the bundle of 4, but if you want them individually, if you just want the butterflies, and that's going to give you the bodies and the wings. There we go. So top left, that's it there. That's your butterfly one. If you just want that on its own to build your own butterfly, $10.99 for all those elements. You're the only person I've known that has brought stamps like this that allow you to make your own. Normally they're already made, you know, butterflies are butterflies.
I have got a beetle set as well, but I didn't bring that one today. There is a Build-A-Bug beetle, so maybe we'll bring that one day as well, yeah.
So that's your butterfly one, I think. Is that right? Yeah, that's a butterfly one. Okay, that's $10.99. Dragonfly, if you want to build your own dragonfly with numerous bodies, numerous wings, $10.99 for that one as well. So you don't get the tags on the side, you just get basically the one on the left-hand side or in the middle of your screen. $10.99 for that one. HBJQ85, there we go. Now, the specimen labels, this one, top right, if you want that one. I'm just trying to see what some of the wordings are on there. It's got type, fig, identification, collected by, collection number. So, really cool. Maybe you're a collector of things yourself, and you can actually, put your own labels of what you've collected. Field notes, field specimen, little frames there as well. That's available for $10.99 as well. Again, I've never seen anything quite like it. And then the museum labels are these. So these are a little bit different. Curiosity Laboratory, specimen notes, so on, numbers as well, handwritten numbers by the looks of it. Discovered by, beautiful. And it's giving you that real antique feel and look, like you've gone and collected these centuries ago yourself, or have them, or inherited them maybe, something like that. If you get the big bundle, all of these work out to $8.75 each, so you're getting basically about £2.25 off each one.
Don't ask me to do maths, Dave.
It's £35 for all four, so really good value, and you can just have fun building your own butterflies and dragonflies. Let's have a look at the...
So all I've done, do you want me to hold it up to the front?
Yeah, please.
All I've done is just put one of the little labels in which says Department of Beautiful Curiosities.
Mm-hmm.
Put my teeth in a minute. But I was thinking as well, if you were to stamp these on vellum, that would look really cool because it would make them look old and delicate.
Yeah.
But equally, like I said, you can do it nice and bright and, completely different.
This is so unusual, so different. Okay, Jenny's going to do another demo for us. Remember, anything in the show that you want to see, again, just message in and we'll show it to you. But, the Curiosity MDF is on the screen, so that's going to be 3 frames. They come in 2 parts, and of course you'll have lots of elements that are surplus to requirements. Just use those for other projects. Like Janie said, if you've got a crocodile, you could cut a hole in the top and make them into actually labels and tags if you want to as well. So they're really different and really quirky and something a bit unusual. But again, what you put in those little openings and put in those little frames is entirely up to you. And of course, the stamps that we've got for you in the show, entomology number 1 and entomology number 2. Number 1 is the dragonfly. Number 2 is the butterflies. They are going to work with the MDF. 10% of volume 1 is gone. So volume 1 being your dragonflies. There we go. And look at the detail in the wings. All of that done by hand by Janie from either real-life specimens or from photographs of specimens dating back sometimes centuries. And then your butterflies over here is entomology number 2. And butterflies happen to be probably one of the most best-loved images that are used in crafting and card making. And there must be so many millions of varieties of butterflies.
There's actually more moths than butterflies.
Is there?
Way more. If someone would like to do a little search for it,
okay.
There's a massive amount more moths.
But these are butterflies, not moths.
There's both in that one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Ellie's going to get on the old the googly thing and see if we can find out. But yeah, so it's a mixture of moths and butterflies there. £16.99 for those. And don't forget, of course, everybody loves a bumblebee. Well, maybe not everybody, but I certainly do. This is your bombus. Your bombus. And I never, ever heard it called that before. It's not something that I've ever really kind of studied. So to see it, and I asked you about it, I said, bombus? What's bombus? And it's basically the proper name for a bumblebee.
Yeah.
Bumblebee is the kind of nickname for it, I suppose.
Do you know what a funny thing is as well? I've got a few tattoos, and I've got one that has a little bee on it.
Okay.
And when I was there, they told me what not variety, that's not the word. I can't remember what it was now, but he looked at the tattoo and went, oh, that's, and said what it was in Latin. I was like, that's quite impressive.
Oh, yeah, wow. But to you and I, they're bumblebees, and they're beautiful, and all, again, original artwork by Janie, which she gives you permission to stamp and use, and you can sell what you make if you want to. No problem at all. So that one is $16.99, TBJQ09. Now, we've been looking on search. There are around 18,000 described butterflies and around 140,000 moths species. There you go. You're right.
I've got a British insect book, and the section for butterflies is way thinner than the one for moths.
I'm learning a lot tonight. I never knew that. Okay, there you go. $16.99 if you want the bumblebees, the bombus. Right, demo 2, Jamie, that's all right.
Okay, so I was going to use the Build a Bug.
Yeah.
This is one I did earlier because what I was trying to do is replicate. So another thing that I saw was like hand-drawn sketches with their little scribbled notes and everything. Yeah. And also, I can't remember the time frame, but because paper was very precious, they would write and sketch on anything.
Okay.
And there would be letters as well, and it would be going in all different directions. So I thought we'll kind of replicate this and have a little bit of fun with the Build-A-Bug as well.
Okay, great.
So I've got some old-looking tea-stained paper. So if you want things to look kind of museum-esque, if that's a word, if you've got kind of graph paper, gridded paper, that sort of thing, and tea stain it, I think that kind of...
So I said tea bags earlier on. And
you did.
Yeah.
You did. So
I listen sometimes.
So what I'm going to do first is just lay a bit of background text down, just as like an added texture. Now, we don't need to be able to read this, and I'm not... would help if I did it the right way around, so we'll turn that over. I've forgotten what I was going to say then, Dave. I had my own conversation in my head, didn't I? Oh, yeah, not putting it on a stamp block. That was what I was going to say. Yeah, because I just want a little bit of texture and a hint. Yeah. So I'm stamping this with a distress ink, so it's quite pale. And then any elements that I want to pick out a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is literally just kind of glide that along in a few little areas.
Have you got any original specimens yourself? Do you collect them yourself at home?
I have one that my niece mounted for me, and then you need to be careful if you buy them as to where they're from.
Whether they're genuine or not.
But if I have before found butterflies that are no longer living in the studio, and I've collected them because you can then pin them.
Oh, okay.
So as they've died a natural death, yeah, I'm quite happy to kind of pin those.
Okay.
So if anyone does want to do that, all you need to do is soak a little bit of tissue, put it in like a Tupperware container with your butterfly or moth or whatever you found, and it will kind of rehydrate it.
Right.
You can then open the wings and pin it and then let it dry, and then that's how it will remain.
Wow, fascinating.
So.
But no butterflies were harmed in the making of these pictures?
Definitely not.
No.
So we've got like a little bit of background text going on now, a little bit of texture. So let's choose a body. And I'm stamping this in brown rather than black as well, just because it's slightly softer. And again, we're going for that kind of aged
it's more a bit antique-y
effect. Yeah. So, and we're not going for great detail either. So if I was doing like I did with the specimens earlier, then once I'd stamped that, I'd probably go in with some white gel pen and pick out detail. We don't need that for this sort of thing. So let's pick some wings then.
Does it matter what wings you use? Are they all appropriate?
Yeah.
Any wing?
But there's, you've got it's all done in pairs.
Right.
So you've got the left and the right.
Okay.
Some you'll see are kind of more shaped as the upper wings, and some are more shaped for the lower wings.
Is it obvious which ones are upper?
Well, honestly, it doesn't really matter. But if I bring this in, you can see that that would kind of be a lower wing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which could pair up with that one or that one. If you see, like that one's got slightly heavier lines, as does that. These ones would kind of go, and they're only back to front because then I can fit more stamps in. Because you've got to have a certain space between stamps.
Right, got you.
You can kind of move them around to get more in. So those would go with those would go with those.
Right.
But it's free reign, you can do what you want.
It's fascinating though, isn't it? It's so interesting to learn. I never knew you had this kind of passion about this sort of thing. So, I mean, I've known you for a few years, but
yeah. Oh, there's still so many things you don't know, Dave.
Sure. But I didn't know it was possible. I suppose it must be to go into museums and ask to see certain things, but you don't ask, you don't get. So,
exactly. Yeah. So I'm going to be famous today for misstamping. This, however, doesn't bother me because if you look at a lot of books where they've got the butterflies, you'll see that one side you might. I did have a book page with me, but I don't know where it's gone. You might see that one side will be like the front, and then the wings on the other side will be slightly separate, but they'll be the back. So if you were doing this, say it was a blue butterfly, you could colour that in blue, and then those would be brown, which would indicate they're the reverse of the wings.
Okay.
And they would tend to be separate. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I'm so glad you brought the books in today as well to show the original pictures, because so often when we buy stamps or dies, we never know who's designed them, whether it's been a computer that's designed it, whether it's been someone who's hand-drawn something. And to see the original drawings in those books, that's pretty special. And for Janie then to let us and you make and sell, it's great. And maybe you've got an interest in this sort of thing as well. I've never ever seen anything quite like this before until today. And you can see the jewellery that Janie's made, and lots of other people have made as well. Those earrings, the necklaces. So don't think of them as just like, you know, images to go into frames like the Curiosity frames. Think of them, if you're a resin user for, you know, jewellery making, that sort of thing. You've got the stamps. You can make incredible jewellery. And the colours of these butterflies' wings, I mean, what sort of ink would you use to colour those in? Do you...
If you want an aged effect, I tend to use Distress Oxides because it's got that chalkiness to it. Yeah. Otherwise, if you want something nice and vivid, I tend to use water-based everything. So I tend to use watercolour pencils and pens as well. Okay. That you can.
So you stamp onto card, colour, and then resin over the top and cure it?
Yeah.
And that's how you...
And also you could capture glitter in there as well. So if you colour it with whatever you want, pop a little bit of glitter before you put your resin on and it will encapsulate it. So then you'll get that slight sparkle. As well as if you use, I'm sure there are companies on here that do the little sparkle pens. Yes. So if you put that over the colour, then put resin or glossy accents or clear embossing powder, that will shine through and that looks really cool.
Okay. Brilliant. Well, we do have resin and similar products to resin on our website. I know it's LK Designs, isn't it? That LM Gifts, beg your pardon, that's right, LM Gifts. If you have a look on their website or their brand page, you'll see the sort of products they have to give that kind of, you know, high varnish quality coating. So, yeah, think about using these stamps for that purpose, not just for wall art, but also for jewellery. Why not?
And then what I'm doing here is just putting, so again, imagine we've been out in the field collecting things. You may not have a whole specimen, it may be wings. Mm-hmm. And obviously, because I've been looking through a lot of kind of books and how they used to draw them and things like that, you would very often get kind of a line-up of them and then they'd have a description of whatever it is. The key is to try and put them back in the place from where they came, but I'm not very good at that.
Well, I mean, it really does look like you've got an antique page from some sort of ledger or journal or something, and it's all been made and made brand new by you using tea bag for distressing, a tea bag technique for distressing. And, of course, these beautiful vintage stamps. Well, I say they're vintage stamps. They're vintage images or images of vintage creatures from archives that Janie has sketched and then turned into these stamps for you to use.
So I'm just going to dip into these quickly. So I've just put field specimen there. And then this one has discovered by, and then let's just put our name and we'll put 24. So yeah, you can personalise everything like that. Because if you look at all of these, you've got room that you can either stamp other things in or you can write it in yourself.
I mean, it could be that you collect things yourself. You're a collector of certain things, nature or wildlife or floral or whatever it might be, and you want to use these stamps and these little frames to actually categorise and have like a journal yourself of what you collect. I don't know what it is you collect, but those stamps you could use for that. Sign it, date it, keep a record.
So this, I'm just going to age the edges just where I've kind of ripped it down. But a lot of the aging is done by the tea staining. Yeah. So depending on what you're using it for, obviously I make a lot of books and do journaling, that sort of thing. I would have that in a journal page, fold it over like that, distress that crease as well. Because remember, what I'm doing here is trying to make it look like a authentic, or, you know, if I... Yeah. You know, centuries old or whatever, and then I would, you know, do a little bit of work on this side, and then that's like a little fold out in a journal.
Can I ask you, when you said about tea distressing, do you just basically get a damp tea bag and just go over the paper?
If Mr. B's watching, he'll be laughing at this, because if I go, we need to tea dye some paper, he'll go, because we do it in batches. Right. We do loads of it, and then I keep stacks of it. So we will literally make up a... That's the royal we, because there's no Martin's.
Okay, right.
make up a vat of strong tea, like in an old baking tray.
Yeah.
Submerge the paper in. You can submerge pre-printed paper in as well. Okay. That looks really nice. Right. And new book pages to make them look like old book pages. So submerge it, then I kind of drain it and I put it in the oven.
Okay.
On a low fan. And then it's like the only thing that I iron, Dave, because it gives it that kind of, that crackly kind of feel.
Okay, so that's how you get vintage papers.
You probably could just spritz it down, but if we're doing a load of it, that's how we do it.
Fascinating. Yeah. It looks really authentic.
Yeah, they look cool, don't they? And like I said, if you're doing this sort of thing, if you've got graph paper and that sort of thing, it kind of adds to it, I think.
It's making Ali, our producer, think of like Da Vinci and that sort of...
Yeah.
That sort of...
I see. Well, I don't mind being compared. That's fine by me.
Absolutely. Well, we've got 5 minutes left.
Okay, let's do something quick then, shall we?
Brilliant.
So, this is, sorry, excuse me, turning my back. This is from some card packs that we had on at 3 o'clock. So, I've been a bit heavy-handed with that. I think I might need a new one of those. So, just to show you how simple you can go, we'll put that on there.
Now, we have got these, the postcards, aren't they?
Yeah, the A7 card packs. This is the museum pack.
OK, we have got those in the show. They were in the earlier show, but you can buy them and we'll put the details up for you. How many did you get in the pack?
40.
40.
And there's 350 GSM cardstock.
Excellent.
So, let's pop this one on.
So $7.99 for Janie's Originals Museum A7 card pack. It's on the screen just there for you. There we go. And you can see all the variety that you've got. So if you've been inspired by the theme of the hour, entomology, which is a word that I've never used until tonight, I don't think. But yeah, then these are going to be right up your street as well. So you can look back at the show from, was it 3 o'clock?
3, yeah.
Yeah, so you can look back at that and watch that back. Anything that's in the show that's still available, which I think it still is, you can still purchase if you couldn't watch during the afternoon. If they're kind of making you think, oh, I do like the look of those, then have a look at all of the show or everything that's in the show. It's on the website right now. You can watch the demos from the 3 o'clock show, watch all of our shows back for at least a couple of weeks after they've gone out on TV, and you can always watch back shows going back to when we started on YouTube. So
all I've done here is stamped one of the labels onto some of the tea stain paper.
Yeah.
Went over with Versamark and I've just put some clear embossing powder on it.
Mm. So this is how you get the glossy finish. Yeah?
Well, also, depending on the thickness of your paper, I don't know if you can hear me over this, if you do this several times, which I possibly don't have time to do, but if that's still hot, we can go over again. Just trying to very quickly show you how to make like an age label. So we'll heat that again. Let it cool for a second. Let's just flap it around a little bit. So it starts to become, if I'd done another layer on there, which I don't really have time for, it starts to become transparent.
Love it.
Also, you should be able to crack it as well.
Okay.
So, if this paper was a little bit thinner, or if I had time to kind of do it again, you can see from the back that it's starting to go transparent.
Cool, that looks really vintage now, doesn't it?
So, like I said, I would crack it, go in with a little bit of my Distress ink, let's try and get that powder off, and it'll pick up some of the cracks before it goes on there. What you can also do, another thing, I know what you're laughing at. I know what I said.
I'm listening to Adam.
Okay, all right. Yeah, another thing you can do to get a really good effect, if you've got some beeswax, melt some beeswax into it, and then it turns it into like faux vellum.
Oh, wow.
Which looks really cool when you're layering it up. So, and then, how much time have we got?
About a minute.
Okay.
This hour has been fascinating. I hope you've enjoyed it.
It has. I was going to say it's flown by, no pun intended.
Literally, yeah, it has. It has. But it's something I've never really seen before, certainly not in craft. So if you're into entomology and fascinated by it, like obviously Janie is, We've got all these elements in here. We've got the frames, we've got the MDF butterflies that will work with the stamps that work with the MDF. We've got the build a dragonfly and the build a butterfly dies, or stamps, sorry. All on the website for you. We've got the bundle deals up there. We've got the individuals there for you as well. But it's a fascinating subject. And the earlier shows as well, all of our earlier evening shows will be on the website. And, of course, Shez's shows from earlier today will be on the website as well. There we go. Janie, you're a star.
Really simple, but, yeah, a nice quick demo.
Brilliant. Thanks for a really unusual and brilliant show. You're back soon? After holiday?
7th of June.
I'll see you tomorrow at 1. Take care. Have a nice evening. Bye.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.